All right, as the race course continues to improve its visibility, we're now just witnessed two of the launch launches headed out, and they have stake boat holders on the launches. So I'm going to go down and talk to John Corelli or the LOC, but it looks like it's very favorable that we're going to have a start of racing at 8:30. But I will verify that. So looking good on the course, better and better. I'm actually seeing a launch. Uh, looks like looks like it's about 350 meters at the end of the island before it kind of fades. So looks like racing is possible, particularly here at Nathan Benderson Park, where we do have the Albano course, where we have buoys in each lane. These buoys are 10 meters apart, both across and down the course, and it'll be possible for people to steer here at Nathan Benderson Park much better than other venues where you may only have 3 or 4 buoys at the 250, 500, 1,000, 1250 or whatever. So looking good, better and better. And I'll go down and talk to John, get an official update. But everybody in the venue, it's looking good. So pay attention to what we have to say. Go on to the Twitter feed, know what's going on, and let's get ready for some great racing here at the heats and semis for the Florida Scholastic Sculling Championships.
Good morning on the venue for the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Just a quick update. We are going to try to begin racing now at 9 a.m. So that is the newest update with the continued fog, although it is, as if you're down at the finish line like we are, starting to burn off nicely. But we are looking at hopefully a 9 a.m. start for our first race of the day, which is the girls varsity single heat 1. So stay tuned. To the extent there are any additional updates, we will keep you informed, but racing is set to begin, at least currently, at 9 a.m. Okay, one further announcement on the venue, and I'm looking down the beach. I'm seeing a couple of tents, maybe one umbrella. The FSRA rules are that tents and umbrellas are not permitted on the beach. So if you are on the sand and water side of the path that goes along our last 400 meters here at Nathan Benderson Park, and you are setting up, or you have already set up a tent or umbrella, it needs to come down. If you have any questions about the rules, there are QR codes all over the venue that you can use on your phone to pull up the rules of the venue and of the regatta. But the couple of tents that I see are going to have to come down, as well as I see one blue umbrella about halfway between us at the finish line tower and the wave attenuator. They're all going to have to come down. If you have any questions about where you can put those tents and or umbrellas, again, consult the QR code around the venue. Thank you.
regatta time now is 8:30. Our first race is scheduled to go off at 9 o'clock. For those of you that are in the venue, we're very, very pleased to offer you a chance to see what we see as the announcers and what's going to be on YouTube by looking down at the big Jumbotron, which is located right here at the finish line tower. So if you turn and you look up here, you're going to see the picture that we're currently broadcasting on YouTube, showing people walking up and down the pavement. Those of you on Regatta Beach at the picnic tables, wonderful people following our direction. They're so kind to go ahead and dismantle their tents and other things and put them over on the other side in the tent area. Take them off of Regatta Beach. So as we are going to be going on today, I want to bring you up to speed as far as what you're going to be able to see and different points of view that we're going to be providing, not only real time but also in the future. If you want to go on YouTube, you can pull up last year's FSRA Sculling and Sweep regattas. Here we're going to have two cameras. We have a camera which is right down at the start line, a camera at the finish line, and then we have a drone which will be hovering about the middle 500 meters, from 500 in to 1,000 meters in. So as we do that information, we see that feed here on the TV that we have. We're also going to be able to let you see that. Now the drone is really neat in that it can be overhead and give you a really true picture as far as who is ahead or behind, and it will really work out very, very nicely. And we will have our finish line camera. He is going to be pointed at, that's Carlos. He will be pointed directly across from where he's at up on the 5th floor to the finish line, which is about 10 meters before the finish line buoys. There is a yellow and a black rectangle that he can focus on. That's the same one that was in use down on the 3rd floor for getting finish line results. My rowing partner, Norm Thetford, is in charge of the finish line. He has a video camera there where we can take a look at really close finishes and play it back. So we are ready to rock and roll here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park. The visibility continues to improve. Looking down here, we can now see almost to 750 meters down the wave attenuator. The end of Regatta Island that we're looking at right now is about 350 meters. So that means that the rowers have about another 100 meters of yellow buoys, and when the buoys change from yellow to red, that means they're in the last 250 meters. So welcome. We're up 8:34, and the last information we have is racing will start at 9 o'clock. Okay, launching will commence in 5 minutes. We just got, wait, belay molest. All those who thought you were going to launch in 5 minutes, way enough. So stand by to stand by. We'll keep you advised. Attention in the venue. This is just an alert to those crews that have lightweights. Uh, your lightweight weigh-in will finish in 30 minutes. And there is a lot of crews that have not weighed in yet. So please, coaches, let's assemble your crews and get them down, get them weighed in so they can race today. Thank you. Attention in the venue. We have an opportunity to really enjoy a posh rowing spectator opportunity, and that is to come and get VIP tickets. These VIP tickets will provide you access to the second floor of the finish line tower. There is beverages and treats there, as well as cameras or television monitors. Wonderful, looks like zero gravity chairs to utilize and watch the races. And most importantly, if it gets really warm, you can go in and enjoy the air conditioned space. If you want to purchase a VIP ticket, please come to the finish line tower, walk up the stairs to the second floor, and there's a wonderful lady there who will be very happy to take your money and provide you the tickets so that you can enjoy the next 2 days in the most relative comfort that we can provide here at Nathan Benderson Park. This is very similar to um, being in England at Henley, where you can get access to the steward's enclosure. And access to the steward's enclosure provides you an opportunity to walk right down on the last part of the race course and enjoy great seating. So, very, very similar here at Nathan Benderson Park. And we hope you take advantage by getting your own VIP tickets. Attention in the venue, attention in the venue. Racing will start at 9:15. I say again, racing will start at 9:15. The visibility is now good enough that I can see the start line at 1,500 meters. So we have what we need. We're getting ready to go. So again, racing will start at 9:15. Okay, if you take a look at the Jumbotron, you can see that the drone is up. The drone is up in the air, flying down, coming down here towards the finish line tower. And he's panning around to the right. And there he goes across the finish line. He was racing a Bird, and I think he beat the Bird, but the Bird probably has a better battery than he does. All right, so we're now looking at a single, probably one of the participants in our girls varsity single heat number 1. And that race is scheduled to go off at 9:15, and that's a little bit less than a half hour from now. Here, because we are running sculling championships rather than just a plain old regatta where you might have experienced where the people that come across first in each heat, first the people across the line in each heat with no progression, non-championship regattas would get medals. But here, because we are determining champions of the Florida State Rowing Association organization statewide, we have what's called a progression. Now, the progression works like this. In some of the races, and most of the races, it will be the top 2 places from the heats, which will go to directly. Directly is a very important term. Will go directly to the final, which means that let's say you're in a boat and you finish first or second in your heat, you do not have to race again until the final, which will all be tomorrow. However, if let's say it's a 5-boat heat and you come in 3rd, 4th, or 5th, you will have what's called a second chance or repechage race that you will get into, where you're going to try to finish, let's say, in first or second, depending upon what number of entries there are in order to make it into the final. So if you're in the girls singles and you do not finish first or second in your first heat, you're going to have to race again in order to get into the final, and then you're going to race again. So for those who finish first or second, they only have to race twice. They save their energy. They're going to be in a lot better position than those people that didn't finish quite as fast, who have to race 3. So it's very, very important for the coaches and the athletes to make a decision. Do you really take it easy on the first one because you don't think that you're going to have a chance to finish in the top 2, and you save your energy because you know you're going to have to race again in the reps to try to make it into the finals? Or do you really go out after it and expend a lot of energy in hoping you're going to get into the finals? It's a very, very important decision that really impacts the race strategy. I had the same situation when I was coaching at the World Championships in 2015. My athletes were competitive, but they weren't guaranteed in order to get into the top 2. So what I did is I had them go down the course at, really an aggressive pace, but not really all out, in order to save up their energy for the second race, which is the repechage, to see whether or not they could get into the A final. So again, decisions, strategy, technique, all these things that these coaches and athletes are weighing right here in order to maximize their chances of getting the best possible regatta results here at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sculling Championships. All right, our start camera is now showing the 5 crews getting ready for the start of the girls' varsity single heat number 1. If you direct your attention northward to the Jumbotron, you'll be able to see those crews. In lane 1, representing Team Tampa, is Miss Chalance. In lane 2, Miami Rowing Club's Miss Miller. In lane 3 is Miss Wambier from Newsom. Lane 4 has the Academy of the Holy Names, Miss McLaughlin. And in lane 5, closest to us, is Miss Goitz-Kenner. If you look at the Jumbotron, you'll see that we have our stake boat people with the starting platforms that are laying down on their stomach, holding on to the sterns. They are being given information as far as whether or not the boats are even, and we'll be moving them back and forward to make sure they're ready to go. Pretty array of boats. The boat closest to us is what's called a Resolute. It's a boat manufactured up in Bristol, Rhode Island, last I checked. And it looks like we're getting ready to go. All crews are at the catch.
Looking down the race course, Joe, there is a patch of fog in the middle of this race course, so we'll see, and you will see on the Jumbotron what is visible when the drone gets to that portion of the race course, but we do think that the fog should get out of the way pretty shortly, and so do the officials. That's why they have these women lined up, ready to go.
And we have a start of the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sculling Championships. Looks like lane 5, Miss Goetz-Kayer is really going out very hard. See whether or not that efficiency is going to pay dividends, or whether she'll burn the candle and not have any wax left for the last part. But really trying to go out hard and establish herself is lane 5's Manatee County.
Nice shot of your lanes 2 through 5. Far right side of the screen is Goetz-Kayer, who is from Manatee County Rowing Club. Just to the left there on the screen is Miss McLaughlin of Academy of the Holy Names in Tampa. And then just to the left, just in front there on the picture of the launch that is making sure that all of these women have a safe row, is Newsom High School's Miss Warmbier. Newsom High School in Lithia, Florida, so a bit east of the Tampa Bay area. And it's pretty competitive early. Joe was talking about, as we were setting up this event today, all the different strategy that comes into play, particularly in the heats. So the progression system, which everybody should be aware of, and we will go through each time we have a race so that you know what to look for, is that the top 2 places from this heat will go straight to the final. So you really want to be top 2. You want to do everything in your power to be top 2. But then again, if you find yourself halfway through the race or so, pretty well behind the top 2, maybe you start to think about conserving some energy for the repechage round.
And we are now very, very pleased to show a overhead view from our drone. We see in lane 2 in the dark boat, Miss Miller from Miami Rowing Club, and Newsom's Miss Wambier in 3. These 2 crews are out there very handsomely, along with Manatee County's Miss Goetz-Kayer. So as we pan around right here, coming into the first 500 meters, we'll get a good indication as to whether or not we're going to have a very close race for second place. Looks like Miss Wambier is doing a very good job, has open water on the field. Now, when I say open water, well, if you looked at the Jumbotron, you can see, as you look, you'll see that there's no overlap between the Miami rower, Miss Miller, and Miss Wambier in the white boat. That open water where there's no overlap is something we will use quite often to tell you what's going on. It looks like the initial effort by Manatee County is doing okay as far as staying in there, but she is open water behind the other two boats. Miss Wambier in the white boat with the yellow hat and the yellow oars is continuing to press her advantage and now has at least one boat length of overlap over the crew from Miami Rowing Club, Miss Miller.
You can see that little sign very top of the screen next to the path. I believe that's a halfway point in this 1,500-meter race. These are 1,500-meter races. They are scholastic races. And as you will see, there are a lot more high schools represented at these championships than you may see at a youth championship. And you can see actually that was the 500 to go sign. So they're starting to come pretty close to, or excuse me, they're approaching 500 meters to go. And Miss Warmbier has a very commanding lead. She's going to be able to play defense on Miss Miller, who's on the left side of the screen from Miami Rowing Club. And then likewise, Miss Miller is going to be able to play defense to try to stay ahead and automatically qualify for the final to try to stay ahead of Manatee County's Goitis Kayer, who had that nice start in lane 5. You will see a fair amount of the field spacing out, particularly in the singles. And the other thing about a single is that you really can change the boat speed pretty dramatically by either pressing harder or taking up the stroke rating, which is how many strokes you're taking per minute is usually how it's measured. And it looks like these two women on the screen are in control, as you don't see anyone else in the picture.
Yeah, if you direct your attention to the Jumbotron here at the finish line, you'll be able to see that Miss Wambier is very, very efficient in the water and is rowing a lot lower stroke rate than her competitor, which is in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. And she is continuing to press her advantage, which means opening up. And then coming in there really hard is Miss McLaughlin from the Academy of the Holy Names. She's down at least open water back, but she made a major move in the middle 500. So as we come in to the last 250 meters, you can see where the buoys go from yellow to red. And this is where, if you're going to go, you've got to go hard and fast. So we'll see whether or not the lady in the blue boat, which I believe is a Cuccetti, can overtake our friend Miss Miller from Miami. But our leader continues to be Miss Wambier from Newsom High School.
Great second half, as you point out, by Academy of the Holy Names is Miss McLaughlin, but she's sitting in third place and 15 or 20 strokes from the finish line. I don't believe she's going to be able to track down one of these two qualifying spots in the final. Across the line, it's going to be Miss Warmbier of Newsom High School, who will finish ahead of Miller from Miami Rowing Club, then McLaughlin of Academy of the Holy Names, who will finish then ahead of Goitis Kayer of Manatee County. And still on the race course, about 150 meters to go, is Team Tampa's Miss Shalas.
So it's worthy of note that the young lady from the Academy of the Holy Names has sent a statement that she's going to be a force to be reckoned with during the repechage. So we'll see later on whether or not she used up all of her energy or is in a situation where she can win or come and place high enough into the repechage in order to move on to the final for the girls varsity single.
And Joe, I'm looking down the race course, and we've got a nice drone picture here of Heat 2 of the girls' varsity single. I'll set the field for you, and then we'll let you know who is out in front. In lane 1, it's Hillsborough High School's Miss Taylor. In lane 2 is Treasure Coast Rowing Club's Miss Bonet, and I believe she's in the lead there. In lane 3 is North Palm Beach's Miss Nordheim. Lane 4 is Orr's Miss Dansby. Lane 5 is Ransom Everglades School Miss Toomer. And in lane 6 is United Sculling's A entry Miss Daniels. And to my eye, Joe, it does look like that's a Treasure Coast unisuit that is leading the field. You can see by about a length of open water on this really great drone shot that we have just ahead of these rowers as they come through the halfway point.
I agree completely, and I love the fact that the crews have such distinctive uniforms. It really makes our job a lot easier. It's worthy of note as well, David, that those crews that are in the middle lanes are normally seated the highest, and therefore we would expect the winners to come out of lanes 2, 3, and 4.
Oftentimes that's what we see. Doesn't necessarily always hold true. The seeders do their best based upon results so far in the year as they come into these sculling championships. We're looking at our second race of the day. You see the signs at the top of the race course. That's 500 meters to go coming through, and there's one buoy line, a red buoy line at 500 meters to go, and it does continue to be a lead there, I believe, for Miss Bonet of Treasure Coast. Nope. Now I'm looking down at maybe Miss Nordheim of North Palm Beach. I might have gotten the uniform incorrect. But if you look on the picture, we've seen two boats the whole way, and I'm looking down the race course, and I am noticing that those two boats continue to be the ones out in front. I believe it's Nordheim of North Palm Beach and Dansby of Orr's. We'll confirm that as they get a bit closer to us here at the finish line tower, but you can see the two boats that are trying to go straight to the final are those two boats in the middle of the race course in lanes 3 and 4.
Exactly, and our drone pilot will give us an opportunity to figure out the field a little bit better next time, maybe be able to get a shot of everybody so we can see who's who in the zoo. But I agree with you, David. It is definitely North Palm and Orr's, and then back off the field significantly are the other four rowers, Ransom and Everglades, United, Treasure Coast, and Hillsborough. And all of these ladies will be vying to get into the final. So in the last 250 meters, and it looks like Miss Dansby from Orr's is putting on quite a bit of pressure, going up at a higher rating than the lead boat from North Palm. Just kind of practicing her race plan, see how she's doing. Doing quite nicely, going into the water very cleanly.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of an uptick on the cadence from your leader, but these two have pretty well dominated this field. You can see the open water advantage of about 100 meters between the two and the rest of the field. Actually a very competitive race behind them, but again, only two are going to move through to the final. It's going to be North Palm Beach's Miss Nordheim, which I can confirm by seeing the bow number, and it's going to be Miss Dansby of Orr's, with that orange visor helping me know that I am correct with that. They will finish 1-2. It looks like third place is going to be this boat from Hillsborough High School, Miss Taylor, who, as you can see as she approaches the finish line, she's got three boats pretty well connected behind her, but about 40 open meters behind. So a nice row from all six of these women in this Heat 2 of the girls' varsity single. There will be one more heat of the girls' varsity single as these boats finish up. Again, it's Taylor of Hillsborough High School crossing the line now. And then it's very close between Treasure Coast Miss Bonet up there in lane 2, away from the camera. And then the boat right in front of us here from United Sculling, Miss Daniels, who appears to finish ahead of Miss Toomer of the Ransom Everglades School.
So it's going to be interesting to see our first shot that comes in from our drone, whether or not we have the third heat on the water yet. And if the drone pilot can fly up high enough that we can get an idea of the boats there, it'd be good. So down to the start line, looks like the heat 3 is just getting onto the starting blocks, David.
That is what it appears to be. We have a 2,000-meter World Championship race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. We hosted the World Championships in 2017. But these races are 1,500 meters, so we're lopping off 500 meters. You see the sign sort of in the center of the screen. Well, now it's panning in. You see that yellow and black sign. That is 500 meters into the 2,000-meter race course. And so you see that these boats are lining up, and they are going to row just 1,500 of our 2,000 meters here at Nathan Benderson Park. And you can see that we have 4 boats that are ready to go, and they are Heat 3 of the women's varsity single. Let's set the field in terms of who is here, and then hopefully we will get lanes 3 and 4 before this thing kicks off. In lane 1, it's Gulliver Prep's Miss Alfie. In lane 2 is Miami Beach Rowing Club's Miss Toro. In lane 5 is Newsom High School's B entry, Miss Sanchez. And in lane 6 is Berkeley Prep's Miss Shannon. And we know that for sure because you see that big Berkeley decal on that single. So we are going to actually take just a quick break here as we get these other 2 boats coming in. That is lane 4, Jacksonville Episcopal's Miss Hicks. And then we're just waiting on Miss Adams of Sarasota Crew before we get this one started.
One of the features of Nathan Benderson Park, which is part of the design criteria for the 2017 World Championships, is that we have a couple of bike paths which run parallel to the course. If you look at our view here on the Jumbotron, you can see it looks like 4 people on bicycles in the upper right-hand corner of the video. And this might be coaches or parents or whatever. And we actually have had people videotape the races as they go down from their bicycles. I am not that good on a bike. I remember at the head of Schuylkill, a coach watching the racing on a bike. And unfortunately, he was coaching them. But he kind of lost his attention and rode the bike right into the water, which is not a very good place to be with the water quality back then of the Schuylkill River. But anyway, this is something you'll see quite often in Europe where they have canals, and you'll see at Henley a lot of people on bicycles following the races. So up at the very top, you'll see our judge referees in the launch. It's backing down right now. They're going to position themselves so that they will not impact the start, but then once the start gets going, they may, in fact, just come in from the top right there, come right with right rudder, and then come right down the center of the course to follow the boats to make sure everything is safe. Still waiting on lane 3, Miss Adams from Sarasota Crew, but the race was not supposed to go off until, we see, 75 minutes after 8:14. So it looks like we may be going without her. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, starting to see some of these boats sit ready, such as lane 2, where she has her blades buried.
Yeah.
They're all starting to get into position.
Yep, they started their speed coaches.
Here they go. The start is particularly interesting in singles because everybody has really their own strategy. These boats are not easy to row. If you've never been in one, I have not been in nearly as many as Joe has, but I can describe to you that they are extremely tipsy. It is very hard to keep them nice and level so that you feel stable. You really have to have a lot of skill to keep the boat stable, let alone to make it go fast in one of these racing singles. So that's a good shot there of lane 5. The yellow boat is Sanchez of Newsom High School. And on to her left on the screen is Jacksonville Episcopal's Miss Hicks. And it looks like a good clean start for all 5 of our competitors, which is great to see. We do have this beautiful flat water. The one thing that I will say about this fog and the conditions is that they are perfect out here so far. In the picture there is Berkeley Prep's Miss Shannon on the far right side. As we get the drone to come into play, it does look like the early leader, if I had to guess, is either Miss Hicks or Miss Toro of Miami Beach. Looks like maybe Toro slightly. And really going with them is Gulliver Prep's Alfie in lane 1 as well.
Yeah, wonderful picture from our drone pilot. That overhead shot looking back really lets us assign boats to lanes. And yes, it looks like as we pan around, this is really, we've got ourselves a heck of a boat race right here where we're going to have 2 boats which will go directly to finals, and it is definitely in doubt. Now we're coming up to the 500 meter, which is right there. You can see our leader is Miami Beach's Miss Toro, and then is certainly in doubt vis-a-vis a second qualifying between Miss Alfie of Gulliver Prep and Jacksonville's Miss Hicks. So that is about halfway. Each of these buoys are 10 meters apart. So they'll give you an idea of how far these boats are going per stroke, which is probably around 7 meters a stroke. So you multiply or you divide 7 into 1,500 meters. So this is probably about a 230 stroke race. And it is certainly in doubt as far as second place. What do you think, David?
Well, it's a great race shaping up for the second half of it to see who can get into the final straight from this Heat 3 of the girls' varsity single, as you start to see a little bit more speed pushing away somewhat from Miss Alfie of Gulliver Prep is Miss Hicks from Jacksonville Episcopal, and she was starting to close the gap on Miss Toro of Miami Beach, who's in the white boat, who has been out in front. But then I think Miss Toro decided she didn't like that the bow of the Jacksonville Episcopal boat was getting a little bit closer. But we're shaping up to have a very competitive race in the last 500 meters for a spot in the final. Again, the progression top 2 from the heats go to the final. And then the remaining boats will have a second chance in the repechage round. So who's going to – this is where it gets interesting. Who is going to make a move, and when are they going to make a move amongst these boats to really try to assert themselves and make sure that they can cement their place in the final? You see that black and yellow sign. That is 500 meters to go. So we are 2/3 of the way through this race, it still remains Miss Toro of Miami Beach ahead of Miss Hicks from Jacksonville Episcopal, who now has just a little bit of open water on Gulliver Prep's Miss Alfie.
So the question becomes, what did the coaches say? The athletes are out there, they're looking around, they're trying to figure out what they need to do, what they want to do. It looks like Miami Beach's Miss Toro is continuing to maintain her advantage of about a quarter of a length. You can look down on the video on the Jumbotron and watch these parallel lines of the buoys, which are 10 meters apart. And she is sitting at about a quarter length of open water back to Miss Hicks from Jacksonville. And it looks like right now she has exerted her will over Gulliver Prep's Alfie, who is continuing to drop off the pace. Up on the upper right-hand corner, or right in the middle of our screen right now, you can see the 500-meter sign, and the buoys will be from easily visible in yellow to kind of dark as they turn red for the last 250 meters, which in this boat will be about 35 strokes.
It looks to me like Miss Hicks wants to win this heat. Is she going to be able to track down Miss Toro of Miami Beach, her leader, the whole way? Toro playing defense. Alfie trying to assert herself up there in lane 1. But it does look like, to my eye, Miss Toro is starting to wind it up, take up the stroke rating a bit. She is higher than Miss Hicks. We'll see if Miss Hicks has another move up her sleeve in these last 15 strokes, or if she's just content to make sure she stays in that second place position. Will there be overlap at the finish line? Here they come, about 7 strokes from the line for Miss Toro of Miami Beach to win Heat 3 of the girls' varsity single at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. And Miss Toro is going to do it with about 3/4 of a length of open water. And qualifying with her for the final will be Miss Hicks of Jacksonville Episcopal, who will finish about 2 boat lengths of open water ahead of Alfie from Gulliver Prep, who was there the whole way. And then in the gold, that's Newsom High School's Miss Sanchez, who will cross the line, it appears, ahead of Berkeley Prep's Miss Shannon in the pink visor. And that will do it for our girls' varsity single heats. And we will shift to the boys' varsity single.
Worthy of note for me was the pressure that all of a sudden Gulliver Prep, she made a big move where she was really sitting up tall and really brought about a length and a half back into Jacksonville's Hicks. So Miss Alfie in the last 250 meters really went out really hard. So it looks like we have a start with our finish line, a start line camera, and it looks like we can see 3 crews right now. It looks like a Sarasota crew entry, Mr. Donnerschmark, with the big S in the middle, makes it easy to see. And then above him is Mr. Lesser from Manatee County, and Mr. Hagen from Sora. So it's kind of hard to kind of figure out who's who in the zoo right now, but I would guess our early leaders might include Hagen and Lesser.
Yeah, I'm looking down the race course, Joe. They're at about halfway. It does look like Hagen has a pretty strong lead here from South Orlando in lane 3. And then behind him appears to be Mr. Lesser of Manatee County sitting in second place. It's a pretty spaced out field right now. There's not a lot of racing going on within the race in terms of boats that are connected and fighting with one another. It does look like there is a fair amount of open water between second place, currently Mr. Lesser of Manatee County, and third place, which appears to be Mr. Guillen of Miami Rowing Club. Behind Mr. Guillen, it looks like it's Mr. Donnersmark of Sarasota Crew, their B entry. And then at the top of the race course, so furthest from the camera that you see the picture, it's Mr. Backy Snowden of Melbourne High School.
Yeah, our visibility has just really opened up a little bit. I think we just got a little bit of wind. We can now see the start line. And I agree. Our leader right now is Mr. Hagen from South Orlando, over Manatee's Mr. Lesser. And then quite a bit back for the remaining three boats. So in the coming up into the last 250 meters. And what I'm really enjoying to see is that South Orlando boat, how he is using his footboard in order to pull the boat underneath him. And that is an extremely efficient way of rowing. His hands come away, his body comes over, and then if you look for the last part of the recovery when the oars are out of the water, you can see how his body is very upright. And he's actually pulling the boat underneath him, which allows the acceleration of the boat to happen during the recovery. And he's springing off his feet at the front end, which really makes it a very, very efficient rowing stroke and carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah, the way that he is rowing, he's really not disturbing the boat very much. The boat, the pressure and effort that he's putting into the oars is really translating into boat speed. And if I had to guess, Joe, he's going to show a lot more speed in the final. It's going to be Mr. Hagen of South Orlando who's going to finish first and move straight to the final. And we'll finish ahead of Mr. Lesser of Manatee County, who will also go straight to the final. Again, the progression top two. And then it appears to be Mr. Guillen of Miami Rowing Club, who will finish in third place, quite a ways ahead of Mr. Donnersmark of Sarasota Crew and Mr. Backy Snowden of Melbourne High School in this fairly spaced out field in the boys varsity single heat 1, the first of 3 heats in the boys varsity single event at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Looking down the race course, it doesn't appear that we have a start of the next heat. So we're going to take just a quick break, and we will be back with you shortly, hopefully with potentially a video shot of this entire second heat.
So a point of interest, you see the finish line, which is that yellow and black rectangle that is about 10 meters before the buoys, which will mark the lanes. So it's important that one, that you don't stop before the finish. I've seen crews do that. Row through the finish, which means you're going to carry a lot more pressure. But our finish line camera, Carlos, up on the 5th floor, is doing a really nice job of panning back and showing the picture that he is aligned perfectly with the finish line. However, it's worthy of note as well that we do not call races over the public address system, and anything we say is wholly unofficial, hopefully informative, but wholly unofficial. So looks like our racers are ready for the next heat of the boys varsity single, heat number 2. And we'll watch lane number 4, which is Mr. Toomey from Tampa Catholic, as he backs his boat into the starting block. And in order to back the boat, he's got to push the oars away from us rather than pull them, which allows him to set up himself against that place. And the gentleman in the blue shirt is now holding onto his stern, doing the adjustment on the old hair and hat, and we'll be ready to get going here shortly. So our lineup from the top in lane 1, the furthest away from us, is Berkeley Preps Mr. C. Pinecrest Mr. Jones is in lane 2 in the white boat. In the middle boat, in the black boat, is Mr. Manticon from Belen Jesuit. The aforementioned Mr. Toomey from Tampa Catholic is in lane 4. You can see the 4 number. And in lane 5 is the representative from Halifax Rowing Club, Mr. Hernandez.
So if you haven't been to a start, typically the way that this works is once these boats are in the stake boat and being held by these great volunteers, you can see them laying down, holding onto the sterns of each boat. They're going to try to get their points, meaning they're going to try to point their boat right down the center of their lane. So you saw a little bit of tapping on the right side or right hand port side of these boats, just because there's a slight wind coming out of the east, and these men want to start and go straight down the race course to the extent possible. They don't want to have to be making course adjustments when the flag comes down to start the race. Everybody's sitting ready. That flag's about to come down, and we're going to have 5 boats across. This is Heat 2 of the boys varsity single.
Now, normally what happens is you will have 5 strokes of varying length to get the boat moving, and then do a high piece, which can be as low as, let's say, 15 strokes. Some colleges and 8s go as high as 35 strokes, where you're really going off at a very high rating. Now, if we watch our 2 rowers right there, you saw the gentleman from Belen Jesuit really going after really hard, whereas the Tampa Catholic gentleman in the yellow hat has slowed down. So it's just a function of how far they want to go. Now, you can't go full speed unless maybe you're brown in the 8 for women. You've got to go in the anaerobic region for a while to get out and get going, but then you've got to go and transition from that high rating that you cannot sustain into one that you can, and then your energy system shifts from anaerobic to aerobic. So we're seeing a great view from our drone pilot, well done, and our 2 early leaders are very, very evident, and that is Pinecrest number in lane 2, Mr. Jones, and Belen Jesuits, Mr. Manticon.
These 2 are going at it. As you can see, it was an early lead. As Belen Jesuit, they are pretty well known for their starts in almost any boat that they are going to put out on the water in any venue. And Mr. Manticon did get the lead early. You can see now as they come through 500 meters, 1/3 of the way through the race, that these 2 are very well in sync. It's a slightly higher stroke rating now for Mr. Jones that has him about 3 or 4 feet ahead of Mr. Manticon of Belen Jesuit. But even to my eye, looking all the way down the race course from the finish line tower, these 2 boats have a considerable lead on the rest of the field. Now, Joe, even in a heat, even though the progression is that the top 2 are going to move through, as somebody who has been a racer before, these are the types of races that these boys are going to remember their entire lives. It may be a heat, so it may be a preliminary race, so to speak. It may not be a final, but they are stroke for stroke, and they're always going to remember this. So what we are going to remember about watching this race is, where is somebody going to make their move? They're halfway through the race. It does look like Mr. Manticon maybe took a little move there. He took a deck lead back off from Mr. Jones, who was about a deck ahead of him. So Mr. Manticon throwing the first punch in the second half of this race, but you can see they're still connected. Now, is that stroke rating that Mr. Jones had that was a couple beats ahead of Mr. Manticon going to come into play? And is he going to fall back just a little bit because he put so much energy into that first half?
That's exactly right, because all the way down the course, Mr. Matacone there in that black boat has been understroking Mr. Jones from Pinecrest in the white boat. Now, Jones was able to stay with him, and he did for the first, let's say, 750 meters. Now, in the last 250 meters, the power of Matacone and his efficiency in the water has really paid dividends. So what's happening is if you watch his boat and watch the stern, you can see that on the recovery, he pulls the boat underneath him, and that is giving him a little bit more movement. Whereas if you watch Mr. Jones, his boat does not glide as much as Matacone. So in other words, Matacone may be getting 7.5 meters per stroke. That's called run. That's how far the boat glides, or in this case, halfway down the recovery, after he gets his hands away and his body over, he's pulling the boat underneath him, and that gives him around 6 to 10 inches of more run per stroke, and that's merely making him efficient. Jones may be looking back and saying, okay, Coach wanted to see what I could do for the first half and whether or not I could hang, and I'm doing that, but I've got 5 to 6 lengths of open water back to the rest of the field, so it may not be worth it to really kind of push Matacone. But in the meantime, Matacone is really very, very wide at the catch. That means his hands are really far apart, and he is really getting a big arc from the catch to the release, and he's into a sprint. So he's laying down the time to kind of send a message to the rest of the field.
So the top two that are going to move through unofficially are going to be Mr. Matacone of Belen Jesuit crossing the line as I speak, ahead of Mr. Jones from Pinecrest. And then it appears that Mr. Toomey of Tampa Catholic in the bright green hat is trying to hold off Mr. Hernandez of Halifax Rowing Association. And you can see that the stroke ratings on those two men are a bit lower. So I think that they have decided to conserve energy when they saw those two boats, particularly in the first 500 meters, really get almost a 100-meter open water lead on them, that it wasn't worth the effort to try to catch them, and they will see what they can do in the repechage round. Yeah. Finishing up is going to be the boat from Berkeley Prep, Mr. Say. And that was Heat 2 of the boys' varsity single. We have one more heat that's already on the race course as our last competitor comes across the line. And it appears to be a 6-boat across race. I can see all 6 of them as you can on the screen. Let me set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, top of the screen. In lane 1 is Mr. Vivino of Tampa Catholic. In lane 2, so one lane closer to the camera, and appears to be a slight leader, is Mr. Pacusa from Rocks. In lane 3 is Mr. Schaefer of Sarasota Crew. Lane 4 is Mr. Brown of Vero Beach. Lane 5 is Mr. Amador of Team Tampa. And in lane 6 is Mr. Noland, also of Rocks. So we have teammates in this one, Joe, but it looks like a 3-boat race. You can see the gap as they come through 500 meters, 1/3 of the way through the race. You can see the gap from 3rd place, which is Mr. Schaefer of Sarasota Crew, to the rest of the field is almost 50 meters at this point. So it does appear at least 1/3 of the way, a little bit more than 1/3 of the way into the race, that it is a 3-boat race for 2 spots in the final.
Exactly. So our leader is Mr. Pacusa of Rocks. And what I'm seeing with Rocks is I'm watching his oars go in the water, and he is really placing him in the water very, very efficiently, very, very relaxed catch. That means he's not pulling them in. He's kind of letting them drop in the water. And what that does is it provides him an opportunity to really feel the water and then pull the boat by him. And that efficiency is going to make a big difference, because when he puts the oar in the water, it goes straight down rather than pull it in. and that is really going to help out. Another person is rowing very, very nicely, very, very long is the gentleman from Sarasota Crew, Mr. Schaefer. He is, again, putting the oar in nicely and really primed by, maybe not as powerful as these other two rowers. The gentleman from Vero Beach is looking over and maintaining his position. So he's going to be watching the Sarasota Crew and make sure that he doesn't start moving into him. But the Sarasota Crew rower appears to be fairly efficient in holding his place. So whether or not he's be able to make a move in the last 500, which is coming up right now, remains to be seen.
So it's Rocks still ahead. That's Mr. Pacusa in the dark boat with the green blades, black spiral, top of the screen. As Joe said, about 450 meters left in this Heat 3 of the boys' varsity single. This is the varsity level, so it's the best single scullers from these programs. As the gap begins to close, Mr. Schaefer finding some speed on Mr. Brown of Vero Beach. Mr. Brown of Vero Beach, I have been sort of focused on him throughout this race, and he really just was looking at the bow of Mr. Schaefer's boat all the way down the race course, knowing I just need to keep this boat behind me and I'm in the final. But right now, Schaefer has pulled out a move that he may have been sitting on, and it's really working for him, Joe. He's got open water now on Mr. Brown, starting to motor maybe even into Pacusa of Rocks. As you see that sign, 1750, 250 meters left to the finish line. All the red buoys now. And it is Rocks ahead of Sarasota Crew and Vero Beach. Does Vero Beach have the energy in these last 200 meters to try to close that gap, get back into that second place position?
It remains to be seen, because what happened in the previous 250 meters is the length of the rower from Sarasota Crew and his long haul of the oar really allowed him to propel his boat from third into second, and he's trying to overtake Rocks Pacusa, but Pacusa is holding off, and here comes Vero Beach's Mr. Young, but he is what's called rowing a little bit short and not having the ability to get his hands further apart for that big arc. Sarasota Crew really made a big move to move from third down about a length into a solid second position, moving about 4 lengths on Vero Beach. But a really tough race by that young man from Vero Beach, setting him up for doing well in the reps.
Very patient race from Schaefer, has him finishing second and moving through along with Mr. Pacusa of Rocks. As we said, third place is Mr. Brown of Vero Beach. Good race going on here between Mr. Noland of Rocks B in the green and black unisuit and Mr. Amador of Team Tampa. It's going to be very close at the line between those two, as Noland has a big finish and in the last 5 strokes is going to get past Amador of Team Tampa. What a finish there in the last 20 strokes from Noland of Rocks. And then finishing up is going to be Mr. Vivino of Tampa Catholic High School. As we shift to the next race, we are now looking at 2 rower boats. These are doubles here at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. I'll set the field for you from top to bottom. Furthest from the camera in the yellow boat, that is Plant High School. They're in lane 0. In lane 1 is Miami Beach. Lane 2 is University School. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 4 is Edgewater High School. Lane 5 is St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 6 is Team Tampa. And in lane 7, closest to the camera, in what appears to be maybe an orange boat, is Palm River Training Center. So our early leaders appear to be, and you can see that there are 4 boats really stacked up there in the picture. Early leader appears to be Miami Beach. Miami Beach has about a half or 3/4 of a length on Sarasota Crew, sitting in second place. You can see Sarasota Crew there sort of in the middle of the screen in second place. They are just ahead of the University School and then Edgewater High School.
a big thing here at Nathan Benderson Park is we have 8 racing lanes. So our crew all the way to the top of Plant High School actually started in lane 0. And then Miami Beach is in right even with Sarasota crew. Miami Beach is in lane 1. University School, which is in the dark boat, is back a little bit. Sarasota crew, and then Edgewater. So with this, because we only have 1 or 2 heats, and we are going to use all 8 lanes for the final, we're going to have the top 4, not top 2, but top 4 places from the heats will go to the final. So they're looking around, and if you're in the top 4 and you have open water, you can decide whether or not you want to follow some type of a race plan, what your coach wants you to do, but you also want to be in a position where you can relax and save some energy. So right now, our top boats are Miami Beach's crew stroked by Miss Martin Jimenez, and Sarasota crew with the white boat with the pink hats, stroked by Miss Perret.
Sarasota crew making a move on Miami Beach. They are almost level. You see the 2 white boats striking at similar cadences. Sarasota crew maybe took it up just a little bit there. Might have been what gave them a slightly more speed. You can see those signs at the top of the screen. That's 500 meters to go. So we're almost 2/3 of the way through this race. As Joe said, the progression is different from the singles that we saw earlier. Top 4 are going to move straight to the final, and then any remaining boats will go to the B final. So you got to be top 4 if you want to go for a state championship in this girls varsity double boat class. And right now you can see the gap there of more than a boat length of open water for both Sarasota crew and Miami Beach, certainly sitting in driver's seat positions. And they're going to be able to potentially conserve energy, but we'll see which one of them wants to cross the line first and get one of the most favorable lanes in our final, which will be an 8-boat across final. Joe was mentioning this is the only race course in America where you will have 8 boat races, and we do it as much as we can out here at Nathan Benderson Park to show off the capabilities of this park and to give as many boats as possible a chance to win medals. So it's still Miami Beach. It's still Sarasota crew. In 3rd place continues to be the boat from the University School, that blue shell. And in 4th place, which would be a qualifying position, continues to be Edgewater High School.
Exactly. And this is our finish line camera, Carlos, up on the 5th deck. And we can see they're now into the last 250 meters. And these 2 lead crews are really sending a clean message. A little bit different style. We're seeing the crew from Miami Beach, a little bit more of a body angle, bent over more at the front end when you place the blade in the water. And Sarasota crew a little bit more upright, but 2 very, very fast rowing crews. You can see the boats really glide at the release where both of the oars come out perfectly. Sarasota crew unofficially 1st place, 2nd place to Miami, and then University School, and then Edgewater High School coming in for what appears to be in lane 4, the 4th qualifying position, directly to the A final. Coming across the line now is Plant High School. They are right even or a little bit behind Hollywood, St. Thomas Aquinas. And lane 6 is Team Tampa. And rounding out the field is Palm River.
So that was heat 1 of 2 in the girls varsity double event at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. I can see already on the race course is another, this time 7-boat race. 7 boats across in heat 2. Again, the top 4 will move straight to the final. You've got to be top 4 if you want to go for the medals. Otherwise, you will be rowing in the B final for, it looks like, places 7 through 13. in the state of Florida. So let me set the field for you. We don't have the exact shot yet, but furthest from the beach in lane 0 is Miami Beach Rowing Club's B entry. One lane closer to the beach and the finish line tower is Berkeley Prep in lane 1. Lane 2 is Academy of the Holy Names. Lane 3 is the Bowles School. Lane 4 is Ransom Everglades School. Lane 5 is Gainesville Area Rowing. And in lane 6 is Melbourne High School. And it does appear, Joe, that the boat from Ransom Everglades in lane 4 is out in front of the rest of the field. You can see their advantage is open water. It's a little bit more than a boat length of open water on the Bowles School out of Jacksonville. And then left side of the screen, you see a blue boat and a dark boat. I believe that the blue boat is Miami Beach's B entry. And then that dark boat, I think, is Holy Names, Academy of the Holy Names in lane 2. So currently in the picture appears to be your top 4. Again, you got to be top 4 as they come through the halfway point.
Exactly. So as we get this great drone shot, he might move back a little bit, so we might be able to see a little bit better picture of the following crews. But again, 4 all the way up, and we can see 3 crews trailing. So it's rather clear who's who in the zoo, and we'll see whether or not things will change. Now, in a small boat like this, you can make a change really fast, both good and bad. Let's say, for example, the person that's rowing in the Ransom Everglades boat that's in the lead, let's say that bow person gets her oar stuck in the water. I'm not trying to call it, but let's say she gets her oar stuck in the water, and that's called catching crab, and that could slow the boat down to a point where the trailing crew from the Bowles School might be able to overtake or catch up a couple of lengths. But they did not necessarily subscribe to that, and they are past 500 meters, approaching the end of Regatta Island, which is 350 meters to go.
Good shot there of lane 4. Your leader, Ransom Everglades School, Coconut Grove, Florida. And we still have, looking at the water, we still have beautiful flat conditions. You're going to see on this picture the buoys change colors here shortly. They will change from yellow to red. Red denotes the last 250 meters of our championship race course here at Nathan Benderson Park, as well as the black and yellow sign at the top of the screen. So all these athletes know, unless it's their first time on this race course, but for most of them it wouldn't be, that when it turns to red, they're in the home stretch. 250 meters to go. In a women's double like this, maybe 35 strokes or so. And it does look like Ransom Everglades is going to be able to just play defense. You can see their lead is several boat lengths of open water. Second place is the Bowles School. And then it looks to me like we've got Academy of the Holy Names and Miami Beach Rowing Club B that are holding down the other 2 spots, the 3rd and 4th place spots, which would be automatic qualifiers for the final. It's a great race really going on, Joe, between Academy of the Holy Names and Miami Beach Rowing Club B, as they are side by side charging into the last 150 meters. But doing it start to finish, lane 4, it's Ransom Everglades School.
Exactly. Now, when you're at the end of a race and you've been going hard, quite often you start losing the control or technique of your body, and this could be a dangerous time, particularly when you want to bring up the rating. It looks like the Academy of the Holy Names will hold off Miami Beach in order to get 3rd. 3 out of the 4 finishing to solidly place themselves in the final.
So unofficially moving through, Ransom Everglades School ahead of the Bowles School, Academy of the Holy Names, and Miami Beach Rowing Club's B entry. So Miami Beach is going to have 2 women's varsity doubles in our grand final, going for the medals tomorrow. Crossing the line in 5th place, Lane 5 is Gainesville Area Rowing. And then a nice connected race between the boat up there from Berkeley Prep in lane 1, and finishing up right in front of us is Melbourne High School. So that was the girls varsity double heat 2. We're going to move on to the boys varsity doubles. There will be 3 heats, so we're going to move back to the same progression we saw with the singles this morning. Top 2 will go straight to the final. So you got to be top 2 in one of these boys varsity double heats with more entries than the girls varsity double boat class. As you can see, that we've got 6 boats lined up here. We'll see if we get our 7th boat, which I think would be Manatee County in lane 1. Let me set the field as they are about to go, it looks like. So all the way up there in lane 0 is not Miami Beach, excuse me, it is Hillsborough. In lane 1 is Manatee. Well, we don't have lane 1. Lane 2 is Academy of the Holy, Tampa Prep. Lane 3, Miami Beach. Lane 4, First Coast. Lane 5, Miami Rowing Club B. And in lane 6, Sarasota Crew.
Excellent. Thank you, David. It looked like the crew from Tampa Prep really went out very hard, and we'll see whether or not it pays dividends. And it's the crew from, let me see, 1, 3, 0, 1, 2. So yeah, lane 2, which is Tampa Prep, is really starting to move out on the field. And they already have open water in the first 250 meters.
It is Miami Beach, Joe.
Oh, is that Miami Beach? Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's Miami Beach.
Now going with them closer to the drone and bottom of the screen are these 2 lanes closest to the beach coming down, and they're 2 B entries. It's Miami Rowing Club's B entry and Sarasota Crew's B entry. So 2 clubs, big rowing clubs in Florida, that are going to try to vie to get 2 boats potentially, if their A's can also qualify, into the final of the boys varsity double. But this is not the last chance qualifier. You got to finish top 2 in this one to go straight to the final. But if you don't, you will have a repechage round or a last chance qualifying round for a couple of additional spots in the final. Right now, though, Miami Beach looks very poised. They look very much in sync, and they are dominating.
Yeah, they definitely are. If you watch the Jumbotron, you can look at the hands of the athletes at the release, and the oars come out of the water perfectly together, and they press the oar handles down, which allows them to come clean off the water, and they're really taking that advantage to carry the speed which they've generated on the drive in order to really move the boat. And our drone pilot is pulling in so we can even see it closer. Crews that row perfectly together are fast crews. Crews that have just a little bit of anomaly, every bit of out of sync just damages it. And this crew from Miami Beach is just really flying very nicely.
They don't look like the biggest guys in the world, Joe, but they are rowing like they have done this before, that's for sure. Beautiful rowing here from lane 3, Miami Beach Rowing Club, their A entry. And again, we also have the Miami Rowing Club B entry and the Sarasota Crew B entry that were closer to the beach, that were sort of vying at least early on as we approach the last 500 meters now for that coveted second place position. It looks to my eye as I'm looking at them now that Miami Rowing Club's B entry is ahead of Sarasota Crew. As we saw in the boys single earlier, though, does Sarasota Crew have some sort of move that they're keeping in their sleeve that they might pull out to find some more speed in these last 500 meters to see if they can track down that second place position? Looks to me like First Coast in lane 4 is sitting in 4th place.
Right. As I was watching them, Sarasota Crew's rowers on their starboard side, which is their right-hand side as we look at them, they got their oars stuck in the water, so that took away some of the momentum. The Miami Rowing Club B entry is continuing to row very cleanly. And they are carrying their oars a little bit higher off the water, which can help them from getting caught in the water. Right now, Miami Rowing Club B appears to be one of the fastest crews on the water. And here comes Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is reaching out there to see whether or not they can come clean out of the water, but they are really putting the pedal to the metal. They've got about a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths to overtake Miami Beach. But Miami Rowing Club is really sitting up tall and jumping on with their legs at the front end and really holding them off.
Miami Beach, they're going to go start to finish. They are 5 strokes from the line to win Heat 1 of the boys varsity double at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. They're going to do it ahead of Miami Rowing Club's B entry, who will also move straight to the final. Sarasota Crew's B entry will go to the repechage or second chance qualifier round, where, as I said, there are a couple more spots in our 8-boat grand final that will be up for grabs. So the Sarasota Crew will finish in 3rd place ahead of First Coast. And then Tampa Prep is going to finish in 5th place. And then it looks like Hillsborough High School will finish in 6th place. So that was Heat 1 of the boys varsity double. Again, top 2 unofficially moving straight through to the final are Miami Beach Rowing Club and their arch rival, Miami Rowing Club B.
Our next race will start in about 3 minutes, which gives you time in order to possibly go up and buy that wonderful souvenir that you need to take home for your child or spouse or whatever that is holding down the fort back at the house, and show them that you love them. Or parents, you can go and buy a regatta T-shirt so that your son and daughter can remember this event. Now we're down at the start line, and we can see that we have 4 boats out of the 6 that are scheduled to be there. So looking up at the top, you can see the crew from Ransom Evergrades in the dark uniform. The crew from University School is right next to them in lane 1. Miami Rowing Club is in lane 3. Serbia Rowing Club is not in the blocks. They're supposed to be in lane 4. Lane 5 is United Sculling. And lane 6 is Team Tampa. So it appears that our boats are pretty much ready to go, with the exception of lane 4. And that's a great view from the drone, getting some perspective. And if the drone pans around further around to the left, we'll be able to see that platform right there where the starter is. Now, what happens is the starter is watching all these crews and will call them once they're getting ready. And you can see that the crew closest to us, Team Tampa, is messing with his speed coach so that he can start it. And it looks like they're getting ready to go. They squared their blades, they're buried in the water, and we're off. A little bit of excitement for the Team Tampa crew, but they've cleaned it up. And United Sculling in that really nice-looking unis, the blue with the red, is off. Miami Rowing Club, University, and Ransom Evergrades. So we are 30 seconds into the boys varsity double heat number 2. And it looks like our early leader is lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. $250 in. Miami Rowing Club has an advantage over the University School. As the drone flies down very shortly, we'll be able to see the marker up in the upper right-hand corner that indicates we have 500 meters down. And that'll be the yellow and black thing that says the distance.
So the shot that you're seeing is Miami Rowing Club.
There's 500
in lane
meters
3
down.
as they finish a third of our 1,500-meter race. They're on the right side of the screen in the white boat with the blue blades. Left side is the University School in lane 2. So those are your top 2 boats. That's what you're seeing in this great drone picture from the east side of the race course near our wave attenuator out here at Nathan Benderson Park. So we did just see Miami Rowing Club's B entry go straight to the final in this boys varsity double boat class. Are we now going to see their A entry go as well? They do have quite a commanding lead, Joe, 25 or 30 meters on that second place boat from the University School. It does look to my eye, if you're looking at that shot, like the boat from Ransom Everglades is sitting in third place. However, we also have a boat in lane 0. Maybe that was the Manatee County boat that didn't show up to the last heat. But you can see still a very commanding lead for Miami Rowing Club.
Indeed. Now, this is a shot from our drone flying along, looking back on the leader. And what I'm seeing, which is really, really nice in the style or technique of this Miami Rowing Club A entry, is when they place the blades in the water, they're really hanging on the oar with their arms straight for as long as possible and using the biggest muscles in their body, which is their legs, in order to really move the boat. And that's an incredibly efficient way of rowing, which they are doing very nicely. You can look out there and see when they place the blade in the water how long their arms are and how they keep those oars away from them as long as possible. If you bend your arms early, what you're doing is you're basically having your legs push against your arms and it wears you out. But by hanging on that oar like the Miami Rowing Club crew in first place is doing, really is very, very efficient. And they are rowing away from this rest of the field to ensure their first place in the final.
We've seen some very good clinical rowing from some of these Miami crews, both Miami Rowing Club and Miami Beach so far this morning. This pair of rowers doing nothing different. They are showing that they have a fair amount of experience together because they look really nice. The bodies are flowing together. The blades are going in the water at the same time. They're doing everything that they should be doing to maximize boat speed. And obviously it is working for them as they're into their last 20 strokes to the line to win the second heat of the boys varsity double at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Still sitting in second place is the boat from the University School. University School with quite the lead on the rest of the remaining field behind them. So we will see exactly how the field finishes up. It's very spaced out, as you can see. But it is Miami Rowing Club with the win in Heat 2. And they'll go straight to the final unofficially. And Lane 2 University School will also move through as they cross the line. And then we'll see as they come through, we'll be able to tell you exactly. It does look like Ransom Everglades School because I'm seeing bow number 1 is that white boat that is at the top of the screen now. You can see on the Jumbotron, and they're trying to hold off this boat from United Sculling in lane 5 in the blue and red jerseys dark boat. Those two boats will go to our second chance qualifier called the repechage round. They like to make us do tricks with our tongue and call it a repechage, as that boat from United Sculling goes across the line ahead of lane 6 Team Tampa. And then there is a boat still out on the race course at about 400 meters to go. And I'm not sure, I'm hypothesizing it might have been the boat that was not in our previous heat, but until they come across the line, we can't give you an exact on who it is. It looked like they had a bit of a stoppage. Maybe it was a crab that stopped the boat, but they're back up and rowing, which is good because Heat 3 is already on the race course behind them.
And now we have a picture from our starting line camera. And we can see some of the crews come out of the water and are very, very balanced. Others are splashing a lot. And when you splash a lot, you're moving the boat sideways, and that really can both slow you down plus give you a lack of confidence what's going on. Looks like our leaders may be from Sarasota Crew over there on the left side of the picture, and then another lane over might be second place oars. So we'll see what happens once we've had a chance to transition to our drone, who is flying back to a new position. All right, so we now see a picture from the drone looking back. He's hovering about 1,000 meters. It looks like our lane 1, Halifax, is doing a very nice job, and they're right up in there. And Treasure Coast is back, and then Sarasota Crew and Oars appear to be in the mix. So we'll see only 2 go to the final, and they've got to resolve this in the next 1,000 meters. Correction, next 750 meters.
So it's 6 boats across. It does look like Sarasota Crew and Oars out in front of the rest of the field. You can see the 2 boats center of the screen and left side of the screen, but going with them is that boat from Halifax. It does look like I was correct, Joe. Manatee County coming across the line. They were the boat that was missing from Heat 1. They raced in Heat 2, and they're going to come across the line right now. Nice and safely, but it is Sarasota Crew and Oars. They continue to battle as they come through the last 500 meters of our 1,500 meter race course. Heat 3 of the boys varsity double. Now, Joe, I've got my eye on Halifax. Is Halifax going to be able to really get into the mix here? They are not far off. They are within striking distance, reasonable striking distance for these last 500 meters to try to put themselves in a qualifying position and eliminate having to row in the repechage round. But it still is Oars and Sarasota Crew, and you can see just how close all 3 of these boats are. This is going to be a great finish in the last 350.
It certainly is. So this is the one where you want to watch the Jumbotron or maybe walk down if you're supporting Sarasota Crew, Oars, or Halifax. But right now it's neck and neck, stroke for stroke. Sarasota Crew, De Niro, Oars, DeBoer, Halifax, Goodale. And right now it appears that Oars is making a move. Can they move out there? They're keeping their heads up. They're really moving right along and are really holding it together. See whether or not that clean blade work coming out will pay a dividend. Sarasota Crew appears to be dropping back about a half a boat length. And it's Sarasota Crew and Oars coming down the finish line.
Halifax is going to have to do something now if they're going to get into the mix. It's going to be really hard with these 2 boats that are going stroke for stroke. It's Oars taking it up again there with 10 to 15 strokes to the line. Sarasota Crew right with them. These 2 boats would unofficially qualify and move through in these positions. And it does look like Oars with a big move there at about 400 meters to go. to take a slight lead on Sarasota Crew, is going to finish ahead of Sarasota Crew by 3/4 of a length at the finish line. So it's going to be Oars and Sarasota Crew moving through to our grand final tomorrow for a big trophy and medals. Finishing up there in third place is Halifax with a great row. They're going to finish ahead of Treasure Coast, who is 7 strokes from the line. Treasure Coast will finish ahead of Boone High School and Melbourne High School, it appears, in that order, as those are your 6 boats finishing up Heat 3 of the boys varsity double at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from beautiful Nathan Benderson Park, Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. My name is David Wyant. I am joined today by my broadcast partner, Joe Dobson. Remember that you can watch the same feed that is on the Jumbotron here that is at our finish line or just adjacent to our finish line tower. You can watch it on the Nathan Benderson Park YouTube channel. It is live on YouTube as you see Melbourne High School finishing up. And that's going to do it for our heats of the boys varsity double boat class. And we're going to move to quads. So it's going to be 4 rowers. And you can see these women are blisteringly onto the race course. These boats are the fastest boats that you're going to see from the girls and boys are these varsity quads. Let me set the field for you, as it looks like everybody currently is in the picture. Maybe we're missing one from the picture, but in lane 0, furthest from the camera, is Sarasota Scullers. That was lane 0. Lane 1 is St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 2 is Sebastian River High School. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, Miami Beach Rowing Club. Lane 5, Treasure Coast Rowing Club. And in lane 6 is Vero Beach Rowing. And you can see, Joe, that Sarasota Crew is in the lead in that gold boat. And they've got about 3/4 of a length. So they've decided, has Sarasota Crew in lane 3, that they want the lead. And they're going to try to play defense. So they've taken that lead as they get closer to 500 meters into this 1,500-meter race course, and they continue to move out, does Sarasota Crew. Joe, second place is the boat just above them on the race course, Sebastian River High School, who has about a half a length on Miami Beach Rowing Club. Top 4 is the progression here. Top 4 will go straight to the grand final. You've got to be in the top 4 to go for the medals and a trophy for your team in this girls varsity quad. And right now you've got just a beautiful shot of Sarasota Crew, pink hats, yellow boat, white blades.
Yes, very, very nice rowing by these young ladies. Beautiful synchronicity. What you want to look for when you're watching rowing is you want to see, are all the bodies moving the same? Are all the oars parallel? You look for anomalies, something, let's say somebody's oar gets stuck or somebody's rowing where their oar isn't completely covered in the water, or you're seeing an angle other than parallel of the oars. And that gives you an indication that somebody is not pulling with the other people. But when you are able to place the blade in the water and pull through exactly the same arc at the same time and come out of the water together like our lead crew here from Sarasota Crew is, that means speed. If you are not doing that, that's going to slow you down. And this crew is really, really doing a very nice job of pulling the boat underneath them. If you watch the stern of the boat, you'll see that it surges forward or to the right on the recovery, which means they're starting the speed or acceleration of the boat halfway down the recovery, which is really giving them a lot of speed and a commanding position in this, our Heat 1.
So the star of the show right now, camera shot for about 500 meters, has been Sarasota Crew. They do have open water on the rest of the field. Of note, Joe, something we haven't really talked a whole lot about is that these boats don't go straight on their own. Well, maybe on their own they do, but they don't always go straight with 4 rowers, 2 rowers, 1 rower, and that comes into play sometimes. Typically, if it's a varsity boat, varsity level boat like we're seeing here with these varsity women's quads, they're going to go pretty straight because especially for the larger teams that are here, these are the top 4 scullers on each respective team. And so they're going to know how to make sure that the boat goes straight, but it doesn't always go straight. And so sometimes there is a steering mechanism in some of these boats. It's typically in the footboard, and the person either in the stern or the bow is going to have to move their feet left or right, which is not easy to do while you're trying to row well. As we see Sarasota Crew with about 30 open meters ahead of still second place, Miami Beach Rowing Club. Miami Beach Rowing Club is ahead of another bright blue shell there of Sebastian River High School in lane 2. Starting to make a little bit of a charge there appears to be St. Thomas Aquinas in lane 1. And trying to go with them is Treasure Coast in lane 5. But they did it early. They did it often. They keep moving away from the field at Sarasota Crew.
Okay, so here's where it gets interesting. For the last position at the top, excuse me, gracious, is St. Thomas Aquinas. They're trying to keep even with Treasure Coast. It's St. Thomas Aquinas and Treasure Coast coming down. It's going to be so very, very close. Can Treasure Coast jack it up? Can St. Thomas Aquinas hold on? Here we go. Last 10 strokes coming into the finish.
Sarasota Crew unofficially ahead at the finish line. They will move through to the final in the girls' varsity quad ahead of Miami Beach. It does look like, Joe, Sebastian River is going to hold off St. Thomas Aquinas, but a great row from St. Thomas Aquinas, a newer program putting boats out here at our FSRA championships. And it does look like they're unofficially going to go straight through to the grand final just ahead of Treasure Coast, who will find themselves in the petite final, along with Sarasota Scullers in the beautiful purple boat coming across the line about 7 strokes from our finish line, who will finish just ahead of Vero Beach Rowing. And that was Heat 1 of the girls' varsity quad. Heat 2 is already on the race course. They're about 300 meters into the race. We'll set the field as soon as we have a good shot of that race. These races coming hot and heavy with that little bit of delay that we had this morning for weather-related fog reasons. Let me set the field for you furthest from the camera, top of the screen. In lane 0, it's Team Tampa B entry. In lane 1, it's Team Tampa A entry. So we've got 8 teammates in adjacent lanes. In lane 2, Plant High School. Lane 3, First Coast. Lane 4, Gainesville. Lane 5, First Coast B. And in lane 6, Sarasota Crew B. So we have 2 First Coast boats, 2 Team Tampa boats in this Heat 2 of the girls' varsity quad. Again, top 4 is what we're looking for to move through to the grand final.
And again, this is a place where the number of lanes we have really pays a big dividends. Most race courses only have 6 lanes. We have 8, and we're using 7 out of those 8 lanes. Only the lane closest to the beach, which is lane 7, is not in use. We can see our early leaders, which is First Coast and Plant High School. And they're going stroke for stroke because you can look down and see the line of buoys going from your lower right-hand side to up there, and they're perfectly straight. And it looks like First Coast has about a half a length over Plant High School at this juncture.
What I'm looking at, Joe, is the boats on the left side of the screen, Jumbotron, whatever you're watching this on YouTube, because those 3 boats are connected. And again, only top 4 are going to move through. So you have 2 boats that are out in front as they come through the halfway point. It does appear to be Plant High School and it looks like the boat from First Coast. And then on the left side of the screen there, the light blue jerseys, that's Gainesville. Just above and top left of the screen is Team Tampa A. And then it looks like the other First Coast boat is also there, right there in the mix. Those 3 boats, one of them is going to be left out of the grand final. as this race continues to progress down the race course. You can see the black and yellow sign right side of the screen. Getting closer are our leaders to it. That will be 500 meters to go. So we are almost 2/3 of the way through the race. First Coast taking what appears to be the lead on Plant High School, but you can see those two boats are open water of about 25-30 meters ahead of their competitors. So they can play defense a little bit. We'll see which one of the two wants to win this heat and put themselves in a favored lane for the grand final. We may not see any move from either of them until the very end of this race, as they are extremely close. But we still have those three boats vying for only 2 spots in the grand final. Who's it going to be? Gainesville, First Coast A, Team Tampa A. Who's going to get into those spots? It looks like Gainesville took a bit of a move there, Joe. They're sitting in a solid third-place position, trying to go with them as First Coast, trying to go with them as Team Tampa A.
Exactly. So that's worthy of note. Our leader right now is First Coast B, and they are really moving very nicely on the field, very relaxed. Plant High School is currently in second place in the yellow boat. And then, as David indicated, our solid third-place boat is Gainesville. Now, who's going to be moving in?
Sarasota Crew B also trying to make a move to get in the mix, but it does look like currently the boat from Team Tampa is trailing the First Coast A boat, as well as Gainesville. So right now it's Gainesville trying to hang on ahead of First Coast A. First Coast B is going to win this thing. They're going to put themselves unofficially in the grand final of this girls' varsity quad boat class, and they'll do it ahead of Plant High School. And then we're going to have connection here for third and fourth place. The two boats that really asserted themselves out of that pack of 3 that we talked about with 500 meters to go are Gainesville and the other First Coast boat, the First Coast A entry. As Sarasota Crew just misses out, they're going to finish in 5th place unofficially, a length ahead of Team Tampa. As the other Team Tampa boat looks like they are finishing up, about 200 meters to go. So unofficially, it was First Coast B, it was Plant High School, it was Gainesville, and it was First Coast A moving to the grand final tomorrow in the girls' varsity quad. We do have another race on the race course, and it is the boys' varsity quads because of entries, slightly more than the women's installment of the event. We have 3 heats. When we have 3 heats, as you know from this morning, that means the top 2 are going to go straight to the final. Look at this drone shot, Joe, and look how close these boats are up front.
Wow, that they are really connected. So as David indicated, only 2 out of these 3 boats which are currently out there, and that is Miami Beach, and Manatee. The crew in the black boat to the top is Manatee High School. They're currently in 3rd place. Miami Rowing Club in the white unis with the black boat and the blue oars with the one single stripe. They are in 1st place. And then Miami Beach is solid 2nd place in this, our first heat of the boys' varsity quad. So it appears that Manatee is starting to drop back on the field, whereas Miami Rowing Club in the black boat and Miami Beach in the white boat are maintaining contact. That means there's overlap.
Yeah, can Manatee County...
It was Miami
there's a crab
Beach.
in Miami Beach, and that brings Manatee County a bit closer to Miami Beach. Manatee County's got to make a decision here. They can look over and they can see that they have an overlap with Miami Beach. They're going to have to continue to go with Miami Beach. I'm not sure anybody's going to track down Miami Rowing Club at this point because they have a commanding lead. As they come through the halfway point, does Miami Rowing Club on your screen, if you're watching at home or here on the Jumbotron, it's going to be difficult for anybody to track down Miami at this point because they can just play defense. But you know what, Joe? As we often see, catching a crab sometimes puts a jolt of speed back into a boat, and usually the adrenaline of the fact that the crab occurred will make the boat go faster, and that's exactly what we saw with Miami Beach, because you saw that Manatee got within about a half a length of Miami Beach when that bobble happened in that Miami Beach boat, and now there's open water between Miami Beach and Manatee County.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like you said, it'll spur a lot of anxiety and send a lot of adrenaline. The question is, will you pay for it? Now, what I'm seeing with the Miami Beach boat is they are really have an emphasis of accelerating the oar into their body in the last part of the rowing stroke. And they are really sending it very hard. Now, whether or not they can maintain this remains to be seen, but that idea of accelerating the oar into the body and trying to send the speed up is a technique that's used quite often. Now, the compare and contrast that one to Manatee, it's a little bit calmer, and whether or not that makes a difference in the speed remains to be seen. But there goes Miami Rowing Club, and they are just really moving away from the field with at least 3 lengths of open water.
Yes, as I said, it's going to be difficult for anybody to catch that very well-rowed Miami Rowing Club boat. They continue to lead commandingly, and Miami Beach is also in a very commanding second place. So these two longtime rival teams out of the Miami area do appear to be the two that are going to move through from Heat 1 of the boys varsity quad straight to the final. They will avoid having to row in the second chance qualifier repechage round. It's also nice to see that even with quite a bobble, a mistake at some point there in the first half of the race, Miami Beach did not let it get to them, and they still decided to row their race, get themselves into that grand final. It's going to be a nice finish between Sarasota Crew B and Manatee County, with Manatee County finishing about 3/4 of a length ahead of Sarasota Crew B, who will finish ahead of Melbourne High School. Those are your 5, finishing up from Heat 1 of the boys varsity quad. And it looks like the next race has not started, so we may get most of it as we get our start line camera. And it looks like everybody's sitting ready. Why don't I set the field while we have this beautiful picture of them all? In lane 1, furthest from the camera, is Pinecrest. Lane 2, 1 lane closer, is Vero Beach. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew A. Lane 4 is the Bowles School. Lane 5 is Tampa Prep. And in lane 6 is the Bowles School B entry. There is a lot of commotion if you go to a start line, particularly if you're watching a 4 or 8 rower race. A lot of commotion, a lot of sounds, and these boats go from 0 to full speed as quickly as they can do it, but very quickly. I always encourage people, if you have a bike or you can rent one or you want to jog down to the start line, you don't have to go but 1,500 meters today to see the start, but there's just a lot of things happening, really a lot of noise, particularly in these quads.
I'd like to kind of piggyback on what you're saying there, David. If you really want to see what's going on and get a real sense of what's going on, volunteer to be a stake boat holder. Not only will you get a T-shirt and probably some food, but you'll be down there and you'll be actually able to see the action. And it's just an incredible sight down there. And what you'll see is the explosion of things and how things going, and be able to be up close with the athletes. So please consider volunteering to be a stake boat holder. You won't regret it.
It is quite the volunteer position. On a day like today that's totally beautiful and not too hot yet, it is bearable. And being out there is an incredible way to see a start because, as you have seen, these stake boat holders, their eye line is right on the water. It's a couple inches higher than the water, and you're physically holding on to one of these boats before it goes. So when they all go, you're seeing it from a position that very few people ever get to see. As you see Sarasota Crew out in front, and it's the Bowles School just below them in that blue boat in lane 4, sitting in second place. Again, you got to be top 2. Third place is a boat above and to the left on the screen of Sarasota Crew, which is Vero Beach Rowing.
They have 750 meters left to go. And the crew from Sarasota Crew is really using this. This is something I think Casey Galvanic likes to see them to push with their legs and swing with their back to really hold that momentum. Not necessarily jerking it with their arms, but they really use their momentum in order to get the boat moving. So they start off with their legs, and then they swing their back, and that's really sending the boat really very cleanly and very fast in this lead crew from Sarasota Crew.
Sarasota Crew in the gold boat, 500 meters to go in their 1,500-meter race here in Heat 2 of the boys varsity quad. Left side of the screen, you saw there briefly Vero Beach, and I believe Pinecrest was the other boat that was in that shot. As we watch Sarasota Crew, you can see that the blade work is quite clinical. The blades are going in at the same time, coming out at the same time. Left side of the screen, blue boat, kind of blends in with the water just a little bit, continues to be the Bowles School, and they're sitting in second place. They do have open water on third place, which is Vero Beach. So can Bowles hang on to that second place spot as Sarasota Crew gets into the last 200 meters?
Very, very nice blade work from the Bowles School. You cannot see any dissimilarities or anomalies in their blades as they are moving up towards the catch, carrying a lot of speed. So it looks like they're going to be in very good stead for the final as they come in second place from this heat.
Sarasota Crew showing a finish here. Maybe not the exact finish they're going to show tomorrow, but unofficially they're going to move through to the grand final in the boys varsity quad, winning it by about 5 boat lengths of open water ahead of the Bowles School. The Bowles School is going to hang on for that second spot. They will not have to row in the second chance qualifier. And they have a very similar gap back to third place, Vero Beach, that Sarasota Crew had on them. So fairly spaced out field. Finishing in fourth place is going to be Pinecrest, and they will finish ahead of Tampa Prep in the burgundy and yellow or burgundy and gold jerseys, and then the Bowles School B entry. So there were 2 boats from the Bowles School. One of them went straight through to the final. That was the A entry. The B entry is going to go to the second chance qualifier round as they finish up their heat of the boys varsity quad.
Oh, what a beautiful shot from our start line camera.
Everybody has gold in their uniforms.
Yeah,
Gold and blue are the 2 colors that we see most out of these Florida programs. Setting the field, dropping back early there. I don't know if they missed a stroke, but lane 1 is Cape Coral. Lane 2 is Team Tampa. Lane 3 is Belen Jesuit. Lane 4 is South Orlando. Lane 5, Plant High School, and in lane 6 is Berkeley Prep. And
Belen Jesuit, like they quite often do, blasted off the line and tried to assert themselves and now have about a half a length on the field where the crew from Plant High School is in second, and up on the top we see Cape Coral, Tampa, Team Tampa holding in there. So here we go, and very, very upright, solid position from Belen Jesuit, continuing to press their advantage.
You can see second place is Team Tampa just above them on the screen. So Belen Jesuit in the bright gold boat, half a length of open water ahead of Team Tampa. Team Tampa with about the same gap, about a half a length of open water ahead of Plant High School, who's bottom left of the screen. Top two, got to be top two. So Plant High School is going to have to do what they can to try to stay in the mix with Team Tampa and Belen Jesuit and not let themselves drop back any much more here in the middle part of this race. Give themselves a chance in the last 500. It looks very controlled, Joe, though, by Belen Jesuit out there in the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Belen Jesuit is using a relatively new oar design called the comp blade, which is a little bit shorter as far as the overall length, but deeper, like a Fat 2 smoothie. And it's a blade that is very, very nice as far as its loading profile and getting more and more acceptance. But right now, it looks like that crew from Belen Jesuit continues to walk away, and the crew from Plant High School is falling off somewhat with Team Tampa. Now got open water on them from lane 2.
Fairly, excuse me, similar to what we saw in the last heat right now. Out of Sarasota crew was sort of way out in front with a nice gap. And we're seeing that from Belen Jesuit. They're going to be able to play defense. They can probably hold their finish back. Obviously, you got to go across the line at a competitive speed, but that doesn't mean that they've got to jack up the stroke rating to 40 strokes a minute and go 110% to finish this thing off. As they approach the last 500 meters, they look pretty unflappable up there, does Belen Jesuit. As you can see, about a 35-meter open water lead ahead of Team Tampa. Team Tampa, as you mentioned, Joe, has moved out to about a 2-boat length advantage on Plant High School, who's sitting in third place. Got to be top two. So can Plant find something in these last 500 meters to try to track down Team Tampa? That's kind of what's remaining here, at least for the top two positions, as I'm looking at fourth place South Orlando pretty well behind Plant High School. South Orlando is ahead of Berkeley Prep, and Berkeley Prep appears to be ahead of Cape Coral in that order as those boats come through 500 meters to go.
Right. It's just absolutely beautiful blade work in this wonderful conditions here with a little bit of a tailwind now. It feels like the front has passed. But these crews are just really very, very technically sound. You can see the same distance between the chest and the back of the rowers throughout all these crews, how well they row together. There's nobody rushing back and forth. And it's like driving an internal combustion engine where you have all 4 cylinders matched up properly with a nice cam and really sending it through with our lead crew of Belen Jesuit going across the line now with the horn. And here comes Team Tampa.
As I predicted, Belen Jesuit not having to show their full finish speed. So unofficially, it's going to be Belen Jesuit and Team Tampa moving through to the A final, avoiding the repechage round. Plant High School will find themselves unofficially in that repechage round as they come across the line in third place. South Orlando, bright green hats, have a commanding fourth place right now that they are holding ahead of Berkeley Prep and Cape Coral. Those are your 6 boats as we finish up Heat 3 of the boys varsity quad at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Welcome back to the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. The first race that we are going to start the second half of this morning with is the girls' junior single. And it appears we're going to have 2 heats. If you remember from this morning, that means top 4 are going to go straight to the final. You got to be top 4, excuse me, to move through straight to the final in this girls' junior single event. Want to remind everybody who is out here today at the park, doesn't exactly pertain if you are watching at home on YouTube, but if you're out here at the park, our park is only as beautiful as you leave it. So please pick up after yourselves. Make sure that you check the receptacles that you're throwing waste in. Some of them are recycling receptacles, and we shouldn't make the volunteers sift through those to try to figure out if you threw a half-eaten sandwich into them. Let's keep the park nice and clean and pick up after yourselves when you leave today and as you go. And also always remember that even on an overcast day here in Sarasota, Bradenton, that you should be drinking water and you should be using sunscreen. Let me set the field for you. You can see the boats. They are in the stake docks. We have 7 boats across, starting in lane 0 in that pink boat furthest from the camera is Miss Alfie of Gulliver Prep. In lane 1, we have Miss Strange of Lake County Rowing Association. In lane 2, we have Miss Franquero of Manatee County. In lane 3, we have Miss Hurley of North Orlando. Lane 4 is United Sculling's Miss Balda. Lane 5 is Miss Seiler of Plant High School in that gold boat. And in lane 6 is Miss Mayes of Cape Coral Rowing Club. As you start to see these women, sit ready. Here we go. This is the first race of the second half of the morning. And kicking off our junior events, this is heat 1 of the girls' junior single. Top 4, top 4 are going to move through to the grand final. So we'll see the strategies early. Do you put yourself in the top 4? Do you go out for a lead and play defense? All of the different strategies come into play. These girls' junior rowers are juniors in high school or younger. That's how the event is set up. So you can't have any seniors, or really I think there may be an age cutoff above which you cannot compete in a junior event. The idea being that you're going to find some similar speeds from athletes that are in similar grade levels and ages. Nice shot from behind from our start line camera of this race. It's coming down. Again, top 4 is what we're looking for. Until we get the drone shot, I can't really tell you where these boats stand in terms of relative to one another. But it is 7 boats across for only 4 places in the grand final. Does look like the boat in lane 3 from North Orlando is out in front. And then it's really a very close race behind. Does look like lanes 0 through 2, so that's Gulliver Prep, Lake County and Manatee County, are all pretty close to one another, such as within a couple of strokes if they decide to take a power move or take up the stroke rating. Those are your top 4 at the moment. 5th place looks like Plant High School's Miss Seiler in that gold boat. Can't miss it on the screen. But the lead has become a commanding one for Hurley of North Orlando. About 4 boat lengths of open water. And then you can see stroke for stroke Manatee County and Lake County in the adjacent lanes just above your leader on the screen. Those 2 white boats. And the pink boat going with them, Miss Alfie of Gulliver Prep. So as they come through 500 meters, they're into the middle 500 meters of the race. We talk about this all the time in terms of trying to maintain boat speed through the middle part of the race. It often leads to good results. It's particularly after about the halfway point, your adrenaline starts wearing off. You're trying to do what you can to maintain your boat speed as best you can. Right now, Miss Hurley is putting on a bit of a clinic. You can see the puddles. You can see that the boat is moving nice and straight down the lane there in lane 3. And for 11:15 a.m., we have beautiful flat water here at Nathan Benderson Park. And just great conditions for these singles. I know all of these women are likely extremely happy that the wind and the water are not going to play a big part in this race, and it leaves them to row their race the way that they'd like it to be rowed and not have to worry about those external factors. So right now it continues to be Hurley of North Orlando out in front. To my eye, it looks like Strange of Lake County maybe sitting in second place. The boats that were in the top 4 continue to be in the top 4. Lake County Strange, Manatee County's Franquero, and Gulliver Prep's Alfie. As they come through halfway, approach the last 500 meters. This is the girls' junior single, Heat 1, top 4 to the final. Field a bit spaced out. The boat that's kind of dropped back a little bit of those 4 that we have been talking about is Miss Franquero of Manatee County. And to my eye, Miss Seiler of Plant High School is now in the mix, maybe sitting in 4th place now, may have overtaken Manatee County. Either way, those 2 boats fighting for that 4th position at the moment as they come into the last 500 meters of our 1,500 meters. So it's 250 meters left for your leader, Hurley, trying to go start to finish. Representing North Orlando in lane 3. Second place does appear to be Strange of Lake County. Really good race going on. 3 boats. Seiler of Plant High School in the gold boat. Franquero of Manatee County in lane 2. And Alfie in the pink boat from Gulliver Prep in the lane 0. One of those boats is going to be left out of the grand final. If you have a teammate, you have a friend, you have a family member in this race, and they're going for top 4, get out to the beach, make sure that they hear you. It always helps. I can tell you as an athlete, it always helps. You're always hearing the cheers. But it continues to be Hurley of North Orlando in the bright orange visor, who is finishing up last 20 strokes or so to the line to win this junior girls single Heat 1, put herself in the grand final, and eliminate having to row again this afternoon in the repechage. Second place is definitely the boat from Lake County, Miss Strange. And as I suspected, it does appear that getting into the 4th place mix here is Plant High School's Seiler. I think she's just behind Alfie of Gulliver Prep. Franquero of Manatee County is going to have to really wind it up in these last 7 strokes to try to get into the mix. But I think she's just going to run out of water. So it's going to be Lake County moving through. It's going to be Gulliver Prep and Plant High School also moving through, as Miss Seiler did it in style there with a capsize after she unofficially qualified for the grand final. Lane 6, Cape Coral, Miss Mayes coming across the line just ahead of United Sculling's Miss Balda. So that was our first race of the second half of the morning. That was the girls' junior single, Heat 1. Heat 2 is already on the race course and 500 meters in. As I welcome Joe back to the booth. Again, this is Heat 2 of the girls' junior single. Top 4 is what we're looking for. As I look down the race course, it does look like this one has some meat on the bone still, Joe. There's still some very close racing going on. It does appear to me that the boat from Holy Names in lane 3, Miss Mitchell, is out in front of the field. Behind Miss Mitchell, it's anyone's guess as to what's going on. We'll get a drone shot here shortly as they come through the halfway point.
Excellent. In the meantime, our judge referees are doing a great job of clearing the course of one of the rowers that left it all on the course. Miss Seiler is getting back into her single, and will be able to get out of the way by the time the other crews finish. They are approximately 750 meters or halfway through. Our early leader is in lane 3, which is Miss Mitchell of the Academy of Holy Names. And then after that, it is extremely close between lanes 1, 2, 4, and 5, where 3 out of 4 of those young ladies will go on to the final. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going on. We have a nice drone shot right now. You can see the Academy of the Holy Names rower really just keeping herself very long and just managing her her energy quite nicely. The young lady from United Sculling up there, and it looks like a Cuccetti aqua-colored boat, is in second place. Sarasota Oars is in third place. And then we've got ourselves a nice battle between Sarasota Crew in the white boat and Jacksonville Episcopal in another white boat with a red uni. So there is our battle for the last final place to go up into the final directly. And it's going to be between Sarasota Crew's Miss Riley and Miss Wilmot from Jacksonville Episcopal.
Watching Mitchell of Holy Names, excuse me, she's got a lot more speed. Her, you can see just how low her stroke rating is. And she's been out in front the whole time. She's had a pretty commanding lead. She's just playing defense. But we're going to have to remember that this is not how she is going to look in the grand final, I would imagine, in terms of the rowing. Very controlled, very low stroke rating, continuing to lead the field. And as Joe mentioned, it looks like United Sculling and Oars are sitting in second and third place respectively. And then we have this great side-by-side, Sarasota Crew and Jacksonville Episcopal, Riley and Wilmot. These two girls going stroke for stroke, a little bit side-by-side. There's a little bit of overlap. It does look like I'm watching the pink hat of Riley start to wind it up a little bit, start to find a little speed and see if she can move away from Miss Wilmot of Jacksonville Episcopal. But it's this low controlled stroke rating of Mitchell from Academy of the Holy Names. 7 strokes from the finish line to win Heat 2 of the girls' junior single here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. And in that really good-looking green boat, United Sculling, Miss Scott is going to finish in second place in lane 1 and unofficially stamp her spot in the grand final ahead of Miss Dudek of Oars out of lane 2. And it's still a race. There still is maybe a slight overlap, but it does look like Sarasota Crew's Riley is going to hang on to that fourth place position and unofficially qualify for the final without having to race in the B final. She's going to go straight through as our progression is top 4. Just missing out is Wilmot of Jacksonville Episcopal, who gave Riley everything she had. And then finishing behind her is Miss Gillum of South Orlando. And then we're going to see Miss Diaz of Miami Rowing Club finish ahead of Miss Camprath of Hillsborough High School. So that was Heat 2 of the girls' junior single. Everything that we say is unofficial, so check the results when they go official online. But it was Academy of the Holy Names with a very controlled row. As I said, we haven't seen all the speed from Miss Mitchell yet. We'll remember that for the grand final tomorrow. The next event, which is, you can see lined up, they're getting ready to go, is the boys junior single heat 1. There are 3 heats. So if you remember, top 2 are going to go straight to the final. The next 2 after that, so places 3 and 4, will go to the repechage. And then the 5th place boat will go to the petite final. So you got to finish, it appears, top 5 to move through the progression to race again in this hotly contested boys junior single event.
Beautiful camera shot by our finish line camera. Thank you very, very much. You can see the athletes turning around, looking down the buoy line to make sure their bows are pointed straight down. Trust me, if you're not pointed straight, you don't want to start. And then right before they get going, they may reach down and start their speed coach, which is a piece of computer equipment that receives GPS information, actually tell you what's going on. So expect that our middle crews, which are lanes 2 and 3, might be jumping out, and that's what happened. Lane 2 was shot out of a cannon. Mr. Santiste of Pinecrest, and going with him is North Orlando's, lane 012. Yeah, Pinecrest. He is out on the early lead. Vero Beach and Sora are in the play as well. So we've got ourselves a beautiful shot from our drone overhead, and you can see that there is an overlap between all 5 crews shown here on the picture. Starting up with Pinecrest B up on the top. Then Pinecrest A has a little bit of a lead. And then down at the bottom in that beautiful green boat from Sora is Mr. De La Esprella.
So these are your 5 boats that have a shot early. We're only a minute 15 in. The only one that's not in the picture is North Orlando's Fitzgerald in lane 1. But any of these boats, again, you got to be top 2 if you want to go straight to the final. And then you got to be top 4 if you want to still have a chance to make the A final, because places 3 and 4 will go to the repechage round. So it does look like now taking the lead is Mr. De La Esprella of Sora in lane 5 in that bright green boat that helps us out when we're watching the picture. Second place is the boat from Pinecrest, Mr. Stanis in lane 2. And maybe a slight amount of open water, maybe just a couple of feet there to the boat from Vero Beach Rowing in lane 3, which is Mr. Mazzi. Still staying in the mix is Pinecrest B, Mr. Cornick, all the way at the top of the screen. And then you can see Mr. Marble of Sarasota Crew far left of the screen. This is Heat 1 of the boys' junior single. Top 2 straight through to the grand final. Next 2 to the repechage, and next 1 to the petite final.
I love the color of that boat there, David. Really makes it easy to see.
That's always something that we enjoy out of these boats when they're out here. Anything that helps us out in identifying the different crews. One thing that's also very interesting is when you're in one of these outside lanes, I would say, as Mr. De La Esprella is in lane 5, he really only has to look one way in order to see the competitors that are on his heels. Makes it easier because he's not having to sort of look both ways at any point. Realistically, he'd like to not have to look at anyone at all, but obviously there is a fair amount of self-motivation that goes into rowing a race by yourself, and it's easier for him to only be looking to his right to see second, third, fourth, fifth place.
One of the things I'm really enjoying watching Mr. Australia's technique is as he pulls the oar into his body, he kind of holds it for a second or just an instant in order to collect themselves and let the boat glide right there from the release. And that little tiny mini pause really doesn't mean he has small hands. No, it means that the boat has a chance to really glide and makes it very, very efficient.
So it's De La Espriella from South Orlando Rowing Association out in front. Who's going to finish second? You got to be that coveted second place position in order to move through, straight through to the A final, not row in the repechage round. Everybody's starting to wind it up. That is for sure. It does look like Vero Beach, Mazzy really starting to go.
He's going to have to go because up on the top, with a little bit of steering issues going into the other person's lane, is the crew from Pinecrest. It doesn't really matter. You can row in any lane you want just as long as you don't hinder anybody else.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. They sort of switched lanes, so to speak, but it didn't make any difference in the racing. So it is lane 5. It's Sora out in front. 5 strokes from the line to win the first heat of the boys' junior single and move straight through to the grand final. And that big finish that was being put on up there, I think it might be by Fitzgerald. It's either Fitzgerald or Stenise. It's hard to tell because they're
lane 2.
It's hard to tell because their jerseys are very similar. It looks like Stenise. He's just going to come up short because a great last 500 meters from Mr. Matzi of Vero Beach has him straight into the grand final. And then going to straight to the petite final is the rower from Sarasota Crew, Mr. Marble. So to recap, your winner was Sora. Second place, Vero Beach. They will go straight to the grand final. It was Stenise and either Fitzgerald or Cornick going straight to the repechage. And then it is Marble going straight to the B final. So that's how they finished up. Check the official results as we have another race already on the race course. It's the boys junior single heat 2, same progression. So if you don't want to race again except for medals, you got to be top 2. If you want to race again for a chance at the grand final and medals, you've got to be top 4. And if you finish in 5th place, you'll find yourself in the B final at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Full day of racing today, full day of racing tomorrow. All of the championship races tomorrow where we give out medals and trophies. Looking at the rowers from behind, doesn't tell you much in terms of where they stand, but as I look down the race course, to my eye, it appears that Mr. Borneman of Cape Coral is out in front. He's in lane 3. Pretty commanding lead. And then again, you got to be top 2. It does look like we've got some good speed going on from a couple of other crews. It looks like Long of Sebastian River. It also looks like Zakaria of Rocks, as well as also in the mix potentially is Casaretti of Sora. As we start to see them get closer to the shots that will help us out, we will really be able to pick out who is in the mix. But you can see there's a fair amount of bunched up boats here. Again, you got to be top 4 to continue to row for a position in the final. Doesn't mean you're getting a medal today, but for a position in the final, you've got to finish top 4. Right now, out in the lead continues to be Borneman of Cape Coral.
Yeah, this looks like has the potential of being a really excellent race with Borneman of Cape Coral uh, with a lead over Sebastian Rivers, Mr. Long. Now, where it gets interesting, though, is with Mr. Casaretti from Sora out in lane 6, closest to us on Regatta Island, and then Mr. Zachariah of Rocks. So the first two, as David's been saying, go directly to the final, but the next two have a chance to go into the repechage or second chance. So Sora has a long history with the Davison family of some real speed. Ben Davison, who rose for his dad Terry, has won the Head of the Charles and was the U.S. Rowing Athlete of the Year. So let's see what happens right now. It looks like Sora is starting to make a big move, trying to go into Sebastian River and see if he can take it. Here comes Sora on the outside, closest to us. Can Sora move? Will Sebastian Rivers Long response? Long is good for him because he's really reaching out, but with a much higher stroke rating. There goes Casaretti. Will he be able to overtake Long? But in the meantime, Cape Coral's Mr. Borneman's holding on. Here we go. We got ourselves a boat race, everybody. Coming down the finish line. It is Casaretti closest to the beach, and it is Long. Who's gonna finish? Here we go. It's gonna be a great race. There goes Casaretti. He is jumping it up as fast as he can. Can he overtake Long?
Here they come. It's going to come right down to the tape. This is the first maybe photo finish we've had all day long. It is going to be Cape Coral's Borneman who's going to win this heat. And is Casaretti going to finish it off here? This huge charge from Hunsucker of Sarasota Crew had him go from 5th place in the last 500 meters to maybe even 3rd place at the finish line. That was a photo finish, but it is Casaretti who took that second spot in the grand final in that bright green hat with just a tremendous last 250 meters to get past Long. And then it looked to me like Hunsucker might have also gotten past Long, but those are your top 4. So they will all have a chance to row in the grand final. Finishing then in 5th place, going to the B final, is Mr. Zachariah of Rocks, who will finish ahead of Team Tampa's Santos, and then North Orlando's Stees. So that was Heat 2 of the boys' junior single. Very exciting finish. 3 boats very close to one another. Looked like a photo finish between 3rd and 4th place because it looked like Mr. Long stopped before the finish line, and that gave Mr. Hunsucker possibly the advantage right at the tape. We're off with Heat 3 of the boys' junior single. Same progression. This is just Heat 3 of the event. Let me set the field for you as you see them move away from the start line. In lane 1, we have Tampa Catholic. Lane 2, Miami Beach. Lane 3, Palm River. Lane 4, Oars. And in lane 6, we have Halifax. Looks pretty bunched up. I mean, we're watching a shot that doesn't tell us a ton, but it does look pretty bunched up, particularly on the left side of the screen. Those 3 rowers look like they're really stroke for stroke. O'Donnell from Tampa Catholic, Politev of Miami Beach, and Roger of Palm River. Looks like your leader is probably Tapia of Oars in that orange boat. And you can't tell from the angle, but it looks like the rower from Halifax, Leighton, may be right there as well.
Yeah, we'll find out shortly from our drone, and there it is. What a beautiful shot. Look at that water. Man, oh, Manischewitz, that's fantastic. The gentleman, as David says, Mr. Tapia from Oars, has just really moved out on the field. He's got about 4 lengths of open water early, so he is extremely efficient and very powerful. And then you could put a line over the next 3 crews. So as we zoom back out, you'll be able to see that Tampa Catholic's O'Donnell, Miami Beach's Politev, and Rogers from Palm River are just overlapping, which means that there's no open water if you look at the whole aggregate. Right now, the crew that's trailing somewhat may be Mr. O'Donnell, but he is still in the fray. So we're going to figure out who's going to be who's who in the zoo here real soon, where only the top 2 go to the right to the finals. And it looks like Mr. Tapia from Oars is cementing his place as we go about 3 minutes into the first 750 of this course.
Yeah, Mr. Tapia of Oars definitely out in front. We've seen a lot of these races this morning, particularly the singles, where one crew has a pretty commanding lead. I can't wait for these finals, because then these rowers that have had these commanding leads are going to be able to match up with similar speeds from other heats that were also winners. But Tapia there in the orange boat, again, helping us out with the equipment, does have a very easy-looking lead. Stroke rating's not super high. He just is enjoying this flat water. He's probably enjoying the fact that he has such a lead, and he'll be able to sort of put it into cruise mode to some extent as he is into the last 500 or comes into the last 500 meters. You can see those signs at the top of the race course come into play. That's 500 meters to go.
Now, as our drone will drop out and get back a little bit, we'll be able to see how tight it is for that most important second place, where Palm River and Miami Beach are right beside each other. So that is your race right there, right in the center of your screen. And it looks like the crew from Palm River is lower stroke rate than Miami Beach. We'll see whether or not that will help him out. But it's going to be very, very interesting coming down here and see who will, once they get the red buoys, will they jack up their rating and start trying to assert themselves in order to get into the last qualifying position to go directly to the final. So you look up there and you'll see the yellow oars of Palm River, and then above that is Miami Beach. We'll see whether or not who's going to move, who's going to assert themselves, but they were almost dead even coming into the last 350 meters. All right, so here we go. It's Palm River and Miami Beach. Palm River and Miami Beach. Will Palm River be able to hold on? Will Beach hold them off? There goes the Beach. There goes. He just jacked up his rating. And the guy from Palm River did not. We'll see whether or not he can. Here it comes, coming right down here to the finish in the last 250 meters. There goes the Beach. The Beach is Politev. He's trying to move away. Will Palm River stay long and efficient? Can he hold him off at the higher rating? We're coming down to the last 300 strokes. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Will Palm River jack up his rating? There he goes a little bit. Miami Beach is a little bit higher, but he's not holding him off. There goes Palm River. It's Palm River and Miami Beach coming down to the finish line. The last 15 strokes right now.
Here we go. It's going to be a win, it appears, for Tapia of Oars, but we still have this race very contested. Politev does look like he has a slight advantage on Roger. Can he hang on? He's got about a half a length, maybe now pulling away in the last couple of strokes. It does look like Politev is going to take that second place position, go straight to the grand final in a hard-fought last 500 meters, just ahead of Roger of Palm River, who will have to race again in the repechage for a chance at the grand finals, as will the boat from Tampa Catholic High School, Mr. O'Donnell, who we will also see in the repechage round as he finishes up just ahead of Halifax's Mr. Layton, who will go straight to the B final.
That was great. I love to see a tight race like that where, you know, it really pays a tremendous dividend to hard work on the erg and stuff like that, to be able to maintain your technique when your body's screaming, your body's sitting there, yelling, "No, don't do this to me. Oh my God." And both those rowers did what they talk about at Henley over in England. They put their hands in the fire, and they held their hands in the fire as it kept on burning, getting hotter and hotter. And they were very, very courageous in order to really show how hard they could go. And those two crews did a great job from Miami Beach and Palm River in that last heat.
On the race course, excuse me, through 500 meters. It is the girls' lightweight single. This is a race for lanes. What does that mean? That means all 8 of these boats will be in the grand final. There's only 8 entries. They will all be racing for a trophy and medals tomorrow in the grand final of the girls' lightweight single event. There are 8 competitors. I'll go through them as you see on the screen, all 8 of these boats. Obviously, the strategy could be drastically different in a race for lanes than in a race where you've got to make a certain position to move through in the progression. All 8 of these women, barring some sort of illness or injury, will be in the race tomorrow. In lane 0, we have Sarasota Cruz Miss Stevens. In lane 1, we have Miss Snaith of South Orlando. Lane 2, we have Miss Wodovich of Palm River. Lane 3, Miss Wartell of Jacksonville Episcopal. Lane 4, Miss Tawari of Ransom Everglades. Lane 5, Miss Deal of Melbourne High School. Lane 6, Miss Raymond Moore of Hillsborough High School. And in lane 7 is Miss Port of Academy of the Holy Names. What an appropriate name for somebody who is in a water sport, a boating sport. Miss Port there in lane 7. Does look like, as I'm looking down the race course and as they come through the halfway point, if I had to give a lead to somebody, it looks like it's the boat from, well, it looks like it might be Jacksonville Episcopal based upon the unisuit, although it appears to be the lane of Palm River.
Right.
Wodovich.
Yeah, I think there's more orange than red in that.
But again, it's a race for lanes. So what you're trying to do here, I mean, if you win it, what it's going to mean is that you're going to have the most favorable lane draw for the final. And it moves out from there. So if you finish second, you have the second best lane draw. If you finish 8th, you have the worst lane draw. You're going to be on one of the outside lanes, likely, depending on conditions, tomorrow for that grand final. This is the women's lightweight single race for lanes as they approach 500 meters to go.
So what constitutes a favorable lane? If you're in the middle and there's no crosswind or other things, you're in a position where you can easily see your competition. You can look to the left or you can look to the right and get an idea of where you're at. But let's say you're over there in lane 1 or 0, like the gal from Sarasota Crew, Miss Stevens. She has to look way, way over to her left to see if there's anybody that's way over there that may be overtaking her. Now, here at Nathan Benderson Park, every single lane is fair. The water is dredged to at least 5 meters, about 5 meters of depth, so there's no resistance layer of reflective sound waves going down off the hull and slowing you down. This is a lake, so therefore there's no current. I mean, this is the best one of the best places to row in the world. So here we go. It looks like it's going to be our friend Miss Wodovich from Palm River, Sarasota Cruz Miss Stevens, and then 3 lanes from the left will be Miss Deal from Melbourne in a position to get 3rd.
And overlapped with Deal, or maybe just a slight amount of open water behind, is Miss Tawari from Ransom Everglades School. And also up there in the bright green hat, Miss Snaith of Sora in the mix. So we have a lot of similar speeds here, Joe. Again, we're watching a time trial, so we don't know exactly what we're going to see tomorrow. But it was won unofficially by Wodovich ahead of Stevens. And as you said, Deal is going to finish in 3rd place. Snaith is going to finish in 4th place. And then it's going to be Tawari of Ransom Everglades School ahead of Wartell of Jacksonville Episcopal, who will then finish ahead of Raymond Moore of Hillsborough High School and Miss Port of Academy of the Holy Names.
Our next race, the boys lightweight single heat number 1, with 4 places going to the final, is on the water. And it looks like they've already gone about 500 meters. And we can see our early leader appears to be in lane 3 from Miami. Nope, that's Berlin. Berlin Jesuits, Mr. De Cardenas, has got a big lead on the field. And then it's back to Berkeley Prep, and then a couple lanes over is North Palm Beach's Miller. So this is top 4 places from the heats to the final.
Got to be top 4, otherwise you're going to find yourself in the petite or B final tomorrow. It's boys a lightweight single heat 1 of 2, and it is being led right now by De Cardenas of Belen Jesuit out of lane 3. But we do have a very good race going on here for the top 4 positions. One of these boats on your screen is going to miss out on making it to the A final as they approach 500 meters to go already in this 1,500-meter race. It's a boys lightweight single. In order to qualify for lightweight, you've got to actually weigh in before the racing, and you have to be under the mark. If you are not, you cannot qualify. The idea being that each of the athletes have a max weight. It's almost like boxing to try to make it a little bit more even, and some of these physically smaller athletes not having to match up in, for instance, a varsity race against somebody much bigger than them. So that's the idea behind lightweight rowing. This is heat 1 of the boys lightweight single. Top 4 is what we're looking for. It's starting to space out a little bit more, Joe, because we saw one of the competitors drop off the screen. I think that's Mr. Chen of Sarasota Scullers. Doesn't mean he doesn't have an overlap, however, on that Mr. Devine of Berkeley Prep. It just means he's not shown on the picture at the moment. But it's still being led by De Cardenas of Belen Jesuit, trying to go start to finish.
Yeah, well, if our drone pilot would fly behind the crews, we'll get a better idea. But my guess is that Chen and Devine, as you said, are going to be fighting for the 4th place.
Yeah, it does look like, to my eye now, as I look down the race course, that Chen, is in the mix.
He was in the mix, let's put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Chen has dropped off the pace. Oh, there he is. So it's going to be a tight race between Chen and Devine for the 4th place. Berkeley Prep against Sarasota Scullers. Berkeley Prep against Sarasota Scullers. Let's see if Strompo's boats from Sarasota Scullers can overcome the power of the rower from Devine. Chen against Devine. Chen against Devine. Here we go, coming down to the last 20 strokes, and there goes Devine. He's no longer pausing at the release, and he's starting to move away, but there goes Chen. He's feisty. He's going to try to hold on. Here we go, coming down to the finish for the last position. Go directly into it is Chen and Devine. And it looks like Devine has picked up his rating and is going to solidly position himself a game fight by Mr. Chen from Sarasota Scullers.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Chen only had 1,400 meters in him.
Yeah, tough little kid. Good shot.
So your top 4, 2 Belen Jesuit boats, Berkeley Prep, and looks like North Palm Beach are the ones that are going to move through to that A final. Everybody else will be in the B final of the boys lightweight single. That was heat 1. We've got one more heat, same progression. Top 4 is what you need to be, and it's going to be a 7-boat race. A 6-boat race. Oh. Excuse me. 7 boats, I was right. All right, Heat 2, the boys' lightweight single. Getting ready to go. You're seeing the athletes start to move into the ready position. In lane 0, furthest from the camera, bright green hat, Mr. Morris of Sora. In lane 1 is teammate, Mr. Peterson. In lane 2 is Mr. Shonley of Lyman High School. Lane 3 is Sebastian River High School's Dobson, no relation. Lane 4, Miami Beach Rowing Club's Dominguez. Lane 5, Sarasota Cruz Peeler. And in lane 6 is Plant High School's Stauffer. And you can see them all sitting ready. The flag is down. What you're not seeing in that start line camera shot is the official dropping the flag. Dropping the flag that they hold up is actually the start of each of these races. It is the official start, as we may not have the timing going on here. However, there it is. It caught up. Again, it's 7 boats across for 4 places in the grand final. You got to be top 4. Out of these 7, the remaining 3 will go to the B final tomorrow to contest places, I guess, 7 through 13 in the state of Florida. Or 14. So we'll see who wants the early lead. We'll see who wants to sort of be within striking distance, the different strategies that are going on here, finding your speed relative to everyone else and seeing where that speed that you're comfortable with stands. Sometimes if you feel like your speed is in a qualifying position and you feel good about that speed and your ability to hang on to that speed all the way down the race course, maybe you just try to do that rather than try to continue to fight with whoever might be slightly ahead of you. There's all kinds of strategy that comes into play. Again, you just need to be top 4 to move into the A final and have a chance tomorrow. That said, what my experience tells me is that typically the winners or the top 2 or 3 of each heat end up being the ones that are vying for the medals in the grand final. So hard to kind of see what's going on. Did look like a good start there from Peterson of Sora in lane 1. Also, lanes 3 and 4, there you go. So it's Peterson, does have about a length advantage. And then lanes 3 and 4, Sebastian River, Dobson, and Miami Beach Rowing Club's Dominguez are stroke for stroke.
Yeah, the drone's overhead view is just absolutely spectacular because it gives us a chance to not only see relationship as to where the boats are, but also gives us a better chance to figure out stroke rating. Now, for example, the young man at the bottom of the screen that is from, looks like Miami Beach, is stroking almost exactly the same as the person right beside him. So that means the Sebastian River, Mr. Dobson, and Mr. Dominguez from Miami Beach are just really cruising along beside each other. Now, they're in a position where they are in the top 3 because the lead boat of Sora, Mr. Pedersen, has really put a stamp on it and now has at least, I'd say, a length of open water over the 2nd and 3rd place crews. So then the real question becomes one of who is going to be the 4th crew across the line, which will be the one that qualifies last. So looking down from my position here up on the 4th floor, it looks like the 4th place crew might be over there in lane number 6 from Plant High School. Now become the gentleman that's rowing the B boat from Sora, Mr. Morris, over there in lane 0. It'll become clearer as they come down further. And if we could have the drone pilot back off a little bit so we can get a chance to see the 4th and 5th place crews. And there we go. So that is very evident now that the gentleman from Plant High School, Mr. Stauffer, now is solidly in 4th place. But his problem, and he's doing a good job of this, if you take a look at him, you can see he's turned his head, and he will look over there off his right shoulder and be able to count the number of crews that are ahead of them and see where that other crew is, which is the Sora gentleman up there in the top. And if he has the presence of mind to keep an idea of where he is, he can probably just cruise in here and get into the final and minimize his amount of energy. So again, as you look down, you'll see these buoys every 10 meters. That's a little bit over 33 feet between each buoy, and it gives you an idea as they are perfectly aligned going into the last 500 meters or 250 meters rather, where these crews are. And it looks like our leader is still Sora's Mr. Peterson, and then Mr. Dominguez from Miami Beach has moved solidly into a second place. And then here comes Plant High School Stouffer, who's really starting to assert himself, see whether or not he's going to overtake Sebastian River, or whether or not Sebastian River will even care.
Yeah, Stauffer's really putting it on, trying to catch Dobson, maybe even catch Dominguez. But start to finish, your leader has been Mr. Pedersen from South Orlando, bright green hat, 3 strokes from the line to win this Heat 2 of the boys' lightweight single. And it may come down to a photo finish here with this great finish from Stauffer of Plant High School, who is going to finish in second place. He's going to get past 2 boats in the last 500 meters to finish in second place, just ahead of Dominguez of Miami Beach and Dobson of Sebastian River. 5th place is going to be Mr. Pedersen's teammate, Mr. Morris. He will be in the B final, as will Mr. Peeler of Sarasota Crew and Mr. Shonley of Lyman High School. So that was Heat 2 of the boys' lightweight single at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Live streaming on YouTube. My name's David Wyant. I'm here with Joe Dobson. We are watching the racing. We're trying to give you accurate and informative information about what is going on here at this regatta. And as we progress through each event, we're really finding, Joe, that a lot of these races are getting closer, it seems like, from the morning. And we've had some good finishes so far in the second half of this morning. The next event that we're going to see on the race course is going to be 2 heats of the girls' lightweight double. With 2 heats, it's the same progression that we just saw with the boys' lightweight single. So it's going to be top 4, go straight to the final. You've got to be top 4 as you see the boats starting to move into the stake docks. We're going to take just a short break, and we will be back with you as soon as these boats are ready to rock.
Now, there's a great view from our drone. Thank you. That's a wonderful shot, drone pilot. This gives you some perspective as to how these boats approach the stake boats. So the reason why they call them a stake boat is they're actually anchored to the ground and anchored in a proper place. So a lot of work goes into taking these floating platforms and attaching them so they're perfectly aligned. The crews go between the boats and they go beyond, and you can see, especially with the crew right at the very bottom, how she is using oars to back the boat so it comes right into the starting platform. The other thing is when these stake boat holders hold the boats, they want to hold them like you would a baby bird. You don't want to hold on to them so hard that you're going to hurt it, but you want to be firm enough so that you can control it. And then the other thing which happens is there's a person called the aligner, which is positioned so they can sight right down the bow of all the boats, and when they start, they want them absolutely even. So some boats may be longer than others. Let's say these are 4 of these boats are lightweight boats, might be a little bit shorter than a midweight boat. And what they would do is they would move the boats back and forth by calling out the stake boat person, and they each have these wireless headsets. You can see that, and great technology here at Nathan Benderson Park. And the aligner will be telling them to go ahead and move back and forth. Now, behind them, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the starter platform boat. And he's got speakers right there, And he stands up there and he watches, he or she, thank you, watches down to see whether or not these boats are aligned, and then they go through a definitive starting process. They may poll the crews, so they might say Mel High, Sarasota crew, Holy Names, North Orlando, Plant, Sarasota crew, B. We have alignment, attention, go, or some other commands. But what happens is that starter has a red flag and will lift it up over their head. And when they are getting ready to go, all the people will not be listening. They'll be watching that flag. And once the flag drops, you go, because you're quicker watching the flag than you are by hearing the sound. So here we go. We have a start in our girls lightweight double heat number 1. And it looks like our early leader is the Academy of the Holy Names in lane 3. Again, these are top 4. They're going to go directly to the final, and these are 6 boats, so 2 of these crews will not go directly to the final. Our early leader continues to be lane 3, which is the Academy of the Holy Names. And lane 4, North Orlando, is right with them, as is Sarasota crew on their starboard side, port side. So the only crew that is kind of fallen off the pace somewhat is the crew closest to Regatta Island, Sarasota crew B. They are currently off the pace somewhat. So as we look here, we can see that the crew from the Academy of the Holy Names is rowing very, very efficiently and has what's called a lower stroke rating. Now, stroke rating is the number of strokes that they take per minute. And I think they're down around the 26. What is really nice about them is they have tremendous timing as far as applying the pressure. It's like 2 people swinging golf clubs. You want to hit the ball perfectly together, but you're separate, and you have to watch each other. And if you could hit your golf ball at the same time as the other person hits theirs, the boat just really moves nicely. But if there's a little bit of a difference, you won't get it. But man, look at the drive on these lightweight women from the Academy of the Holy Names. They are just locked on and really smooth. Gosh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, pretty good. When we saw more of the boats in the shot, pretty good chevron pattern. So it looks like the boats have been seated pretty accurately for this heat, the first heat of the girls' lightweight double. Academy of the Holy Names out in front. Sarasota crew sitting in second place, helping us out with the pink hats. North Orlando in lane 4 sitting in third place. But again, top 4, are going to move through. So we don't actually see 4th and 5th place at the moment on the screen. We may now, but it's hard to say. So as this thing shapes up and continues to move down the race course, and as they come through the halfway point and approach 500 meters to go, we'll see how it shapes up. Joe is absolutely accurate in that Academy of the Holy Names is pretty much understroking the rest of the field. So they've gotten out to a good lead, and they're playing defense, and they're going to be able to match whatever they need to match to continue to lead this race and possibly win it at the finish line. Sarasota crew looked like they tried to make a bit of a push there. I don't know if it was a power push or a little bit of a rating push in that blue boat at the top center of the screen. Continued third place is the boat from North Orlando in lane 4. Those are your top 3. Top 4 are going to move through, and then the remaining boats will go to our B final.
Yeah, it appears, David, possibly based upon my perspective up here, that Plant High School in lane 5 is in the last position qualifying with Sarasota crew B and Mel High slightly off the pace. But I'm seeing just absolutely textbook growing from the crew from the Academy of Holy Names. They are really sitting up tall, and they just connect so beautifully right at that front end. they really grab that water and row so well together. I wonder if they're twins or something. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so the Academy of the Holy Names. I was corrected by a nun about 8 years ago, so I haven't forgot that. You don't want to cross a nun. But the Academy of the Holy Names has continued to press their advantage and are really, really smooth together. Brought their rating up a little bit, probably wanted to practice it, and they are continuing to move away from the field. And it looks like my prognostication may be correct as far as the fourth qualifying boat may be that yellow boat in fourth place from Plant High School.
So it's Academy of the Holy Names. About a dozen strokes from the finish line to go start to finish in this beautiful flat water, Nathan Benderson Park. Slight tailwind to win the Heat 1 of the girls' lightweight double. They're going to do it ahead of Sarasota Crew, ahead of North Orlando. And then it looks like Plant High School is sitting in fourth place. Some meat on the bone still here for Plant High School, but they have a commanding advantage over the other two boats, which are Melbourne High School and Sarasota Crew B. Again, top four are going to move through as Sarasota Crew comes across the line. And again, they'll be followed by North Orlando and then the gold boat of Plant High School. Unofficially, those will be your four boats moving through to the A final in the girls' lightweight double boat class. It really is a good race going on, Joe, between Melbourne High School and Sarasota Crew B. It does look like they're pretty well connected. And again, as I said earlier, it doesn't really matter where you sit. Well, and as soon as I said that, it looks like Melbourne High School stopped rowing or caught a crab, and it has stopped their boat dead. So it looks like Sarasota Crew is going to move ahead of them. But prior to that, they were really side-by-side connected in these lanes on the outsides of the race course. And again, those are races that you remember regardless of how you finish. Is you're going to remember that you rode the same speed and it came right down to the line against another competitor.
Yeah, rowing the double this distance, particularly when you're a lightweight and you've got to really use a lot of technique. I mean, it will flat out wear you out. It's amazing these young ladies can maintain their technique as well as they can after such a long race and really being exhausted. So our next race is on the water. It looks like the next heat of the girls' lightweight double. I'll set it up for you, David. At the top of the screen is Pinecrest, Ransom Everglades, Sensora, North Palm, Treasure Coast, and at the bottom is Plant High School.
So that's your field for Heat 2 of the girls' lightweight double. It's already past the 500-meter point. I'm looking out, and I am seeing North Palm Beach, I believe, in the lead. And it looks like North Palm Beach is slightly ahead of Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast about half a length ahead of the boat from Sora. Those are your top three. Again, top four is what we're looking for to go through to the A final. Everybody else will be in the B final. And again, a bit of a chevron or an arrowhead pattern as these boats have been seated quite well in this event, with the faster seated or rated ranked boats in the center of the race course. When we have we've talked about this a bit, but when we have flat water across the race course, no real crosswind, all the lanes nice and fair, typically the faster boats or the higher rated boats will be in the center of the race course in terms of where they start. Same will hold true for tomorrow. One announcement I would like to make, as I saw a message about it, is that when we start the time trials this afternoon, the time trials, due to concerns about weather tomorrow, could end up being the way that the finals are set up. So I know that the coaches are on the same thread that I am. Hopefully they are telling the athletes and giving them that information. But if you thought that you were going to go into the time trial and kind of not put in 100% effort, that's probably a bad idea for the time trials today. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Do not speculate. All I am telling you is that everybody should take that time trial very seriously if you are in one this afternoon. Continues to be the green hats there of North Palm Beach out in front. And they're starting to really be tracked down here by, looks like Treasure Coast, Joe.
I agree. It looks like Treasure Coast. Yeah.
I thought South Orlando wore those green hats, but I guess North Palm Beach wanted to throw us off. Unless they swapped lanes at some point down the race course.
The first race we had at the beginning of the year was called the Rowing Festival, and they had novice crews, and they just lined up in any lane they wanted, which made my job as an announcer rather interesting. But, yeah, we've got a really close race between North Palm and Treasure Coast. And then back further is Sora solidly in third. And then Ransom Everglades appears to be in the final qualifying position for the heats or for the finals.
Yep, then off the pace just a little bit is Plant High School and Pinecrest. Those are your 6 boats here for 4 places in the grand final. And you know what? I was right, Joe. I'm looking at the bow marker. It is bow 3. It is South Orlando that's going to win this heat. In lane 4, it appears. And then unless we just can't count, then lane 4 is North Palm Beach is going to finish in second place. And then lane 2, Ransom Everglades will finish in third place. And then it looks like lane 1, Pinecrest. And I think what threw me off there is that Treasure Coast is rowing up there in lane 00 as they finish up with Plant High School. So, again, unofficially, and I apologize for the mistake, it's South Orlando ahead of North Palm Beach, Ransom Everglades. And then the boat from it was South Orlando, North Palm Beach, Ransom Everglades, and
yes. All right, our next
and
race.
Pinecrest, excuse me, Pinecrest.
This is what you have to look forward to when you get older, so stand by. Our next race is on the course, and that is our boys lightweight double heat number 1, featuring 7 crews this time. Up in the top is Hillsborough High School, then followed by Sora, Plant High School, Berlin Jesuit, Sora again, their A entry, Pinecrest, and closest to us will be the Sarasota Scullers. So it's supposed to have 7 boats on the water, and
We have 7.
I have 7. Pot's right.
So it's Belen Jesuit out in front in lane 3 is what I know from sitting up here in the tower and my experience looking down the race course. They're through the halfway point is Belen Jesuit. There are 2 heats in this boys lightweight double, so that's the same progression. Top 4 are going to move through to the final. Second place I'm going to give to Pinecrest in lane 5. And then it's anybody's ball game behind them. It looks like there's potentially 4 boats in the mix. We're really not going to know until we get a side shot of those crews where exactly they all stand. But the ones that appear to be in the mix are Sarasota Scullers, Sora's A boat, as well as the boats from Sora B and Hillsborough High School.
Exactly right. This is a 7-boat race. We're using lane 0 through lane 6, and 4 boats will go to the final, and then the remaining boats will go from this to the petite final. So right now, as you said, it looks like, let's see, 4, so it'll be lane 3. Berlin Jesuit is in first place, and then 2 lanes over from them is Pinecrest in second, and then it is too close to call between Sora A, Sora B, and Scullers, and even Hillsborough for third. We've got ourselves a boat race The only crew that appears to be off pace might be Plant High School. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be fun. It's Sarasota Scullers on the inside. Let's see, close to us. We'll see where they can do it with that red boat. And we have Sora alongside them. And up at the top, we have the other Sora crew and Hillsborough. We have 4 crews vying for 2 positions. Here we go. They're now in the red buoys. Our leader is Berlin Jesuit, followed by Pinecrest. But it's the Scullers and Sora and the other Sora and Hillsborough. Scullers, Sora, Hillsborough. Here we go. Putting the pedal to the metal.
Berlin Jesuit 5 strokes from the line to win Heat 1 of the boys' lightweight double, goes straight to the grand final. They're going to be followed by the boat from Pinecrest that's been a solid second place all the way down. Hillsborough High School really put on a move. I was watching them, Joe, at about 400 meters to go. They started to move away from Sora B, and they continue to move in that blue boat at the top of the race course. But right now you've got Sora A and you've got Sarasota Scullers that are vying for 3rd and 4th, trying to hold off Hillsborough High School. It's going to come right down to the line.
It really is. There's Scullers on the outside. Will they overtake? And Hillsborough starting to drop back. Scullers has about 2 foot. They might qualify. Yes, it's Hillsborough High School that unofficially may have lost out to the hard-charging Sarasota Scullers, with Sora getting 3rd place. Unofficially, I might add, in any way, shape, or form.
That's absolute. I'm standing right on the finish line. That was a photo finish. That is not worth calling on our part between Hillsborough High School and Sarasota Scullers. One of those crews is going to be very disappointed they didn't make the A final, but that was our closest finish amongst 2 boats that we have had all day long. To my eye, they looked dead even as they came through the finish line. So really, really hard to tell. What we do know is that Belen Jesuit and Pinecrest definitely moved through, and that Sora was 3rd, and then it's going to come down to the photos. So check the results online. We have one more heat of the boys' lightweight double. Again, same progression. And then we're going to see the lightweight quads before we then take a bit of a break for lunch. So let me set the field for you here. And you can see 7 boats across. Again, anywhere in America that you're going to see 7 boats across isn't going to be is going to be here, quite frankly, because there may be 7 lanes at a couple of other race courses, but it's not like here where all the lanes are nice and even and the conditions support 7 or 8 boats across. And I love this shot because you can see all 7 of these crews from overhead. They're about to sit ready. In lane 0, furthest from the camera, is Miami Beach B. In lane 1 is Sarasota Crew B. In lane 2 is Sarasota Crew A. In lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club, their A entry. In lane 4, their A entry. In lane 4 is University School. In lane 5 is Miami Beach's A entry. And in lane 6 is Rocks in that green boat. You can see the green unisuits and black spirals of these Citrus County boys getting ready to go in this boys lightweight double event. Top 4 is what we're looking for. 3 boats are going to miss out on a shot at medals and a trophy tomorrow in this boys lightweight double. And you can see there's just a little bit going on in terms of trying to keep points. There's a little bit of tapping with some of the blades, but they're all pretty much buried. And as soon as the starter believes that it is fair, everybody's pointed nicely down the race course. That flag came down, and here we go. 7 boats across for 4 places in the grand final in the boys lightweight double.
Yeah, our early leader appears to be Miami Beach, closely followed on their starboard side by rowing organization of Citrus County out of Inverness, Florida. And then 2 lanes over from that is MRC. So it's Miami against Miami and Rocks. And in the middle, it is University School. So very, very aggressive start by these crews. See whether or not they can handle it. but some very nice rowing taking place. Our first place crew is Miami Beach by about half a length over Miami. And then it is Rocks in third, and then fourth is right in the middle, which is University School, and off the pace somewhat is Miami Beach B, Sarasota Crew A and B. So here we go. Look how glassy and pure that water is. Just gorgeous.
Beautiful water, great conditions. It allows these athletes to really show their really more so their fitness. They're not having to show their skill quite as much. That doesn't mean that they're not still trying to row well, but they're not having to contend with, waves or a big crosswind or a big tailwind or a big headwind. They are just able to charge down the race course really with very little white water, very little splash in the bowman's face. And it continues to be Miami Beach ahead of Miami Rowing Club. You can see those two boats have moved out to more than a length of open water advantage on that green boat from Rocks and the boat from University School, which appear to be dead even. And then at the top of the race course, sort of getting back into the mix at 500 meters, is Sarasota Crew B in lane 1. And an overlap with them is Miami Beach B. So you've got these two Miami clubs, very well familiar with one another. Miami Beach Rowing Club.
Yeah, it looks like, to my eye, that the University School is starting to be a little bit more efficient at the release and maybe starting to walk into Rocks somewhat. I think they were down about a half a length, and they're almost even right now.
Yeah, they look pretty even. At some points, it looks like actually University School is slightly ahead of Rocks. But then every time I look at that, I look away and look back, then Rocks is nice and even with them again. Again, top 4 is what we're looking for. That Sarasota Crew boat, I don't know if it's a B boat or the A boat. I don't know if they got into different lanes. But a Sarasota Crew boat is starting to push into the mix. Looks like they've got a slight overlap with Rocks.
Yeah. University is starting to open up. They're almost at open water over Rocks. But the two crews from Miami Beach, closest to us, and then Miami Rowing Club up 2 lanes up. Both of them are staying very, very smooth and really moving the boat. But our fastest boat on the water right now appears to be the University School, who has really made a very, very big move. And unfortunately, Rocks appears to be fading somewhat. With the Sarasota Crew entry, the B boat, stroked by Mr. Bauer, starting to overtake them. So we'll see whether or not that trend continues. So there are 350 meters to go. And it appears that the Miami Beach boat is continuing to hold their position. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not who's going to be the 4th qualifying position. One closest to us is the rowing organization in Citrus County. And they were slipping back somewhat, and hard charging up at the top was Sarasota Crew, but I don't know that they have enough room. Okay, now Rocks has picked it up. Rocks is really starting to hammer. They notice that they're in danger, and they're really trying to move it up. There goes their rating. They're trying to go rating high. Sarasota Crew staying long, see if they can overtake them. But in the meantime, it is the Beach over Miami Rowing Club. And solid 3rd place is University. So here we go for 4th. It's Rocks on the outside. Up there on the top, it's Sarasota Crew. It's Rocks and Crew. It's Rocks and Crew.
Rocks definitely with the advantage. Are they going to be able to hang on as Miami Beach comes across the line and wins it ahead of Miami Rowing Club? University School is going to finish 3rd. It's going to come right down to it because Sarasota Crew keeps pushing. It's going to come down to the line. Photo finish between Sarasota Crew and Rocks. Again, another one of these that is not useful for us to call, so check the official results. Check the finish line picture if there ends up being one. But that was a tremendous push by Sarasota Crew in the last 500 meters. Got them right into Rocks, and that was a photo finish at the finish line for that last spot in the A final. One of those two crews will unfortunately miss out on the final, as I'm seeing some Rocks supporters down on the beach. Looks like maybe a dad took a photo of that finish. Maybe he wants to submit it, maybe he doesn't. So
I guarantee you that my rowing partner, the finish line extraordinaire, Norm Thetford, had his video camera sighted right down there, and it was rolling. So he can tell you frame by frame who's who in the zoo. Okay, so here we go. The girls' lightweight quad race for lanes. We have Plant High School in the yellow boat up at the top. They're currently in, looks like, 5th position, followed by Miami Beach. That looks like they're in 3rd. Miami Rowing Club is in 2nd. The Bowl School has the lead, and then my Sarasota Crew is back in there as well. So it's a really, really tight racing here, but it looks like it is lane 4, Miami Rowing Club. Yeah, it looks like Miami Rowing Club. I'm sorry, I called it wrong. Miami Rowing Club has the lead with Sarasota Crew in 2nd place in this race for lanes for the ladies' lightweight quad.
So it's a race for lanes. We had one of these earlier in the second half of our morning. And so again, we never really know what the strategy is here. All of these boats will be, barring some sort of issue such as not weighing in, because they're going to have to weigh in again tomorrow in order to qualify. They will all be in the grand final. So you can see it is a good opportunity without question to test your speed. So for instance, on the screen we're watching Miami Rowing Club and Sarasota Crew in adjacent lanes as they come through the sign with 500 meters to go in their race. Are they going to show speed to one another at any point here? Are they going to test speed is what I'm looking for, given the fact that it obviously does require energy. Maybe that energy wouldn't be there tomorrow if they use it now. By the same token, if you want to show some speed and you can show a tremendous amount of speed, for instance, Sarasota Crew deciding to start to move now and get right through Miami Rowing Club in a short period of time, that can really send a message to Miami Rowing Club for the race tomorrow. But it's Miami out in front of Sarasota Crew. You can see that those two boats have been overlapped all the way down. And then it looks to me, it's hard to say. You got everybody really behind them, could be connected. Maybe the only boat slightly off from the other three is Plant High School, but you got Miami Beach, you've got the Bowl School, and you got Sarasota Crew B that all look pretty close to connected. Maybe with the Bowl School slightly ahead of Sarasota Crew B, maybe slightly ahead of Miami Beach. A little bit hard to tell by the angle as we are watching essentially the same gap with 500 meters to go here between these top two boats, Miami Rowing Club and Sarasota Crew. Does look like both boats have taken it up. This may not be the exact finish we're going to see tomorrow from these crews. They may have more energy, being that it's a grand final. Might be able to wind it up a little bit higher with the stroke rating to show a little bit more power. But it does look like Miami's probably going to hold on to this one, put themselves in the most favorable lane draw tomorrow for the girls' lightweight quad grand final. As this is a race for lanes, it's going to be Miami finishing ahead of Sarasota Crew by 3/4 of a length. And then a good push here from Miami Beach gets them, I believe, ahead of the Bowl School. We'll see at the finish line. It is Miami Beach who's going to finish 3rd, ahead of the Bowl School by about 3/4 of a length. So we've had two connected races within the race to finish this one up. We'll remember that for tomorrow, as Sarasota Crew B comes across the line in 5th place ahead of Plant High School. That was the girls' lightweight quad race for lanes, and we will hopefully see all 6 of those crews again tomorrow in our grand final, racing for medals and a trophy. And looking down the race course, it does look like we're on with the boys' lightweight quad heat 1 due to the amount of entries. Top 2 are going to go to the grand final. All remaining boats will go to a repechage round, a second chance qualifier to try to make the grand final in the boys' lightweight quad boat class. I'll set the field for you. Furthest from the camera that will be on the finish line tower side of the race course in lane 1 is Hillsborough High School B. Lane 2 is Sarasota Crew A. Lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Plant High School. Lane 5 is the Bulls School A. And in lane 6 are their teammates, the Bulls School B. And you can see the lead right now that Miami Rowing Club has on the rest of the field. Sitting in second place is Sarasota Crew. Sitting in third place is Plant High School. Those are your top 3. Sarasota Crew and Plant High School are connected. That red boat is the boat from Hillsborough High School. They are going to need to do what they can to try to stay in the mix here at 500 meters in, 1,000 to go, because it's only top 2 that are going to move through. And so they're going to have to sort of latch on to the sterns of Plant High School and Sarasota Crew if they're going to want to have a shot in these last 1,000 meters. But out commandingly in front is Miami Rowing Club.
Yes, definitely. They've decided to really assert themselves, and it's paying tremendous dividends. It's really the psychological benefit of being ahead, where you can look back and watch the other crews, is just tremendous. It's as good as being behind is bad, because if you're out there rowing and you can't see or hear the crew ahead of you, it really gets depressing. I know from personal experience. In fact, yesterday, I was out in one of our 6 quads we had out on the water, and we had some pieces, and when the crews got ahead of us and we didn't know where they were, it was really hard. I'll tell you what was really fun, though, David, is when we moved back into them, when all of a sudden we couldn't see their wakes and whatnot, and then we could hear them get frantic as we held our pressure and were able to move into a crew that started ahead of us for a piece. So that feeling right now is Miami Rowing Club. They are out there. They're looking back. Every stroke they feel like they're getting stronger because there's no pressure on them. But then those other crews that are fighting so hard for second place, and now would be Sarasota Crew and Plant, it's really hard. But it looks like right now that Sarasota Crew is moved in authoritatively into second. Now the question is, will Plant High School start putting on a piece? But I think they're down by at least a length, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly, but again, you need to be top 2 here in order to move through. And it definitely looks like Sarasota Crew has a pretty good lead on Plant High School. Plant High School are going to have to find something in the last 300 meters special to try to get past Sarasota Crew at this point. Right now, out in front continues to be your leaders start to finish, Miami Rowing Club, trying to cement their place in one of the grand final positions and one of the most favorable lanes.
Yeah.
And they're going to do it in style.
They are definitely doing style. If I were to try to describe their style, it's like they're striding away from things. You can almost feel like they're running together and just striding away from their competition. Beautiful row from this boys' lightweight quad from Miami Beach. Miami Rowing Club.
So it's going to be Miami and Sarasota Crew moving through to the A final automatically and unofficially. Finishing in third place is going to be Plant High School. Then it's going to be Hillsborough High School B. And then it appears to be the Bull School B ahead of Bull School A. Again, not exactly sure if that's accurate. Sometimes the coach will say, go get in this lane, go get in this lane. But it's 2 teammate boats here from the Bull School that are going to finish up in 5th and 6th place. In Heat 1 of the boys lightweight quad at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. I do want to make an announcement. The T-shirt design and the regatta design, there was actually a contest for it, and it was won by Tessa Lake of Miami Beach Rowing Club, and she is slated to race in the girls' freshman double A boat for Miami Beach Rowing Club. And during the lunch break, we want Tessa to come to the grandstands to receive her $200 prize for winning the T-shirt design contest. Hint, hint.
Well,
If you have any design in you, you may want to consider participating in the future. And as many of her teammates that want to come down to cheer her on would be great. Part of her prize is to meet with Frank in the T-shirt vendor tent and select an item for herself with her designed logo on it. So congratulations, Tessa Lake of Miami Beach Rowing Club, who won the T-shirt design contest for this regatta. We have one more race before lunch, Joe. I'll let you set it up.
Thank you there, David. And congratulations to Tessa. I'm looking forward to seeing what she came up with. So, boys lightweight quad, heat number 2. Two to the final, remaining going to the heats for the rep. At the top, in white, Sarasota crew. With the oars, with the yellow oars, with the white unis, with the yellow stripe, Berlin, Jesuit. In the blue boat, with the oars, with the white, with the blue, light blue, and dark blue, Miami Beach. In red, with the stripes, black and white stripes, Hillsborough High School. In the blue stripes, blue and white, with the blue and white oars, First Coast. And in the bottom, from Boone High School. Let's hear the drums, Boone. Boone High School, we have Mr. Lester. And from Boone High School, I hope to see Juan Rivera or his wife, who is here from Boone High School. So here we go. The boys lightweight quad, heat number 2. We're getting ready to go.
Six boats across, 2 places in the grand final up for grabs. Everybody else will race again in the second chance qualifier. Love those pink bucket hats out of lane 4, Hillsborough High School. We'll be looking for those down the race course. Everybody seems to be pretty close to sitting ready. Probably see, well, we won't see the flag come down, but we're going to see these rowers on the race course momentarily. And probably going about 5 minutes to finish our morning before the lunch break.
Okay. Carefully see, we can see the judge referee, the starter, raise up his flag. And we're off. Here we go. Oh, beautiful shot from a start camera. Oh, gorgeous. Fury, fast, muscles, breathing, great. Wonderful shot. And it looks like those really cool blade designs from First Coast, they are flying off the start. See whether or not they can hang with Miami Beach and Hillsborough.
Yeah, and going with Miami Beach and Hillsborough is also Belen Jesuit. There's a lot of firepower early on in this race.
Wow, that's really nice. Your favorite bucket hat crew from Hillsborough High School has the lead. Miami Beach in second place. And then down here at the bottom, it's Boone High School.
250 meters in, you can see just how close it is amongst those 3 boats. Are they going to stay like this? Who's going to make a move at some point? Starting to see a little bit more squeeze speed out of Miami Beach. They brought it maybe to level now or slightly ahead of Hillsborough High School. Belen Jesuit, excuse me, about a half a length off the pace of those two. But we're seeing all of these boats pace each other. You're seeing First Coast and Boone High School right at the bottom of the screen. They are pacing each other and have connection with Belen Jesuit. 5 boats for 2 spots. As we come through 500 meters, this could be a doozy to end our morning, Joe.
It looks like Miami's just moved into the lead slightly over Hillsborough High School. And here comes Belen. Belen is moving solidly into second place. Remember, it's only 2 that go to heat, go directly. So Hillsborough High School's got to respond to Belen. But in the meantime, it's Miami Beach is starting to move away. And at the bottom, look at this. There's Boone High School. They're solidly coming back in there. Boone is really starting to make a move. Can they get past Hillsborough High School and start to challenge Miami Beach? But in the meantime, at the top, it is Belen Jesuit just cruising along.
Really good drone shots. Best of the day in this great race we have going on. So Miami Beach, they threw the first punch. Can the field respond? Top 2 going to the grand final. Halfway through the race, Miami Beach with 3/4 of a length advantage on Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit maybe with just a slight advantage on Boone and then Hillsborough High School. And you can't forget about First Coast. They are right there within striking distance as well. So who's going to have the best second half of this race? I got myself choked up because this race is just so good right now.
Exactly. Now at the bottom, it's Boone. Boone is trying to make a big move. Can they continue to push back on Hillsborough and Belen? But in the meantime, it is Miami Beach. Miami Beach, almost broken water. Yes, almost open water. Boone is solidly in second place. Here can hear the drums. Here comes Boone on the outside. It's Miami Beach, and it's Belen at the top. Okay, here we go. It's getting interesting. Right at the very bottom, solid in it is Boone, and then it is everybody. Everybody's a player. We're going to see who's who in the zoo in this last 350 meters. They've got approximately 50 strokes left. Who's been working hardest on the erg? Who has practiced going hard? We're going to see right now, who's going to come. Okay, here comes Hillsborough High School. They really started jacking up on the outside. It is Boone High School, and there is Miami Beach. Not tried to be left out is Belen. Here we go. All 4 of these crews vying for 2 places. Boone High School is trying to move back in. It's Miami Beach. It's Boone. Boone is really solid up there at the top. Here comes Belen. Belen is famous for their sprints. Will they be able to do it? Belen is famous for their sprints and their lightweight crews. This is getting exciting. Coming up towards the finish line, it's Miami Beach. It's Boone on the outside. It's Belen at the top. Here we go. Falling off the pace somewhat is First Coast and Hillsborough. Miami Beach continues to hold it. It's Boone. It's Boone and Belen. Boone and Belen.
Is Boone going to win this thing? Are they going to track down Miami Beach?
I don't know, but here they go.
They have certainly pulled away, has Boone, from everyone else. Belen Jesuit trying their hardest, but I don't think they have enough water to track down Boone. It's got to be Miami Beach.
Oh, Boone caught a little crab. Will they recover? Yes, they did. It is Beach. It is Boone. It is Belen. Wow, that's some great racing here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Finishing up 4th place, First Coast. 5th place, Hillsborough. 6th place is Sarasota Crew B. What a race, and what a last 500 meters from Boone High School. A tremendous finish to their race. Had them go past a couple of boats and get themselves straight into the grand final, not having to take a chance with the second chance qualifier repechage. That's going to end our morning, Joe. We saw a lot of exciting racing. We're going to take a quick lunch break. Periodically, possibly, we will make some announcements. And so listen up for those. Otherwise, enjoy this short break, and we will be back with racing this afternoon.
Thank you, David. Listen, everybody in the venue, it's getting really hot. Make sure that you do a couple of things. 1, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. 2, sunscreen, sunscreen, sunscreen. 3, get out of the sun if you possibly can. If you're starting to feel lightheaded, let's go and ask for help. but make sure that you take care of yourself. If you've got kids or dogs or whatever, let's make sure you take care of them. So let's be safe and let's have a great lunchtime. Let's go down and grab some good chow from all of our wonderful vendors, and we'll see you in a bit.
I'm Olivia, your MVP Summer Camp pal. We had fun this year at summer camp.
We just wrapped up our 12th week of summer camp last night, so we are, that is the most camps we've ever offered in one summer, and it went really well. I couldn't have asked for it to gone better. Our staff gets all the credit. They were out there on the front lines every day and extremely flexible given everything we had to manage this summer, so we're elated. It went this well. We're hoping to continue momentum, and we've got MVP mini camps coming up. We've got them in October, November, and December. We still have freshwater fishing. We'll have one-day paddle adventure camps. We're going to have a one-day archery and fishing camp, and then we'll have some 3- and 4-day camps. So similar but different structure.
The fun continues this winter and fall with MVP mini camps. To learn more, go to mvpcamp.com. See you here!
to make us a stronger team and make lifelong friends. And to have fun at the park.
To be safe
And confident.
on the water.
To help us stay strong and fit.
To help us stay healthy.
Camps in the park.
MVP Summer Camp Hub. We had fun this year at summer camp.
We just wrapped up our 12th week of summer camp last night, so we are, that is the most camps we've ever offered in one summer, and it went really well. I couldn't have asked for it to gone better. Our staff gets all the credit. They were out there on the front lines every day and extremely flexible given everything we had to manage this summer, so we're elated. It went this well. We're hoping to continue momentum, and we've got MVP mini camps coming up. We've got them in October, November, and December. We still have freshwater fishing. We'll have one-day paddle adventure camps. We're gonna have a one-day archery and fishing camp, and then we'll have some 3- and 4-day camps. So similar but different structure.
The fun continues this winter and fall with MVP mini camps. To learn more, go to mvpcamp.com. See you here!
To make us a stronger team and make lifelong friends. And to have fun at the park. Help us to be safe and confident on the water.
To help us stay strong and fit. To help us stay healthy.
Camps in the park.
Good afternoon. We've had a start in our time trials this afternoon. The first group coming down is the girls' freshman doubles. Top seeded crew is Vero Beach Rowing. And the way this works is, I believe, is they have assigned lanes. And if you're, let's say, an odd number, you're going to be in one lane, and an even number, you're going to be in the lane alongside. Each of these crews has a 20-second split or difference between the start time for the first crew compared to the second. And as was indicated earlier, due to weather conditions forecasted for tomorrow, the athletes and coaches were recommended to really go after it pretty hard, because there's a possibility that the time trials may not lead to a final because of weather. So here we go, starting to come on down, and their lead crew looks like they are almost to 500 meters to go. So if they start every 20 seconds, you should be able to take a look and let's say start a stopwatch right when one crew gets right ahead of you. And if you keep the same alignment looking across, and you punch your watch when the next crew stops or it comes by, it should give you some idea as far as some relative speed. Here on the Jumbotron, we're now showing where the athletes are coming in between the stake boats to start. They're either in between lane 6 and lane 7, and maybe lane 7 and lane 8. I'm not sure. So, again, these are the girls' freshman doubles. And they are seated fastest to slowest. So if you see somebody overtaking somebody else, that means they're probably pretty fast, or else the other person's slow. There's lots of variations. This is just like watching a head race, where you start on an interval, and then this one you're going straight and as fast as you can, obviously for about 1,500 meters, whereas a head race is normally around 5,000 meters or 3 miles. Okay, so let's get an idea of who this first crew is. That looks like hull number 2, which is the bowl school. Looks like hull number 1 did not go off. Yep, that's hull number 2, rowing very nicely. It takes a lot of discipline to row effectively a time trial like this, because you don't have anybody beside you, and you've got to be self-motivated. And here comes number 4, which is Sarasota crew. Quite a bit of separation between these boats. They're supposed to be going in alternate lanes, but it appears like there's a ton of people in this one lane closest to us. And that is number 5, which is United Sculling. And there's number 7. So it's unknown to me whether or not they're maintained these intervals of 20 seconds or they just go off right away. And number 7 is the Boone High School. Sorry, Boone High School. Oh, okay. Well, there's a really fast crew from Vero Beach, but I believe they were late to the start. I don't think they would have been a couple minutes late. Here comes hull number 9. Palm River. And if they were going on order, they are moving along pretty fast because they apparently have passed hull number 8, which should be ahead of them. I'm sorry, Oars is ahead of Palm River. That's Palm River right there. And we have an issue where a crew has flipped on the water. And one of the judge referees are going to wait for a crew to go by and then go over and help them out. But they're already making good progress as far as swimming the boat to the beach, which is a good way of handling it. They can be assisted down there. I'm sorry I'm not able to identify what crew it was. Can't see a hull number. All right. Nice job by those ladies to swim their boat off the course and take it over to the beach. Well done. Good job. And here comes crew number 6, who is quite a bit slower than others, if in fact they're following their designated number. Sometimes what happens when you're rowing is you can get your oar tangled around the buoy. Each of these buoys has a line or a wire on it that goes down and attaches to a line that's going straight down the course in that particular lane. And I know from personal experience, having done it, that you can catch your oar on a buoy. Of course, that's nothing compared to over at Henley, where if you're rowing in one of the Henley regattas, the Masters, the Royal, or the Women's, if you get off course, your boat and your oars can go ahead and hit these huge wooden floating booms that can really stop you. And unfortunately, I've had personal experience with that. Here comes a very nice looking young crew coming along here. These again are the girls' freshman doubles. Swinging along very nicely. And that's crew number 12, which is Sarasota crew. Looks like there's quite a bit more than 20-second separation between these boats. It's hard to really maintain your attention and try to go really fast when you don't have any competition. Hopefully they have a speed coach or something that can help them pace. Looks like the crews are doing a little bit better job now of going off on their designated side. What's supposed to happen is go off in order and 20 seconds between boats. So that's interesting. I just saw crew number 10 go through the starting block, and I've already had 12 finish here. So doesn't look as though, and here's another crew that's kind of meandering over there. Looks like a crew, it looks like a race I would steer, kind of having to set up straight. And they're headed for the beach. Just as long as they keep their port oars fairly close to those buoys, they'll be able to clear things, but you don't want to get too close to the dock, which could not end well. That's good. The bow person's looked over her shoulder and is getting some good direction as far as moving along. And that is hole number 19 from Ransom Everglades. Again, these are freshman doubles. Big entry pool here, and the reason why we have the time trials. And there's a very nice moving boat, number 22 from North Palm Beach. And looks like we have almost a passing situation here, where we have a pretty fast crew in that light blue boat. And that's 21 from Miami Rowing Club. And they passed 20, which is from Tampa Catholic. And here comes a nice looking little crew. Number 24. Well, if they're going in order, 24 is very fast. 24 is Capital City Rowing. Yep, and they held on and go ahead and pass the crew from Tampa Catholic. Very nicely done. Then we have a big open space right here. I don't know that it matters if they go off in time or not. They're just working off of time, so it's very hard to determine if one crew is faster than the other. So what happens with these time trials is this is a way of, with a really heavily subscribed event, and this can happen at the high school level like this. It can happen in college, very rarely in college, but it happens at Olympic trials and other things like Henley, where you have so many people and you have to figure out a way of clearing out your entry pool and ranking folks. So what's going to happen is they're going to determine how many will qualify for the first heat and how many will qualify for the second heat for tomorrow based upon whether or not they're scholastic or non-scholastic. And also it gives them an idea of matching people together to make more sense. Thanks. Here comes a very nice little crew moving along very well. And 31 looks like it was a Miami Beach, and it is. Very, very nicely rowed there, ladies. You've seen a case now where they have to stay in their lanes, but some really fast crews are starting to come down here. And we may have a possible issue here. Crews getting close together. Looks like a boys from the next heat is coming down. There's Halifax. And there's a boys crew from the next one, number 33, which is the Miami Rowing Club's top boat. So it's a case where they're running these crews, running these races together and getting it done. Here comes number 30, which is Oars B. They're doing a nice job holding off these boys. They're coming thundering up behind them. And that looks like a Miami Beach crew. We'll verify that here shortly. 34. Oh, Sarasota crew. Oh, they stopped rowing. They heard the horn and they thought that was them. Oh, that was a little bit premature. Comes a very well-rowed boat. Looks like 36, which is Berlin Jesuit. Really carrying a lot of speed. Whoops, forgot to square up that starboard blade. Could be interesting. Powering it right through the finish line. Well done there, Berlin. Here comes a crew from Vero Beach. And they're being chased rather heavily by a crew from Manatee County. Yeah, the skill level of these freshmen is really quite remarkable. This is a very nice crew I'm seeing coming down into view right now. They don't look like any freshman I know. Crew number 40 from Sarasota Crew. Carrying a lot of speed. Okay, now looks like somebody's having some steering issues. And hopefully you'll stay close to that buoy line. Avoid the dock. That's good. If you watch the monitor, you can watch the wake of some of these boats. It almost looks like what happens quite often with blind boats is you've got to pay attention where you are in the buoy line. And if you get confused or a little exuberant or whatever, you can row a great distance further than normal. Okay, there's hull number 37, oars B. Crew number 41, Miami Rowing. Crew number 43, which is SCAR. Crew number 46, Gainesville. .48, which is Vero Beach. .54, which is Sebastian River. .49, Ransom Everglades. And you can see some of the crews coming onto the course, and they've got to be at full pressure just after they go in between those two stick boats. And it looks like we have an overtaking situation happening here. Looks like a late start for crew number 35, passing crew 50. So again, we aren't necessarily following the hull numbers order. And there's crew 42, which is Miami Beach A. Okay, so somebody needs to pay attention here, because unless they alter course, they're going to have a very close call on the dock, which is possibly coming up right about now. Okay, good. He saw it in time. Good adjustment there by the rowers from oars. Wow. You can see quite a difference in speed as well as size between the crew passing, which is 52 from Sora, and the crew being passed, which is 45 from Berkeley Prep. Ooh. Crabs in a double are not a good thing. Never a good thing, but they're particularly bad in a double. So it looks like they've kind of interspersed the boys and girls event. It really doesn't matter that much, because you just need the time. we're starting to see people having a little bit more difficulty recovering off the water. Of course, it being a freshman double, they probably have not had a lot of rowing experience together. And sometimes you end up in a boat that's probably a little bit bigger than what you need, which means you're floating way, way high out of the water, and it's hard to get your oar into the water. But they're freshmen, they're getting out here, getting a race, and that's what it's all about. There's 60 just past 59, so it's Miami Beach passing North Palm. And there's a crew 58, which is another oars crew. So we have the ability of getting individual times for each one of these crews, and then the local organizing committee will group them accordingly for racing tomorrow, which hopefully will be able to take place even though we have forecasted bad weather for almost all of the afternoon. But again, a forecast is nothing more than a guess. Hopefully they've guessed wrong. Crew number 73 is Sora crew going across. Passing 61, which is Team Tampa. Okay, looks like we only have 2 more crews on the water. And then we'll be ready for our next event, which is the girls freshman quads. And here comes a ladies crew down, number 25, which is Team Tampa.
That's a funny video.
Okay, our quads are now on the water, making their way down. These are the girls' freshman quads. Again, if you're here, please be safe. That means make sure that you hydrate. That means drink a lot of water. Use sunscreen. Wear a head covering. And if you can, get out of the sun. You can see the girls' freshman quads going in the between the stake boats, number 6 and for lane 6 and lane 7. And right after there is the start. So they've got to do a couple things. They've got to carefully navigate in between those stake boats and be able to get up to speed right away. There you go. Okay, our first crew coming down, if it is in order, and it does look like it could be Sarasota crew, we'll get a lap time between them and the second boat to give it an idea as far as relative speed. And that is hull number 69. And here comes hull 70. So if they started 20 seconds apart, Sarasota crew was 3 seconds faster. That's a big if. And here comes a Miami Beach crew. And they are hull number 72, so they're in order. And that crew was 33 seconds, so that means that they were quite a bit slower than the crews preceding them. Here comes a very, very nice little crew coming down here. Very nice blade work. Bodies moving well together, carrying a lot of speed. That's crew number 71. And that is First Coast. They've got a really cool blade design. Very nice crew coming here from Plant High School. Very nicely rowed together, very smooth. Hole number 73. And here's 74. That is oars. Just a little, 25 seconds. And here comes a crew that is only rowing with 3 rowers, and looks like the bow person has lost or has some issue with her oars, is not rowing. But they keep on pressing on regardless. Yep. What happened is their oar lock on the port side broke, and I could see it down by the blade. So the pin broke, and the oar lock just traveled all the way down to the blade. At least they'll have it to put it back together. And that is 75, well-rowed 75 from Team Tampa. 3 rowers pressed on regardless. Number 75 is, 76 is Sebastian River. And here comes a hard charging boat right here. Number 77, Gainesville. Maintain the pressure all the way through the finish. Nicely done, ladies from Gainesville. And that is 78. And that is United Sculling. And they are over. There's crew number 79 from Miami Beach. Nice little crew from Sora coming across. It appears there was another crew that was having a steering problem. Has kind of gotten off on a different tangent. Had to stop, but have now come back in. Again, as a person who bows a quad, this is hard at any age, but somebody who's 14 or 15 years old, or maybe even 16, bowing a quad and racing while you're tired and doing a time trial is a very difficult thing. And these young rowers are doing a really good job. Here comes the crew 91 from Sarasota crew, stroked by Miss Molinaire. Here we have some side-by-side racing coming down here. And which crew do you think would be the faster, the crew on the right or the crew on the left? Looks like we're seeing some interesting steering. All right, so here you go, coming down the finish line. Feisty little race going on here. It looks like oars. As 93, correction, 93 just passed 92. So 93 is oars passing Team Tampa. Nice race there, side-by-side racing. That type of racing probably helped them get a little faster because they had somebody to go up against. And here we have an opportunity for another pass. And if you look at the oars of the rowers when they come out of the water, when they go into the water, you can tell who's fast, who's slow, based on if they come in and out of the water together or kind of got the centipede thing going. But again, you know, these are freshmen. And it looks like our first freshman, boys freshman quad, number 118, went off and just went right through the field here, passing a young ladies boat, number 94, from the Academy of the Holy Names. Here comes a very nice moving boat. Looks like either a Berlin Jesuit boat. Berlin Jesuit boat. Swinging along very nicely, carrying a lot of speed and rowing very well together. Appears we're now into the boys' quads. And here comes Vero Beach. Again, I believe that these boats were ranked to go off with the faster crews first. And certainly what I just saw with the first three crews of Berlin, Sarasota, and now Vero, this would be in keeping with that. These are pretty talented boats. Comes the crew from Miami Beach. (121), followed by a second Berlin boat. And it's really carrying a lot of speed. That's a very, very fast boat. Very nice blade work by these boys, freshmen. Next boat scheduled to come down is Treasure Coast. (123). So looks like Treasure Coast was very fast compared to the next crew scheduled to come down, which is First Coast. And again, assumes every boats go off every 20 seconds. And it looks like they really got things in much better order this time. This is 125, Sebastian River. Oh, that's wrong. That is Miami Rowing Club. So they may have passed Sebastian River. Or Sebastian River didn't start. Next club coming down is the Plant High School. Oops. Bowl School 2-man just caught a crab with his starboard oar, but bounced right out of it. Good job there. Here comes a really fast-moving boat, and that is 129. And that is Oars. 131 is Sarasota crew. (133) North Orlando. And they may have passed 132, which is Hillsboro. Here's 135, Team Tampa. Past 134, which is Rocks. And this looks like a GAR crew coming down here. (137) is in fact GAR. And here comes 136, which is a Miami Beach crew. A crew from Halifax is next. 139 is Treasure Coast. Over quite a bit of distance to the cruise behind them. We may have two more. May have four more crews. We'll see. Sounds like that might be a Boone crew. As I can hear the Boone drums. Yeah. 140 is in fact Boone. Coming up next is a crew from Miami Rowing Club. And our last two crews may be Vero Beach and Halifax. Way to hang in there, Vero Beach. Here comes Halifax. They're coming after you. This completes our boys freshman quad. Our next time trial is going to be the girls junior double. And I see there's a bunch of them already on the water. It appears we finished our girls junior double and now are on to the boys junior double time trials. I can see the first of the crews coming down, and that would be the crew from Sora. Very nice row by them. Justifying their first position in the time trial as possibly the fastest boat. Next crew coming down is from Miami Rowing Center, Rowing Club rather, MRC. Followed by Sarasota crew. Then Berlin Jesuit. Very nice, fast-moving crew from Boone High School. starting to see the wind pick up quite a bit. It was out of the east. Correction, it was, yeah, again, out of the east, and now is coming out of the southwest. Kind of a tailwind, which is cutting down on our times. Oars coming across right now. Hi, can I help you? Okay, here on the course, we're starting to see a real increase in the wind. If you look on the monitor, you can, on the Jumbotron, you can see certain portions of the lake are turning dark, and these are called wind waves. The wind has moved around from the east down to southwest, so it's kind of pushing a cruise sideways. It's going to be resulting in a little bit faster times because of that, but also a possibility that it may be unsettling. If we look down the course right at this crew, which is just approaching the end of Regatta Island, the wind is really strong right there, and it looks like it's given them some problems. You see a lot of splashing. It takes a lot of confidence to row in rough conditions. What the rowers have to do is they have to pull the oar in and then press it down a lot further down in their lap so that the blade is higher off the water as you go through water conditions. I even had a situation the other day when I was rowing in the intercoastal where we had a power boat go by throwing a big wake. And we were able to get through most of it, but unfortunately the wake was large enough that it actually came over the side of the boat but didn't swamp us. But it's a situation where you've got to deal with the environment that you're presented, and these crews are working through it right now. There are open spaces where the wind can be channeled, and it's almost like you have a soda bottle. You start pouring the liquid out of it, and it increases in the speed. And that's what happens in these little areas where we have the wind chop. So we are still in the girls' quads. And you can see these crews are fighting off each other, trying to get the best time because, again, they're not sure that they're going to be able to race tomorrow afternoon because of the scheduled forecast. Here's a crew right here who's having some issues getting close to the buoys, but they've settled themselves down nicely. And that is crew number 307, which is Sarasota crew. Again, these boats are spread out, and I'm not sure that they're actually starting with exactly 20 seconds between them, so it's kind of hard to determine who is faster without having some type of tracking capability. But we were just speaking to some people here from the park, and they're looking at trying to figure out a way that we can give you better results and give you an idea of how people are doing during the racing, at least after they're finished, whether or not they're going to be able to race in the top 8 first final or second final or whatever going forward. But the time trial that we're seeing right now is a way of having a lot of boats on the water quickly and to be able to determine the relative speed and therefore really cut down the amount of time required to run the regatta. Because if we went through a heat for every one, it would add like 5 hours to this regatta. So the speed orders or time trials like this is used extensively. It's used for the Olympic trials. I've seen them used at the Henley Royal Regatta in England in order to determine what boats proceed to row further on the weekend. I've also seen them at the World Championships. So it's great practice, and everybody's getting a chance to do it here at Nathan Benderson Park. It appears that we are finished with our time trials for the girls' junior quad and are now proceeding into the last of the time trials, which is the boys' junior quad. This is our number 1 seeded crew from Vero Beach. And these are junior quads. They're not the varsity quads or freshmen. They're kind of like a separate event. They're rowing very, very nicely. That's hull number 317 Vero Beach. Next crew coming down, it's easy to see with their yellow boat and yellow oars, is Berlin Jesuit. And this is the second seeded crew. And what I'll do is I'm going to get a time. If in fact they started 20 seconds apart, I'll get a time on their finish right now. And see how they do compared to Sarasota crew, which is rowing down here in a rather distinctive white shafted croaker oars. Probably a good thing to have in this sunny environment. Less chance of them burning up in the sun. And we'll see what the difference is, or they were faster or slower. And that turned out to be 34 seconds. So if in fact there was a 20-second difference in the start, the Berlin crew was about 15 seconds faster, which I don't know that's really reasonable. I think that they'd be a lot closer than that. All right, here comes another crew down here, which is Gainesville. Always the easiest spot because of their Carolina blue uniforms. Moving along very nicely. And we'll see how much the time difference between them and Sarasota crew. And supposedly that's 50 seconds. Next one is the Bowl School. And they were 16 seconds. Okay, coming down here, looks like we're going to have a good race between University School and Oars. University School is on the far side, and it appears that Oars has passed them. There's a good indication of some speed. And again, if you finish high in the time trials, you're guaranteed a race for possibility of getting a medal. Okay, so that was a significant effort by oars in order to pass the crew ahead of them. And here comes Plant High School. Very, very smooth and rhythmic. And looking down, we could see Tampa Prep in that red boat in the midst of a lot of the chop that's happening from the wind, handling it pretty well. Crossing the line is 326, Team Tampa. Next cruise coming down will be Treasure Coast and First Coast. You can see how the wind has significantly increased. It's probably about 14 miles per hour now. And that was Treasure Coast coming across the line. And we have a fairly tight race where First Coast and North Orlando have really come close together. Yeah, it looks like North Orlando almost overtook First Coast. And the last boat for a while is about 300 meters from the finish line. And according to this, that may be Ransom Everglades. That looks a little scary. They're definitely being blown over by the wind. the wind blowing from the southwest is definitely having an impact on the steering of some of our crews. Saw one of them getting perilously close to Regatta Beach, but now straightened out. It's really, really hard in order to row real hard, say directions, and also steer the boat. So we hope that they can be safe. Yes. They're going to have to be very careful. Stay away from the launch dock. Well, that was good because they were able to go alongside and miss it, and we had some quick thinking people there on the dock to help them out. But again, you know, this is a really difficult sport. You're rowing really hard. You're just not sitting. You've got to decide where you're going. You've got to work real hard, make a lot of decisions. And that boat right there is actually a bow coxed 4, where they normally have a coxswain in the bow. And because of that, the stern of the boat is heavier, and it may have caused the sail, which caused them to have to maneuver difficultly. I rowed a boat like that at World Rowing Masters a couple of years ago, and it was hard to steer because the bow wasn't weighted down the way it normally was when you have a normal quad, instead of modifying it in order to make it a regular bow cox for a regular quad. So good job on them to avoid that problem. Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up. Even our camera operators are reporting a lot of wind noise, so it's probably about 15 miles an hour or so right now. So here comes our next crew. "338", that's Pinecrest. And here comes another Vero Beach entry, Vero Beach rowing B4. Sarasota crew in the last 25 strokes of their race. And I can see on the water that the wind, the impact of the wind is getting more and more. Very nice rowing by a small crew from Halifax Rowing Association. Quite a bit of distance back to the following crew. And this is a crew from oars, number 345. Here comes a very nice little neat crew rowing very well from Gainesville. A crew from Miami Rowing Club. Very, very nice, skilled blade work by these gentlemen. Getting the most that they can out of the boat. And the plant school taking a adventure trek across the course. It appears there's 2 more crews left out after Plant High School crosses. This looks like the Bowl School. And it is the Bowl School, 349. And we have 1 more crew still out on the course. I'll identify them as soon as I can see them. And 344 is Team Tampa. Had a nice race, good experience. Well done, Team Tampa. So that is the end of our time trials. Now we're going to go into finishing up the last races of the day. And it's going to start off with the girls varsity single repechage number 1. And they've done a pretty good job if, in fact, we don't take a break right now. But our next one's supposed to go off shortly. Girls single number 1, and we don't have anybody in the starting block, so we'll keep you advised as far as when we expect to start racing again. In the meantime, it's time to go get some more water, get something to eat, and just kind of recharge your batteries, get ready for some side-by-side racing as we have our repechage second chances to determine those crews that use those second chances to get into the finals.
So, Joe, thank you for your coverage there of the time trials. That can be a little bit grueling. We're getting ready for an hour of side-by-side racing, and as Joe talked about, these are going to be the second chance qualifier races, which are often extremely cutthroat, as you will see when we describe even just the progression system of these races. But as soon as we have a race to call, we will be back, and there will be roughly 1 more hour of racing here in day 1 of our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park.
Okay, thanks to the eyes in the sky and our start line camera operator, we've identified that the girls varsity single scullers are starting to assemble on the marshalling area, which is the east side of the wave attenuator, not the racing course side, but the other side. And they're waiting down there to be called onto the course. And you can see a picture from him right now showing the young ladies waiting to get going. And you can also take a look at that BEMA buoy, that yellow buoy right there. You can get an idea of how much that wind is blowing and how these rowers are being blown sideways. So the wind has starting to really turn and push people, and it's going to be a challenge for them to get on the starting block and hold their point, which means that they've got to maneuver the boat so that when they start, they're pointed in the right direction, which can be a challenge. I had a race up in Orlando a couple of weeks ago that we had a similar type of wind, and it was hard. So we've got a little bit of time right now. We hope that again you've got some sunscreen on, that you're getting plenty of hydration, and you're going to be excited to cheer on your rowers and the rowers from your organization as they get ready to maneuver and get over on the race course and get going again for our repechage, which is, I have to check with people that have French background, but I understand repechage means going fishing or second chance. It depends. So, a couple minutes. We'll watch these crews that are sitting down there in the marshalling area and get an idea when they go and are called through the wave attenuator, a little opening down there, and start making their way up to the starting blocks, which is about 500 meters from the end of the wave attenuator.
So I want to make a couple of announcements, regatta related. Excuse me. There is an updated Sunday schedule, and racing begins at 7:30 a.m. and we hope to have racing completed by 1:20 p.m. So make sure that you're checking the schedule tonight so that you know where to be at what time, especially in those lightweight events where you've got to weigh in and you have a weigh-in window. Make sure that you are here. So check the schedule online. We're going to try to see if we can condense it and get the racing done before we may have some inclement weather. That's the idea. So racing begins at 7:30. It should end by 1:30 p.m. The other announcement, regatta related, excuse me, is that the girls' freshman quad times have an error, and that's why they are marked provisional online, and an update will be sent when they are corrected. So those are the two regatta-related announcements to be made at this time. Again, we're waiting on some stake boat holders here to get onto the stake boat docks so that we can have the final hour of racing here of day one of our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships.
Now, for these repechages which are coming up, this is where it really gets tight. For example, in the girls' varsity the girls' varsity single, they have all places filled for the final with the exception of 2. So the person that wins the first rep or repechage will go to the final, and the same thing with the second repechage, but then everybody else will go to a lower level final called a petite. So it's fly and die. You got to win or you're going to lose. So it's going to be interesting to see how rough everybody works in order to get ahead and stay ahead coming up. The same thing goes for the boys singles. Top first place goes into the final. And that characteristic continues throughout the rest of the day, with the exception of the next to last races, which is the boys single, junior single, where the top 2 places go to the final, and in the boys lightweight quad, the top 4 places go to the final. So don't worry, we will update you on that. There will not be a test, so we'll just keep you advised as to what they need to do in order to get into the final, and we will do our best to announce unofficially who is qualified for that. So as I look down the venue, we're going to look and see whether or not there are stake boat holders on every single place. And I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think the pot is right. We can have our finish line camera pan over to the, start line camera pan over to the stake boats, and just verify the fact that we have all of our stake boat holders there. And there we go. Now we're looking over, and we can see that we now have our stake boat holders there. And what they do is these stake boats are actually floating platforms, and they provide them these mats. So when they lay down on it, it's almost like a yoga mat, but certainly it's going to be a lot softer than if you're laying down on this hard plastic surface. So those people you see right there are the most important people that we have at this time, because they're the people that are going to hold on to the sterns of the boats and allow them to race, because if they aren't there, it's a floating start, which can be quite a nightmare. So thank you very much for your volunteers. You can see the lady closest to us, she's going to go ahead and put on her headset, which will give her communications to the aligner. And the aligner is located right at the same platform where our camera person is, and they can look down the bows of the boats and see that they have them aligned to where they're supposed to be. No boat is over, ahead, or behind. They try to make everything as equal as possible. So it looks like they're doing a communications check. As soon as you're tuned in and you can hear, you raise your hand. Looks like everybody's good except for lane 7. Come on, lane 7, get that sucker working. Here you go. And we're now reaching a point where we feel they've got good communications, and they're probably going to start bringing the boats into their lanes, get ready for our first rep of the day, which is rep number 1, or repechage number 1 of the girls varsity single. All right, so in this race, we're only going to use 5 lanes. Lane 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ransom Everglades is going to be over there in lane 1, which is the second from the top. Hillsborough High School will be next. Gulliver Prep will be next. Newsom High School, and then United Sculling. Again, these are young ladies that have already raced. They probably finished 3rd or more in their particular heat, and this is their last chance in order to make it to the finals and have a chance for a gold medal here at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association Sculling Championships. Okay, we can see the single scullers now starting to pull into the starting dock. They row in the space in between the stake boats, and they get about a length beyond them, and then they will stop. And instead of pulling on the oars, they'll be pushing on the oars. You can see the young lady in lane 3 backing in right now, even though we're looking directly into the sun. Now they grab a hold of the stern of these boats, and then the rowers have got to take their time and easily pull the boat to point it down the course that they want to go, and then just try to hold that position as long as possible. Down there at the start line, it's pretty protected. You can see all of the trees in the background. That acts as a buffer, but you still can have quite a bit of wind pushing the boat. So the point of the boat or the direction it's headed is not exactly where they want it to go. Alrighty, there's a young lady in lane 5, and that is United Sculling's Miss Daniels. And she is using some of those white croaker oars, which is interesting. It's a white shaft, and hopefully it will be less liable to have the sun bake out the epoxy resin and therefore be a little bit more durable in this condition. So she is having an interesting time, getting quite a bit of overlap there of her stern on the stake boat, but she's now set up to where she's going to pull out there and be able to pull in, hopefully. And it looks like the other crews are pretty much ready, and she's going to back in right now, which is not hard, which is hard because you got the wind blowing from her right-hand side, and you can see that she is only backing with her left oar, and she's going to try to place that stern over the starting platform. But if you haven't backed for a while in this wind, it can be kind of a challenge. All righty. So hold on to that. Oh boy. So what the rower has to do is take some strokes, but not be so strong that she pulls the boat out of the grip of the stake boat holder. Stake boat holder is laying down in order to really give the best position for the rower. And it looks like we're getting ready to go. The young lady up there in lane 1 is setting up her speed coach to reset it so she can get ready to go. And we should be off shortly.
To the extent that we're going to get shots from the start line, which we may not get a ton of in these first few races, you're going to see, and this overhead shot, excuse me, shows you that they want all of the boats to be aimed right down their lane so everyone is safe when they start the race. It is likely that in conditions like this, with a wind coming from behind the rowers and to the side, that the officials may move to what's called a quick start, which is the lead official's discretion as to when to start the race. Typically, the command is very simple. It's quick start, excuse me, attention, go, and then they'll be on the race course. It's 5 boats across. We were talking about just how cutthroat the progression system is here in this second chance qualifier repechage for the girls varsity single. Only the winner of this race is going to move to the A final. And who is that going to be? Everybody else will be in the B final. And a good start really early on here from Gulliver Preps, Miss Alfie.
Yep. And following her out is Miss Sanchez from Newsom. So those two rowers are trying to break the field immediately, and by going out and getting ahead, maybe the other ones will be very, very demoralized, and they can have it to their own. Wow, talk about jumping on it. Look at how far Gulliver Preps Miss Alfie has jumped on this field. She is just smoking, and she's trying to get out as far as she can. It's only been about 25 strokes, but she is really handling this rough water really well in this absolutely gorgeous shot from our drone pilot.
This is a great shot too, Joe, simply because the sun is coming out of the west, meaning that any of the cameras that are over on this side of the race course are going to be shooting straight into the sun if it's not a nice overhead shot like we're seeing at the moment with the drone. But it is Miss Alfie way out in front of the rest of the field. Second place currently is Sanchez of Newsom High School. She's the B entry from Newsom High School in lane 4. And then behind her in third place is the boat from Hillsborough High School, Miss Taylor. But again, only one of these boats is going to move through to the A final. And right now, an early stranglehold on this first race to end our last hour of racing here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships is being just dominated at the moment by Alfie of Gulliver Prep.
And dominated she should, because this is a way of breaking the field, and she's doing it very nicely. You can look on the water and see how much chop there is. Just an administrative note, contrary to what was previously announced, there will be no more weigh-ins for lightweights. You are through with your weigh-ins per the local organizing committee. So here we go, coming down, and has she exerted her will on the field? Can she hold them off? It's looking awful good, unless she employed what's called the fly and die technique, where you go out so hard that all of a sudden you have nothing left, and they could do that, which happened to a Norwegian sculler at Henley about 4 years ago, where he was about three lengths ahead with 200 meters to go, and then his legs turned to rubber. He couldn't move, and he was rode through to lose the Diamond Sculls. So here we are, our version of the Diamond Sculls here at beautiful Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. And you can see the sun highlighting those yellow buoys as Miss Alfie is doing her best to maintain her dominance over this field, where she courageously went off at a very, very high rating and really dared to go hard in rough conditions, and is now enjoying the fruits of her labor.
As we've talked about all day, these boats are seated. The seating is based upon prior racing. So for the heats, it was based upon coaches and those who contribute to the seating, trying to figure out where these boats should be. We saw a lot of the boats in the center lanes winning or doing well, the higher seeds. And we're seeing Miss Alfie, who just got edged out in the heats, really dominating this first repechage of the girls' varsity single. That yellow boat really the only one within any sort of striking distance of Alfie. And you can see if you count the buoys, Miss Alfie has about a 40-meter lead.
Exactly. So the question becomes one of, what did her coach and her decide to do vis-a-vis if you got out? Are you going to maintain your power and work real hard and therefore use up a lot of energy but get the valuable lesson from going on the course again? Or once you get out there and you just sit on it and maintain your lower heart rate and then be able to recover easy? I know what I would say to my athlete, and that is maybe throw in some of the components of the race plan, a couple tens or something, but then really relax and get ready for tomorrow.
So Miss Alfie out in front continues to be out there by 40 or 50 open meters ahead of Newsom Sanchez. And then also in the picture is the boat from Hillsborough High School, far left. That's Miss Taylor. So a spaced out field. Again, only one's going to move through to the A final. Everybody else will race in the petite final of the girls' varsity single here at our FSRA Sculling Championships. And approaching the red buoy line the last 250 meters. And at this point, with this type of lead, Joe, just trying to make sure that the rowing stays the same. There are no mistakes. Mistakes can be deadly in a single, but there's no indication whatsoever that Miss Alfie is going to have any such mistakes. She's really clinically rowed this race, kind of the same pace all the way through, and it's just too much for the rest of the field.
Yeah, we do not wish the announcers curse on any of our rowers, but she is just really handling it very nicely. And just hanging on that oar and prying the boat by her. The most important thing she can do is just stay away from those buoys and the lines that go underneath them down to the cable, and be able to relax. So here she is, the last 3 or 4 strokes. So we look directly in the sun, a beautiful shot, and she is over. So she has qualified for the final tomorrow in the girls' varsity single.
Finishing in second place all the way here is Miss Sanchez from Newsom High School. Their B entry crossing the line in second place. And third place continues to be Miss Taylor from Hillsborough High School. In fourth place is United Sculling's Miss Daniels. who had some bobbles off the start, but it's nice to see that she got the ship under control after that start, and she got it going straight, and she's sitting in 4th place ahead of Miss Toomer from Ransom Everglades School.
So again, we David and I talked extensively about how cutthroat it is. You either fish or cut bait, and Miss Alfie from Gulliver Prep caught the big one, and she's going to move on. We have the rest of our field coming across the finish.
And as they finish up, I'm looking down the race course. Past the halfway point is Repechage 2, second chance qualifier 2 of the girls varsity single. Furthest from the beach is Miss Chalesse of Team Tampa. In lane 2, one lane closer to the beach is Miss Shannon of Berkeley Prep. Then in lane 3, it's Academy of the Holy Names, Miss McLaughlin. Your leader appears to be lane 4, which is Miss Goitas Kayer of Manatee County. And in lane 5, right there with, looks like lanes 1 and 2, to my eye, is Miss Bonet of Treasure Coast. Again, same progression as they come through last 500 meters here. And you can see the overhead shot. You can see how close this one is, much closer than the previous race. Those 2 boats on the right side of the race course are your leaders. It continues to be Miss Goitas Kayer of Manatee County trying to hold off Miss McLaughlin of Academy of the Holy Names. And then you can see a considerable gap back to the rest of the field. So is this one going to get closer, Joe, here in these last 500 meters? Are we going to have a race to the tape to see who moves on to the A final? In order for that to happen, we're going to need to see a little bit more speed out of Miss McLaughlin, but I think she's starting to wind it up. She's starting to think about that. She probably took a couple peeks over her left shoulder. She saw that she's within striking distance. That gives you a lot of motivation in a single or really in any boat if you're taking a look and you're seeing that you are right there.
There she goes. Her rating is really popped up. She is about 3 or 4 beats above the lady from Manatee County. Now, Miss Goitas Kayer from Manatee County was having some steering issues. She was right along where her left oar was overlapping and possibly hitting some buoys, but she's figured that out, and now she is starting to hold on. But here comes Holy Names, Miss McLaughlin. She was down about over a length, and she's now starting to move through. She is the fastest crew on the water, and she is trying to move it through, but she may run out of water. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and it's down to a deck. Can they hold on? Here we go. Who's going to be able to maintain their style after they're tired and been through it all? Who's going to keep within their zone? It is really close.
They're both laboring, but here they go. They're connected. Looks like a little tiny move there from Goitas Kayer of Manatee County. Has her back in the lead, and it does look like unofficially she will win this second repechage of the girls' varsity single, about a half a length ahead of a very game Miss McLaughlin from Academy of the Holy Names. What a great race. Very similar speeds out of those single scullers over 1,500 meters. But unofficially, it looks like Manatee County is going to move through, and everybody else will be in the B final. That includes Miss McLaughlin of Academy of the Holy Names. It includes Miss Bonet of Treasure Coast, who's sitting in 3rd place, about 10 strokes from the line, who is ahead of Berkeley Prep's Miss Shannon and Team Tampa's Miss Chalesse. So those are your 5 boats that are going to finish up here in the second repechage of the girls' varsity single. Unofficially, Manatee County Goitas Kayer moving through to tomorrow's grand final in the girls' varsity single boat class.
Okay, we've got the boys' varsity single Rep 1 on the water, and they are about 750 meters or halfway through, and it looks like our early leaders are in lane 3 and lane 4, and that would be Vero Beach and Halifax, if I can see correctly.
I think you're right, Joe. To my eye, it looks like Vero Beach, Mr. Brown, slightly ahead of Mr. Hernandez from Halifax. Obviously, that can change. Those 2 boats are pretty close to one another, so when we get another good shot from overhead will be able to see the gap between the two boats. You can see it's a little bit more considerable than maybe we thought as the angle starts to shape up to our eye here from the finish line tower.
Yeah.
So it's Mr. Brown of Vero Beach in lane 3. He was the fastest of these 5 boats not to automatically qualify for the boys varsity single A final, trying to do it here in the second chance qualifier.
Yeah, so if we look carefully, we can see that Hernandez with the blue shirt and the H's on his oars is just coming through some rough water. You can tell by the color of the water. And now he's starting to feel more comfortable and starting to really press. Whether or not he'll be able to overtake Mr. Brown from Vero Beach remains to be seen. He seems to be nonplussed and really relaxing. One of the ways I can see the fact that he is relaxing is the fact that his shoulders are way, way down. And that means he's engaging his major big muscles, particularly his lat muscles in his back, and really rowing very, very level and flat rather than digging really deep, which is really allowing him to hold on to what looks like about a boat length of open water back to Mr. Hernandez.
So as you were going there, Joe, I was watching Mr. Hernandez. He did catch a couple of glimpses over his right shoulder at where Mr. Brown stands relative to him. As they come into the last 250 meters, does Hernandez have an ace up his sleeve? Does he have more cadence? Does he have more speed? Can he track down Mr. Brown? Brown is in the driver's seat position. Third place currently is Mr. Donnersmark from Sarasota Crew. And then it appears to be a side-by-side connected race between Mr. Vivino of Tampa Catholic High School in lane 1 and Mr. Say of Berkeley Prep in lane 2.
Okay, our two leaders are really matching up stroke for stroke, but Brown is in the point where he can look over and see Hernandez, and there he goes. Brown has really jacked up his rating, as has Hernandez. Hernandez starting to get longer, see if he can bring him in, but I think Brown's just got a little bit too much. He's sitting up really tall, fairly short, but he has got the rating which is much higher than Hernandez, and he only has 5 more strokes to go. So it looks like it's going to be Brown from Vero Beach going into the final of the boys varsity single.
Close second place there, about a length of open water behind, was Mr. Hernandez of Halifax. Well-rowed race by those two boys. And then it's going to be Mr. Donnersmark finishing up in third place out of lane 5. And then it's going to be Mr. Say of Berkeley Prep finishing up, it appears, ahead of Mr. Vivino of Tampa Catholic High School. So that was Repechage 1, second chance qualifier 1 of the boys varsity single. With that crazy progression, you've got to finish first. We have another 5-boat race that's already on the race course, and that's Repechage 2 of the boys varsity single. Look at this shot from behind, and look at these singles as they come really straight in these lanes. Very impressive. It does look like there that in lane 3, Mr. Toomey of Tampa Catholic High School is your leader. Second place, just to the left of Toomey, who is out in front, is Noland of Rocks. Noland of Rocks is then ahead of both Backy Snowden of Melbourne High School and Mr. Guillen of Miami Rowing Club. As they are past the 500-meter point, are the leaders in our 1,500-meter race course.
Yeah, my kudos to our drone pilot, man. You are just knocking it out of the park. What a dead solid, perfect picture. You can just see those oars going into the water and those puddles moving back. That is just absolute poetry in motion. Kudos to our drone pilot for giving this wonderful overhead shot.
It's not easy, Joe, to keep these boats straight. These singles are not easy to keep straight. These boys are doing a wonderful job of keeping these boats straight in these lanes. Even that boat in lane 2 that's sort of hugging the port side of the lane, Mr. Noland, he's going dead straight. He just happens to be on the left side of that lane.
Exactly. Wow, such great photography, and presented to you by Nathan Benderson Park and the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association, bringing you the best quality regatta that you're going to ever see at the high school level. So our friend from Tampa Catholic, Mr. Toomey, is putting it on the rest of the field. He is almost to 500 meters, and he has, as you can see, at least two boat lengths over the field.
You know what, Joe? I want to correct it. It looks like Mr. Guillen of Miami Rowing Club is your leader. We were thrown off by the fact that we only saw 4 boats for that entire shot, but it does look like Miami Rowing Club's Guillen is winning this race right now as they come into the last 500 meters. Second place is Mr. Toomey from Tampa Catholic. We'll see if Toomey can find some speed in the last 500, see what he can do to track down Mr. Guillen, or if Mr. Guillen's just going to play defense, make sure he minimizes mistakes, and puts himself straight into the grand final.
Excellent. Well, we're not perfect, David, but darn close. Okay, every once in a while you'll see Mr. Guillen from Miami look over to see if Tampa Catholic's Toomey can move into him, but he's not going to let that happen. He still had about two lengths of open water ahead of him, so he can watch things carefully and be able to react to any move that Mr. Guillen can throw at him. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Toomey can throw at him. So again, each of these buoys is 10 meters apart, so you can get it. He's just crossing one, and he has at least 10 meters boat or room over his nearest competitor. But his concern right now might be making sure that his left oar doesn't get stuck in the water just like that. Oh, Jesus. And he doesn't get his oar stuck on get his oar stuck on a buoy. Okay, they're into the red buoys. He saw that, and that was his signal. He and his coach decided that you get in the red buoys, you go, you break it, and that's what's happened. He's jacked it up and is now starting to move away really confidently from the field.
Yeah, it's Guillen of Miami Rowing Club, who looks like he is 15 strokes from a spot in the A final in the boys varsity single boat class here at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. And he's going to hang on here, and it appears go start to finish and cement that spot. Well rowed by Tampa Catholic's Mr. Toomey. He's just going to come up short and find himself in the B final, as will Team Tampa's Mr. Amador, Rox's Mr. Noland, and Melbourne High School's Mr. Backy Snowden. So unofficially, it's Mr. Guillen of Miami Rowing Club who wins the second chance qualifier number 2 of the boys varsity single boat class and moves on to tomorrow's A final to row for medals and a trophy in the state of Florida. The next race is already on the race course. They have just started. They're in the first 250 or so meters, maybe coming up to 250. And that is the boys varsity double, repechage 1. Same progression. There are 6 boats for only 1 spot, however. So we saw 5 boats for 1 spot. Now we see 6, and you see them all in the picture here, because even on the left side at the bottom, you can see the bow of the boat from Team Tampa just getting right into the picture. So it's Team Tampa. We're going left to right here. Team Tampa in lane 1, Ransom Everglades School in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Halifax. Lane 4 is First Coast. Lane 5 is Boone High School. And in lane 6 is Hillsborough High School.
And it's Halifax Rowing Association from the Halifax River over by Daytona Beach. They're putting the pedal to the metal and starting to push away from the field. They are right at the same rating as everybody else, but really holding on to oars and sending that boat. And their lead is growing on every single stroke. We'll see how long they're going to hold this, but they are just walking away from this and in the hope that they can hold on.
So Halifax, you can see their lead is about 15 or 20 open meters ahead of First Coast. So that's the gap. Again, only the top finisher, only the winner of this repechage is going to move through to the A final. And right now that continues to be Halifax. In fact, it looked like they found even more speed, and we lost them in the drone picture because they sort of motored out of the top of that picture. You can see a nice arrowhead pattern here, which is reminiscent of how these boats finished in the heats this morning. And they're coming up on about the halfway point is your leader, Halifax. And they're just going to try to hang on to it in this second half. They may not have to show a finish necessarily unless they start to get tracked down. Seeing some speed here now out of Ransom Everglades School. They're trying to see if they can't track down First Coast, Joe.
Exactly. But, you know, it's do or die. You've got to be first or you're last in this race. And that is why Halifax went out as hard as they did and is working so hard in order to row cleanly and row perfectly and maintain their separation on the field. And they've done that. They have broken the field. And the only thing that's going to come back is if somebody puts on a Herculean effort, which will be very, very hard to do undetected because Halifax can look back and see any move that they come up with. So, beautiful rowing.
Yeah, and it's a very controlled row right now from Halifax. They've got a stroke rating that's extremely manageable. I don't have it exactly because my stroke coach needs a battery. We'll have some of these stroke cadences for you tomorrow. But you can see them on the right side of the screen. Hoods up, and they are way out in front and starting to even continue to just move away from First Coast.
Move away from the whole enchilada. Now, they're almost, as you can see from our great drone video right now, Halifax is just crossing the end of the island, which is 350 meters to go. They've got about 8 more strokes before they're entering the red buoys, and their mission is just to finish clean.
An amazing shot there of the entire field. And another good shot of your leader, Halifax Rowing Association, excuse me. You can see their distinctive blades with the H on them.
All right, so they're just entering the red buoys right now. They know that where they're at, how much further they have to go. The bow person may look over to kind of get an idea where they are on the sign, but they should know how many strokes they need in order to finish this. So at about 7.5 meters per stroke, 250 meters, that's about 35 strokes.
They're about 10 strokes from the line now as Halifax to finish up and win the first repechage of the boys varsity double and move themselves into the A final, which will allow them to row for a state championship tomorrow at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Second place, well rowed First Coast out of lane 4, but they'll find themselves in the petite final tomorrow. And then behind First Coast, it's the Ransom Everglades School with a considerable gap then back to Boone High School. And then we've got a good, maybe even connected race between Hillsborough High School, closest to the beach, and furthest from the beach is Team Tampa in lane 1.
Our second repechage of the boys varsity double is on the water. We're supposed to have 6 boats, but it appears that lane 5, United Sculling, did not start. At least I cannot see them here. Our leader is lane 3, Sarasota Crew. So we'll see, and they're very, very closely being tracked by Treasure Coast.
So you can see if you're watching at home on YouTube, you can see the lead that Sarasota Crew has. It's only a length. You can see that boat just to the right of them on the picture. That is the boat from Treasure Coast. Excuse me. And Treasure Coast is right there on their heels. That bow just sort of getting close to kind of overlapping each stroke that Treasure Coast takes. It can't be a great feeling for Sarasota Crew. They don't have a commanding lead like we have seen in some of these races so far in the latter portion of our day. And we'll see if Treasure Coast can find some speed and see if they can track down Sarasota Crew B. That is the B entry of Sarasota Crew. Their A entry already moved on to the A final. So Sarasota Crew trying to get 2 boats in the A final tomorrow. And just a wonderful shot. You can see, Joe, there's about a half a length of open water now separating the two. The other boat in the picture there on the left is, I believe, Tampa Prep.
Exactly.
Tampa Prep kind of, you can see the strokeman dragging the blades. That's certainly not helping boat speed by any means in that blue boat. Does look like there's a fair amount of boat speed because they have actually closed the gap a little bit on second place Treasure Coast.
Yeah, but they've got a long way to go. They've got almost 30 meters. Each of those buoys, a separation between each of the buoys, as David has mentioned before, is 10 meters. That's a little bit over 30 feet. So it gives you an idea. These boats are around 31 to 33 feet long. So it gives you an idea of how far they are going. So will Sarasota Crew continue to maintain their composure and be able to open up? And they are opening up, David. They're getting more and more distance back to Treasure Coast.
Yeah, I think they're doing it kind of with consistency and power. It's not so much with the stroke rating. But Sarasota Crew, you can see now, has almost 2 full boat lengths of open water ahead of Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast with just a smidgen of open water back to Tampa Prep. Those are your 3 boats in the picture, Tampa Prep being the blue boat on the left. And there's a shot of the backs of the boys from Sarasota Crew trying to go start to finish and put themselves with their teammates into the A final of the boys varsity double.
And one of the things I want you to look at on the oars, you will see a white stripe of paint or of tape that is about a foot up from the blade. And this is the depth that the coach wants their water line to be right there. So make sure that they're getting a good connection with the blade in the water. Not too deep, but not too shallow, but have them row to that point where the water level is right at where that white tape is. And it really helps you to make sure that you're getting a good connection and not going to what's called wash out, where you pull more and more air and less water.
Really a spaced out field if you look at the rest of the field. It's going to be Sarasota Crew. They're 3 strokes from the line to move through to the A final, the boys varsity double. And unofficially, they will cross the line ahead of Treasure Coast and Tampa Prep in that order. Then looking back, it appears that we've got
looks like 3
United
crews.
Sculling.
Yeah, they may have shown up after all.
United Sculling in 4th place. 5th place is a boat at the top of the racecourse, Melbourne High School. And then closest to the beach, where they're going to get a lot of fan support, is Manatee County. From just up the road, they are in lane 6.
So congratulations to Sarasota Crew for their wire-to-wire finish, really demonstrating a good control of the boat and really not having to change their rating, but just really row technically sound and getting the most out of every single stroke, even at the low rating, which was matched by the other crews. We now are moving on to much faster boats, where we have the lineup on there for the boys varsity quads, and they're blasting off the line. These are really fast boats, and it looks like our early leaders are our bottom 3 boats, which are Mel High, Sarasota Crew, and Manatee County. And that's been validated. So we see right in the middle how Manatee County in that blue boat is really starting to move away. Sarasota Crew is in 2nd place. And then to the right of Sarasota Crew is Mel High. Trailing the field somewhat is Sora and Bowl School.
So it's 5 boats, again, only for 1 spot in the A final, the boys varsity quad. The fastest boat class at this regatta. 4 rowers, each with 2 oars, 1 on each side, 8 oars. Make these boats really go fast. and they are quite fun to row if you ever get a chance to do so. Almost frighteningly fast at certain points if you're used to being in a smaller, slower boat. Getting into a quad can wake you up pretty quick.
You betcha.
But Manatee County in lane 3 has about a length now on Sarasota Crew B in lane 4. Sarasota Crew B in lane 4 with about a length, maybe a seat of open water on third place Melbourne High School. On the far right of the screen, the other boat in the picture there is that boat from Sora, and they're just ahead of the Bowl School B.
All right, so the question becomes one of, did Manatee go out really hard, and will Manatee be able to withstand a charge or the continual power of Sarasota Crew if, in fact, they start trying to grind them up? And that has been the modus operandi for Sarasota Crew. They don't get nervous. They just tend to get even, and it looks like they're starting to move like right now. So we may start seeing some overlap, and we'll see whether or not Manatee can hold off Sarasota Crew.
So this is shaping up to be a nice one if Sarasota Crew can kind of maintain some momentum here. But Manatee County coming in is the fastest qualifier of these 5 boats in this repechage. And so they are showing that they really do want to be in that A final, and they got just edged out. But they're going to have a game fight from Sarasota Crew, as Joe mentioned. So we'll see as they go what happens. But you can see it's a little bit closer now than it was the last time we had the drone shot, with Sarasota Crew in the white boat on the right and Manatee County in the blue boat on the left. It's about a half a length advantage right now for Manatee County. Those 2 boats are pressing each other, and the speeds that they are going relative to one another are pushing them well away from the third place boat, Melbourne High School.
And if you look at the angles of the Manatee Crew, they're not quite parallel, but if you look at the angles on Sarasota Crew, they are parallel, and Sarasota Crew is the fastest boat on the water at this time as they move through Manatee.
And you know what happened here, Joe, was the middle part of the race is where Sarasota Crew just had more speed than Manatee. And that happens sometimes. We typically look at the third 500 in a 2,000-meter race as the point where the bodies really start to ache and you start to sort of maybe lose a little vision. Your legs are on fire, and Sarasota Crew has just dealt with that better through this middle part of the race than Manatee County, and that's got them into the lead.
Yeah, if you watch the crew on your left-hand side on here on the Jumbotron, that is Sarasota Crew with the white unis. And you can see how at the catch their hands are really, really wide. And what they're doing is that is allowing them to get a little bit more pressure applied over greater degrees of an angle. That's the stroke. And what's happening is they are able to do that and hold on and maintain their technique. So that's what's happening is now they've almost got a length and going to be breaking open water here shortly as they made that big move at around 750.
So it's Sarasota Crew now with open water into the last 12 strokes of their race to put themselves in the A final of the boys varsity quad along with their 4 teammates that were the A entry that automatically qualified already, and doing it moving away from that very good row from Manatee County is Sarasota Crew. They're going to do it by more than a length of open water, and they will finish and move into the A final just ahead here of Manatee County. Manatee County finishing ahead of Melbourne High School. Melbourne High School finishing, it appears, ahead of 4th place, which is Sora in the bright green hats, who are currently ahead of the Bowl School B entry. And that was the first repechage, the first second chance qualifier of the boys varsity quad.
As you might imagine, our next race is on the water, and I'll give you as best information I have, but participating in this second rep of the boys varsity quad is Berkeley Prep, Tampa Prep, Vero Beach, Plant High School, and Pinecrest. So let's take a look and see what I've got right here. It looks like Vero Beach is ahead, and then Plant High School and Pinecrest are overlap with Tampa Prep back a little bit. So, but right now, it appears that is Vero Beach in the lead, but it is not over because right now Pinecrest looks like they're starting to move into Vero Beach.
Yeah, they're about 400 meters into our 1,500 meter race course, trying to find their relative speeds. They should be settled into what they hope is their race speed, cadence, and pace. And it still is very close. It is Vero Beach out in front, and it was Pinecrest and Plant High School right there with them. In fact, with an overlap, the last drone shot that we had. So this one is 3 boats, very competitive for the 1 spot in the boys varsity quad grand final. And what's going to happen in this middle 500? We saw with Sarasota Crew that in the last repechage that they sort of owned that relative to their competitors. Right now it continues to be Vero Beach, though, and in fact it looks like they've got some open water now, even based upon this shot that we have with an angle. But look how close it is, the rest of these crews. You got Plant High School, you still got Pinecrest right there, and even getting into the mix as well as Tampa Prep.
Exactly. So the question is, they're starting to go through a little bit of rough water. You'll be able to see the water color change. It gets dark as they are just going into some nice flat water now. So you've got about 15 strokes before they're going to get hit with a puff of wind. And we'll see whether or not they handle it or not. So we can see our lead crew with the white sash and the red and blue uni. They're holding it very nicely. The crew from Plant High School is really smooth and very, very relaxed on recovery. And they're really hanging in there. The question is, will they start making a push, because they're going to have to move soon, because Vero Beach is really dominating this race, and they've got at least 2 boat lengths of open water.
Just a lot of control. I'm watching Vero Beach. There's a lot of control in that boat. They're not showing me anything that suggests to me that they're going to get tracked down. Now, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before many times, but right now Vero Beach is in control. You can see them on the right side of the screen. Plant High School in the gold to their left. On the left side of the screen is clearly in second place. That is the boat that has an opportunity to challenge in these last 500 meters. But as Joe said, they better start really thinking about going now, does HB Plant High School, because otherwise they are just going to be left in the dust, because Vero Beach is so controlled, and it looks like there's a lot of speed that they aren't even showing right now.
Yeah, there's an old saying in rowing, David, good rowing looks effortless. And the crew from Vero Beach, you can just watch their shoulders and how they're relaxed on the recovery when their oars are out of the water, and how they're just letting their shoulders droop down. And they're really feeling the pressure of the oar handle pushing up into their hands, which is allowing them to relax the blade into water and not carry any tension. So that is really, they're using their energy very, very efficiently. They're having a little trouble with their steering. They've gone from the one side of the lane to the other, but they are far enough ahead right now that it shouldn't make any difference. And you can finish in any lane if you want. So it's Vero Beach. And probably Julio Sanchez is very, very happy with his crew right now as they're sitting up very nicely, relaxing the blade into water and powering their boat to an apparent trip into first place and the final of the boys' varsity quad.
Vero Beach, they're going to cross the line about 25 open meters ahead of second place Plant High School. And as you said, Joe, put themselves in that grand final unofficially. Will Vero Beach. Plant High School will be in the B final along with the boat from Pinecrest finishing in third place. Then it's going to be Tampa Prep finishing in fourth ahead of Berkeley Prep. So 2 Tampa boats will be in the B finals of the boys varsity quad boat class. And we have 2 more races left in day 1 of the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. And the penultimate race is already on the race course. Let me set the field for you as we get the cameras set up and ready to show it to you. In lane 1, furthest from the beach and furthest from the camera, unless we're going to have a drone behind the race, is Mr. Hunsucker of Sarasota Crew. In lane 2 is Mr. Cornick of Pinecrest. Lane 3 is Mr. Stanise of Pinecrest. Lane 4 is Mr. Long of Sebastian River High School. Lane 5 is Mr. Roger of Palm River Training Center. And in lane 6 is Mr. O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic High School. This is the boys junior single repechage, and we have a different progression. Top 2 will go from this repechage to the A final, and the remaining boats will be in the B final.
Now, I'm only seeing 5 out there, so I'm not sure who's not there. Maybe it's the Tampa Catholic. Mr. O'Donnell is supposed to be in lane 6, but I'm only seeing 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and to my eye, that looks accurate, that there are only 5 boats and that Tampa Catholic is not in the race. We've been wrong before when we speculate. If we get the drone back into play and we see the whole field, we'll know for sure. But that's what it looks like, because it looks like all 5 of these boys are right in the center of their lanes, and they're all in adjacent lanes all the way across.
So this is an anomaly. It looks like possibly, yeah, there you go. Our outside lane, which is Palm River, is in second place behind lane 3, which is Pinecrest. So we've got ourselves a boat race here. It's definitely in doubt. You have 2 to go transfer and 3 vying for that position, and they are all overlapped, those first 3 boats.
One of them, one of them will be left out. This is a boys junior single. So left to right, your 3 that are out in front in the picture here with open water ahead of everyone else is Pinecrest Mr. Stenise in lane 3. And then it's Sebastian River High School's Mr. Long, who appears to be leading the race, although that lead seems to be dwindling because there's a nice push being put on by Mr. Roger of Palm River on the right side with those gold blades.
This is going to be a good one, right down to it, because, as you said, Pinecrest is right in there with Sinise, and Sebastian Rivers Long is holding on, but I don't know for how long, because on the outside or to the right side, Palm Rivers Rogers looks very, very efficient.
Yeah, and I think I might have said that wrong. It looks like the 2 Pinecrest boats are, if I'm looking at this correctly.
I have Tampa Catholic not in, so. Wait, there's an open lane. No, it isn't. He's just way back.
Yeah, what I know is that the gold blade is.
I think it's Palm River.
The gold blade that's out in front is probably Sebastian River. We're gonna have trouble with this one as they come down, but it is a race, and it's a 3-boat race right now for 2 spots in the A final. So as it gets a little bit closer, perhaps we'll be able to tell for sure. All I really know for sure is that it does look like Palm River in the gold, because I know that they row in gold. Closest to the beach is one of those 3 that is in the mix.
Right. So do you think it's Pinecrest A and Pinecrest B?
I do. I think it's Pinecrest A and Pinecrest B, and then it's Sebastian River is off the pace.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the tightest races of the day. We have 3 crews vying for 2 positions, and it is definitely up in the air. On the outside, it appears it's a Pinecrest crew, and he is way, way up there. Sebastian River is way, way back, so it's Pinecrest A and Pinecrest B fighting off Palm River. Will Mr. Roger be able to hang on? Will either Shannon or Kamish be able to do it? Here we go. Starting to move. He's starting to pick up his rein. He's really long in that boat with the yellow oars. But our leader right now is Pinecrest B, Mr. Komesh. He is walking away from him. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, right down the finish line. Cheer them on, guys. They need your help. Who's going to be in it? I don't know. But here we go, right down to the last strokes.
Wow, almost a photo finish. Looks like Palm River took second place. Now, I believe from Stenise of Pinecrest. These are unofficial, what we are talking about, because it's very difficult for us to tell. We can't see bow markers because the sun's right in our face. So it looked to me like the 2 Pinecrest boats were there, but Palm River got in between them. So it looks like one of the Pinecrest boats moved through, and Palm River unofficially into the A final of the boys junior single. And again, our penultimate race of day 1. We have one more race, and it's going to involve lane 0 and lane 7. It's going to be 8 boats across, hopefully. And you're looking at the picture. It is 8 boats across. So those stake boat holders in lane 0 and 7 have not had a race. They are put to use in the final race of the day, and it can't get any more exciting than this. This is the only place in America you're going to see 8 rowing lanes across on a fair race course is Nathan Benderson Park, and I can't wait for this one. So it's the boys' lightweight quad repechage, and you've got to finish top 4. Top 4 goes to the final. That is the progression.
So our top-rated crews are right in the middle. So that'll be lanes 3 and 4. Lane 3 is Berlin. Lane 4 is First Coast. Then we have the 2 Hillsborough crews out on the outside of them, and supposedly slower. We'll see whether or not they were sandbagging or not. Is Sarasota crew, the Bowles schools A and B. So 2 Hillsborough schools, 2 Bowles schools, Sarasota crew, but right in the middle, it's going to be Berlin, Plant, and First Coast. We'll see whether or not this bears fruit as they go for the start. And there they're off.
Here we go. Last race of the day at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. A lot of commotion down there, a lot of noise, a lot of water flying around. It's 8 quads across for 4 spots in the grand final. The boys' lightweight quad. I apologize to any lightweight who thought that they had to weigh in again tomorrow. Apologize for that mistake. But it does look like the early leader, the crew that really wants it early, is Hillsborough High School in that blue boat on the left side of the screen. But look at this. Look how great this is. 5 boats sort of moving out from the field. Again, there's only 4 spots available in the grand final as Belen starts to track down that boat from Hillsborough High School.
Ladies and gentlemen in the venue, look at this beautiful Jumbotron. This is a picture you will not see anywhere else in the United States but in beautiful Nathan Benderson Park for our Florida Scholastic Rowing Championships. You see those beautiful launches in the background. Back down there is the starting platform, and then we have some really tight racing with Hillsborough High School and Berlin Jesuit right on top of each other. And again, it's top 4 crews. So right now, it is going to be really close because everybody is in it with the exception of the crews that are off the back, which would be Sarasota crew and the 2 Bowles schools. So here we go. Hillsborough 1, Hillsborough 2, Berlin, and First Coast. We got racing here at Nathan Benderson Park for the last race of the day today, and it's a great one.
So these 3 boats have now moved out a little bit from 4th place Plant High School. Plant High School may be losing a bit of speed to Hillsborough High School B in lane 1. And those are the 5 boats here that really look like they've got a shot at the 4 spots as they come through 500 meters and approach the halfway point in this boys' lightweight quad boat class. And it's Belen Jesuit now taking the lead for the first time from Hillsborough High School. But what I'm looking at, Joe, is that going with Belen Jesuit this whole time seems to be the boat from First Coast, and they're starting to track down Hillsborough High School a little bit as well.
Yeah, what's nice about with First Coast is they are understroking the other 2 crews. And when you understroke the other 2 crews and stay even or even walk into them, that's sending a really great message of confidence. And that really is going to scare the living daylights out of those crews that are higher and being understroke and still hanging on. Our real race is going to happen for 4th place, which is going to be
Plant High School and Hillsborough B.
Exactly, Plant High School and Hillsborough B. And right now it looks like Plant High School is right about open water, but will Hillsborough be able to come into Plant? Now Berlin is really starting to put on a move, which is nice. Gosh, that's beautiful. Berlin is putting on a nice move, and here comes First Coast. They're trying to stay even, but they have got more rating that they can apply. So here we go.
So it's Belen Jesuit definitely in the lead. To my eye, First Coast has been tracking down Hillsborough, and they may be past Hillsborough at this point. They slowly were tracking them down. As I said, they kind of hitched their wagon to the back of Belen Jesuit, and we're just finding more speed than Hillsborough. Hillsborough came out firing, and they held the lead for the first 500 meters. Are they going to be able to hang on to a spot? Hopefully they have enough energy and enough speed to be able to hang on to one of the spots in the grand final in this boys' lightweight quad. It is Plant High School still sitting in 4th place, and they're getting pushed, as they have been all the way down the course, by Hillsborough High School B. The other boats in the race, Sarasota Crew B, and the 2 entries from the Bowles School are open water behind the rest of the field. As you can see, Belen Jesuit with a little bit of open water now. It is still Hillsborough holding tough. It looks like Hillsborough still has a slight lead on First Coast, so they didn't like that First Coast was really eating into their lead. But we never really know what we're going to see, Joe, because there's open water behind these top 3 back to 4th place Plant High School. And we may not see full finishes from these crews. You never know. I mean, in my estimation, most coaches are going to say go out there and win the race. But at the same time, there could be some energy conservation knowing that these boys have had to row 2 races today, and the rest of the field in the A final did not have to do that.
Exactly. So our leader is Belen Jesuit, a national leader in lightweight rowing, and they're showing their dominance in this easy win over a hard-charging Hillsborough High School, which has held off First Coast. And in the last qualifying position will be Plant High School. And then on the other side, we have Hillsborough, Sarasota Crew trailing off the field, and the 2 Bowles schools. So this is the end of our racing today. It's been a lot of fun. We hope that you enjoyed this beautiful day and you weren't all burned up by the sun, have had plenty of water to drink. Please help us by taking your trash and putting it in the appropriate receptacles. And come back and see us and enjoy another wonderful day of racing tomorrow, where the medals get awarded for the Florida State Championships here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park.
We're going to sign off from day 1 of the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Tomorrow should be very exciting. Make sure you check the schedule as things have changed slightly. If you're a lightweight, you don't have to weigh in again. I want to repeat that because I did make that mistake earlier. So don't feel like you can't have a nice big dinner if you're a lightweight, because you can. So we'll see you tomorrow. This is David Wyant and Joe Dobson signing off. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and we look forward to it.
NBP Summer Camp Hub. We had fun this year at summer camp.
We just wrapped up our 12th week of summer camp last night, so we are, that is the most camps we've ever offered in one summer, and it went really well. I couldn't have asked for it to gone better. Our staff gets all the credit. They were out there on the front lines every day and extremely flexible given everything we had to manage this summer, so we're elated. It went this well. We're hoping to continue momentum, and we've got MVP mini camps coming up. We've got them in October, November, and December. We still have freshwater fishing. We'll have one-day paddle adventure camps. We're going to have a one-day archery and fishing camp, and then we'll have some 3- and 4-day camps. So similar but different structure.
The fun continues this winter and fall with MVP mini camps. To learn more, go to mbpcamp.com. See you here!
To make us a stronger team and make lifelong friends. And to have fun at the park. To be safe and confident on the water.
To help us stay strong and fit. To help us stay healthy.
Camps in the park.